Tsubunk. Hello, hello, everybody. We get in the hellos before they go fully lurk. Hello, Evie. Congrats on first. Hello, Summer. You guys enjoy your lurk. Hello, Ran, our guest of honor today. Hello, Mang. Hello, Refi. Hello, Phelps. Tilted, I thought I saw you in here, but I don't see your name in here anymore. If you're here, hello, Tilted. Oh, let me get this pinned. Hold on, I was supposed to hit enter on this during that, but I was jamming out to my music. Yeah, let me get this pinned. There we go. That'll just be pinned for the whole stream. That way people know where to go get the book. Yeah, today we're going to be reading Rand's book. We're going to be having a fun time with that. I've been planning this one for a while, and the more I've planned, the more, I've thought about what questions I would ask Rand afterwards, and the more I've sort of narrowed it down to six big questions that we'll ask at the end before we open up the floor for Q&A, because I want you guys to be able to ask stuff as well. But I got my book here in person. Let's get comfy, and then maybe we could start reading. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. 5 streak. Let's go, baby. Let's get comfy. Let's get cozy. But first, because, Rand's not quite home yet, we're going to have some time to kill before then. Let's talk about some other stuff. So, anybody who pays attention to the Twitter, you'll have seen me reblog, or not reblog, that's Tumblr. You'll have seen me, let me move over here. Retweet this. That's right. I remember how I said earlier that I wanted this month to be basically collabs all month, at least one a week. We are going to be a part of Maramizu's Collabmas to round out 2023. I'm in here for next week and the week after as well, but it's going to be a whole host of people, 30 plus different creators, multiple different games. Oh yeah, it's going to be big. On Tuesday is my first collab with Mara. Not my first, but, of this event. And we're going to be playing some Minecraft together. Then after that, it's the week after, we're going to be playing some Pico Park with Mara. It's going to be fun. We're going to be playing all sorts of stuff. I'm also trying to get in some other collabs here and there. So keep an eye out. Some of them might be off-stream collabs where I'm on other people's channel. Yeah, big picture. Look, there I am. It's me. Hold on. It's me right here. And then there's my friend Kari, who also shares the same PNG artist. They put us right next to each other. I think that's cool. We got some familiar faces in here. There's Faust. There's Lachlan. There's Summer. There's Geyser right there. There's Shay. They all have been popping up in chat recently. Yeah, it's me. It's me. And there's Mara, the host herself. And she rated us yesterday. Hold on, I need to cough. I also need to drink some water. Hold on. We got so many people that we're going to be trying to reach out to on this event to also collab with ourselves outside of the event. It's going to be a blast. But let me move back over here while I get some, mood setting fireplace picked out. I hope you guys have, enjoyed your half a year with me. It's almost half a year. The 29th will be my 6-month anniversary of being a streamer. Although I've been around here much longer. Mainly a chatter, but yeah. I hope you guys have enjoyed your times with me. And I'm so very happy of all the people I've gotten to meet. You know, we got Ran, we got Phelps, we got Mang, my Umfi, Evie, all of you guys. I'm so happy to have met every single one of you. Really, you guys hold a special place in my heart. As the first people who came in and supported me. Sun especially. Sun holds a different special place because he was the first who showed up at my little test streams and would just give me advice. And I'm always open to advice and stuff like that from you guys. Oh, my puppy's awake. Probably because it's later in the day. She usually starts waking up in the later day. No, you dork. No, you. I didn't get to mute that. I'm sorry. You could say, yes, and Ran, who, you know, one of my first things I promised when starting this, oh so long ago, was, hey, you're writing a book. I would love to read it for a book club. And now we're finally doing it. It took a while. It took a while to get there, but we're here. Oh, I think this fireplace will work. Yeah, I think this one will work right here. So, question, Ran. How far away are you? Because I need to know when I can start reading the book. I have time to kill here. And I basically run out of talking points. Oh god. I want to know from you guys what you would like to see. You thought I hated it and gave up reading it? No. I told you I was working on questions, and I've been just slowly whittling them down from a list of, you know, a bunch of questions. 30 minutes. I've slowly whittled them down from like a list of 30 to just 6, I think. Kind of stand out, but might still just be generic. Yeah, I know. I had so many, and then as I read the book, things became more self-evident, and, you know, as I gotten to know you better, other things became more clear, and I could just, you know, write those off like, okay, I already know this answer. I think everybody by this point knows this answer. But, yeah. 30 minutes from home. 30 minutes till we could read the book. I want to know what you guys would like to see in the upcoming future. And, as always, I do have my suggestions tab in the Discord open, and I do take them. Just the other day, Evie wanted a karaoke redeem, and, you know, it's up now. 15k points for that if you're going to try and make me sing. And it's going to follow the same sort of style that my ASMR ones do. You prefer Pepsi, you like McDonald's, dogs over cats, you wear boxer briefs, and you like Sika. Interesting. It's gonna follow the same sort of style my ASMR stuff does, where you submit it, and I do it at the end of the month on the 30th. And unfortunately, we got a really interesting redeem yesterday for ASMR. Hold on. Let me just open something up for you real fast here. Oh, do I not have it? Oh, okay. Give me a second. Beppis? No, we don't drink Beppis here. Funny enough, I am actually currently, I have a Pepsi with me. No, we don't drink Beppis here. We certainly don't drink Pepsi here, even though I have one. This right here. This is a Pilk channel. You get to drink the Pilk. A nice warm glass of Pilk. Not Vilk? No, not Vilk. Pilk. There. Oh, wait. so long as I'm in that menu, it's going to keep me frozen. There we go. Yeah. Enjoy your warm glass of pilk. We freshly milked it from the pilk creature. I hope you enjoy. Sorry, I had to cough again. If you're new around here and you haven't heard of Rand's book, no sound alerts today. I turned them off specifically because we're going to be doing a nice comfy book club, and we're going to be having an interview, so there's no sounds. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn those off in that menu though. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, if you're kind of new around here and you don't know Ran or you don't know his book, we have !Ran, and it's got a nice little summary of the book, but we can also read the back here. Yeah, no farts today. You were at the store? Well, welcome in. Welcome in, JB. Welcome in, KJ. Welcome in, Rapture. It's nice to see you guys. I'm just talking about Rand's book. We're talking about stuff for the future. How I want you guys to be able to go into the suggestions tab and, you know, if you want to see a game or anything like that, make your suggestions. Just reminiscing. Talking about how it's almost been 6 months on the 29th. That's my half year. And just all around vibing with each other. But I do think before we get into it, I should read the back of the book for you guys. Although we also have this right here. Did you know that Rand's a published author? His first novel, Same New World, Homecoming, is now available on Amazon. We have it pinned right there. If you guys want to go get the book, you can get it on Kindle, hardback, or paperback. Same New World is a series, or the Same New World series is an urban fantasy romance series. If you're a fan of anime or K-drama, you'll love it. Did I stutter? You will love it. Butts. Normally it's a stare emote in that, but I added in the butts because I thought that was a bit funnier. And the butts emote is actually Rand himself. No, it is the butts man himself. But let's take a look at the back of the book, where we actually have a picture of Rand holding a log like the absolute fucking Chad he is. I can't show you because I don't have hand cam stuff. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. We actually start on the back of the book with a quote from Rand himself. I don't see stories like I loved when I was younger anymore. Grand love sagas backdrop against the fate of the world, kick-ass heroes and charismatic villains. So I decided to put my money where my mouth is and write my own stories. That kind of touches on one of the questions I have later, and hopefully, Rand, you'll be able to expand on that. Not much of a romance person, but it seems interesting. Oh, I hope you enjoy, because we're going to be reading a couple of chapters of it. I've been given clearance. Don't go past 22, but we'll see how far we get before I go. Okay, let's get into it and just drag him into call. Maybe 5, maybe 10. I was thinking about going up to 15, but I don't know. That might be a long stream. Just us being cozy and reading books together. And this is what I kind of want for my book clubs is you guys don't have to come here having read the book. I mean, sure, it's nice if you guys read books with me, but when I host a book club, I want you to be able to come in here and, you know, knowing what we're going to do, but even if you haven't done it yourself on your end, I'll be reading it to you. So you get to hear my voice reading it to you. You get to sit back, relax, stay comfy, stay cozy, get your food, get your drink, you know, cuddle up under a blanket, and just have a nice peaceful stream of kind of like an audiobook of me. I had to take a drink of my pilk. Sorry. I know it hasn't moved. Oh, 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 why is it moving like that? Okay, the pilk broke. Let me fix the pilk. I have to fix the pilk, hold on. Or maybe no. We don't go with pilk and instead we, oof, that just covered me up. Maybe we go with something a bit smaller, but cozy. Get a nice warm cocoa, and, you know, put this on. Oop, no, don't pin it there. I don't know why it wants to pin to the spot just under my collar. There we go. There. Got my nice warm blanket on. Got some cocoa for us to share. If you look at the cocoa, it's even got, you know, some little candies in it. Sprinkles. I think that's peppermint. Yeah. The design on my blanket, you know, it's nice and fuzzy. Got snowflakes on it, little ribbons. Makes me feel pretty. The last book you read were from Rick Riordan? Is that how you say that? You basically have all of his books. I really like stuff like Stephen King. I like horror books. I like stuff that, you know, suspenseful thriller, mystery, horror. I've been lately kind of getting into sort of Eldritch stuff and reading a bit more stuff that has, you know, fandoms attached to it. Like, I was there at Matara's 40K reading, and that was pretty good. Creator Percy Jackson. Yeah, I've seen the movie with the I don't know if that was the first or the second, where it had the Cyclops guy in it as his brother. You too? Oh. Ew, immediately ew at the movie, huh? Was the movie really that bad compared to the books? They do not compare to the books. Okay, so it's sort of like, I know I brought up Stephen King earlier, but it's sort of like his, you know, the books are always way better than the movies have been. Oh, except for It, which has one scene which we do not talk about. For obvious reasons, of course. But this book's been really fun to read. Sitting at exactly 330 pages. It's kind of a medium length read, I'd say. Well, for me, normally I read books in like the couple thousand or 600 at small for me. 330, I would say, yeah, is not a bad page count. I'd say for the normal reader, it's kind of like a nice medium length book to read. Should take you a little bit. But for somebody who likes, you know, literature and just paper media, I like to read, and I like to read in one go. First, you missed first project, I'm so sorry. But I know I've talked about this in the past. When it comes to like reading manga, I will read a whole series in one night, and people will say like it took them months or weeks to read it, and I'm just like, well, that's a skill issue for you. I'm a fast reader, and I absorb and I digest reading material like it's like normal people eat. It's going to be really fun to read this book here in a few minutes, whenever Rand gets home. But I'd like to ask you guys, before we fully get started on things, what sort of things would you like to read in the future for book clubs? I don't want to do this, I think, once a month. because then I start feeling like I'm setting myself into a corner. But maybe like once every 3 months, we finally get together and we just read something together. I first stumbled upon the concept of VTuber book clubs with Pipkin Pippa, and she was reading the Island of Dr. Moreau, and she read a good chunk of that, and then never continued. I'm still waiting for that, but maybe I'll read that book. It was a good book. I liked listening to her read. And that's sort of what gave me the first idea for that, to start my own whenever I did eventually start streaming. I don't know what the sort of the copyright on books would be. If there's like a cutoff date where I just can't read books around a certain age, or I have to read old books like that. You know, obviously I've gotten permission from Ran to read this, which is why I'm doing it, even though this book is fairly new. But if you guys know anything like that, whether or not I'm allowed to, I'll look into it myself as well. Do let me know, and if you'd like to talk about what kind of books you'd like to read, not only do we have the suggestions tab in the Discord, we also have, you know, today's conversation to be had on it. Hold up, I'm getting pinged. Why am I getting pinged? Oh, that would be why. Why? Hold on. Why? I opened up the server, I opened up our Discord server, and the first thing I see is you guys want to buy a particular outfit for me. Why? I'm telling you, if you're not chicken, draw it. I'm going to move us on over here as we start getting things set up to be nice and cozy. Do we want the BGM, or do we just want the nice fireplace roaring in the background as we read? Because I could do it on this page and have the fireplace up in the picture right here, or I could leave us over here and we could just have that crackling in the background while the BGM plays. Oh, hello puppy, what is it? Here you go. I have some treats to placate her during the stream, and she wanted one, so she can have one. I think that's a nice. Does it even pick up? Maybe not. There, that kind of picks up right there. But yeah, should we do this on this page with the BGM, or does the BGM, do you think it gets too in the way of the comfy mood? I like my background music. I think it's nice and comfy. I think Aethel did a really good job on it, and I like listening to it even off stream. I'll just pop it on and listen to it on loop for a little bit while I just do stuff behind the scenes. Another thing I've been told about today's book is there are some special pages that he has, you know, sent to an editor and gotten back that are different from actually the printed book I have, and I don't know if Ran will be sending me those to read as a comparison, or if I'm just reading out of my copy that's right in front of me. But I have the paperback, unfortunately. I didn't see the option for hardcover when I bought it the first time, which if it had it, I'm sorry I missed that, but I also really like hardcover books over paperback. How about you guys? I feel like hardcover lasts longer and just looks better in a library. I have a nice little library actually as a part of my desk. It's not really like a library per se, but it's a shelf, and I've got all my books on it. Right over on this side down here. Yeah, not a big collection. I lost a lot of those when I was during my move, and hardcover, you get more lustrous shine to highlight cover art. The cover art for this book is pretty cool. You could see it in the link I have pinned there as well, but it is of a man falling backwards into a white void. Yeah, hardcover available now. Okay, so it wasn't there when I first bought it. I was not just saying things. You might make me get a second copy. I'm still waiting for you to sign my book, Ran. Still waiting on that. I don't do the best when it comes to just chatting. I like to start my events usually on a time where I could just jump into things whenever I need to. But today's kind of a special day where I wanted to start a bit early to build up some hype for Rand's book. I feel like, you know, I've got the link up, we've talked about it, I've read the back of it. I feel like I've done what I can. And the book is actually this year, copyright 2023. So it's new. You're gonna send me a hardcover autograph to the final edition? Hell yeah. I would really love that. And if I'm not mistaken, this book is the first in what is to be a series. So this is only the beginning for Ran. There will be more in the future from him. And hey, maybe when those books come out, I'll be reading those as well. And we'll have him back for more and more. Yeah, I don't do the best with just chatting. While I may like to talk to people and I may be sort of outgoing in chats and stuff, it's talking that's my real sort of downfall. And I know as a VTuber, as a streamer, that sort of needs to be a good point, but I'm still new to this, kind of new to this, and still working on confidence stuff, still working on, you know, just chatting more, getting more comfortable to my stride. I don't think I've hit my stride yet. I think I'm still very, very new to a lot of things, especially collabs, which is why this month is such a special month, that we're getting basically 1 to 2 every week. So I think that's pretty good. This is pushing me more out of my comfort zone to interact with people, to actually get in calls and talk with people. Oof, I just popped my back. Ouch. I was shrimping, I sat up, I popped my back. You'll be gentle. Oh no. Are you home yet? I want to read. I'm getting antsy. Oh, I almost spilled my cocoa doing that. You almost made me spill my cocoa. 5 minutes. Ah! I know. Maybe I should have started this at 12:30. Maybe I should have started this at 1 whenever Rand was actually said to be home and relaxed in, but I wanted to get on early. The excitement of being able to do this is really what pushed me. I think I like this actually with just the fireplace and the BGM. So maybe we'll just be on this screen the entire time, huh? I mean, you're not missing much, it's just logs on fire. You don't have to see that, do you? Oh, you know what I didn't even think about was... I wonder if anybody can copyright the sound of crackling flames. Oh no. Maybe. I've heard of people copywriting, like, cricket noises. It's kind of fucked, but hey, it happens. Okay, yeah. I think one other question before we get into things is one for you guys out in chat there, and that's, given that it's almost the end of the year, what's something you're looking forward to next year for, huh? Let me know. I want to know. I like hearing your guys', you know, I like hearing your guys' things. I like your stories. I like hearing your hopes and dreams. I feel like talking about things, getting them out in the air, helps them become more realizable. Helps them, you know, once you've spoken them out loud, become more attainable. Because then it's not just a thought in your head. Then it's something that other people know about, other people can help push you to, help cheer you on for. I think me, for next year, there's 2 things I'd like to finish up. Well, one's a small thing and one's a big thing. But let's just say PNGJ, 2DJ. There's 2 other forms of J in the works, and hopefully next year I'll have them done before we hit the full year mark. Another thing I'd like to have happen in the upcoming year is just being able to open up more, to get more people on my stream, to have, you know, as much as I like you lurkers, I love talking with you guys even more, so just being able to have chat to bounce off of more. Let's go. You're home? Hell yeah. Alright. So is it time to read? I think it's time to read. I think it's time we sit back together, relax. Hopefully this has been enough time for you guys to get something nice to eat, to get something to drink. Grab your blankets, get cozy, and join me as we begin reading. You go lay down. I'm reading a book. You go lay down. As we begin reading Same New World, Homecoming by Rand Braden. Book opens up with a dedication to Lydia. Someday may you find a love worth burning the world for. Chapter 1. If you aren't downstairs in the next 60 seconds, you can walk your happy ass to the concert dipshit. Cooper Bogdan immediately stopped what he was doing, spun towards the bedroom door, and waved his middle finger back and forth in an exaggerated fashion. He huffed an exasperated sigh before turning back around to search for his smartphone, which he had misplaced while tearing apart his closet trying to find an outfit that hopefully, once on him, wouldn't look like he had spent an hour trying to pick it out. He had finally settled on a band shirt he had picked up at a concert a few months previous, a pair of jeans, and work boots. Most of his clothes were new, replaced after his recent growth spurt. He had gone from 5'5" at 13, that's a big kid, to 5'10" shortly before his 15th birthday. That's a big growth spurt. He had also put on a few pounds from regular exercise, though he bought clothes that fit his longer, more muscular frame. He owed his height to his father's side of the family. Most of the Bogdan men reached over 6 feet before their 18th birthday. He had both his parents to thank for his complexion, which looked like an almost reddish tan, as if he had spent most of his time at the beach. He had his father's dark brown hair, so dark that when he came out of the shower it looked black. The Bogdans shared a mix of Lithuanian, Polish, and Greek ancestry. He had one feature that was unmistakably passed down from his mother, though: his blue-gray eyes. She always referred to them as shared eyes. She always referred to their shared eyes this word always trips me up when I read this. Conspiratorially? Conspiratorially, I think it is, as our little storms. He tossed one of the jackets he rejected behind him, his phone peeking out from underneath a pile of clothes. He snatched it up and bolted for the door, fully aware that his older sister Christine was already walking out to her Jeep while counting down his precious minute. His sister, on the other hand, was the spitting image of their mother, except she had their father's eyes, dark brown. Otherwise, she emphasized the Norwegian-Scottish traits of their mother perfectly. Fair skin, blonde hair, and standing just a pinch under 6 feet. Something she loved to hold over her brother's head, literally. She made good use of her looks, having worked as a model since she was 14. Starting in print, a summer catalog here, a print magazine advert there. She was 6 years older than Coop. And after graduating high school, had taken her experience with the Dallas's surprisingly active fashion industry and had turned it into a career. Starting off as a personal buyer for some of the Dallas's more wealthy fashionistas, and Here's another trouble with reading books is, as much as I like to read them fast, I do have dyslexia, and so sometimes I'll trip myself up and I need to take a second to pause, and this is one of those moments. And had just started working as a high-end retail buyer. Sourcing haute couture and all that other stuff Coop couldn't care less about. That didn't stop him from begging her for help when he went to buy new clothes. Their father's side of the family had migrated to America during the early 1800s. When the call went out for settlers to migrate to Texas, the family mutually decided to pull up stakes and start anew. Many had served in the Texas War for Independence. They found work as blacksmiths and farriers, miners and cattlemen. As industry advanced, they became iron workers. Oh, there's no hardcover in Brazil. Oh no. Laboring to build the skyscrapers, bridges, and railroads that modernized the country, eventually establishing their own factories and ironworks. The tipping point for them had been the Texas oil boom. They had shifted priorities to drilling and oil rigging, and their fortunes were forever altered. Members of their family branched out, making connections with the auto industry at home and abroad, even starting a mining operation. When the stock market crashed in the late 1920s, the family rallied together and sacrificed to keep themselves solvent, selling whatever they had deemed frivolous in order to keep their workers paid and their creditors happy. To this day, their family understood it wasn't what you had, it was what you were willing to part with that mattered in life. Hence why they lived in a 4-bedroom, 2-story in the suburbs around Dallas, rather than nestled in some gated community. Jogging out the front door, Coop came up to the side of the Jeep, hopped up into the passenger side seat, and smiled knowingly at his sister. She rolled her eyes at his wardrobe choice. I told you, if you're going to wear faded jeans, you have to go with sneakers, not your clunky logging boots. Coop swept his unruly mane out of his face. They look like boat shoes, and I'm not planning on going to a yacht club tonight. His smile turned, this is another word that kind of trips me up. Derisive, I think it is. Derisive. Christine's eyebrows raised in response. Keep smiling, pal. The only reason you and Lover Girl get to tag along is because I was already going to see this show. So you better upgrade that learner's permit quick like if you want a repeat of whatever fireworks you're hoping for tonight. Hey, yeah. That command tells you just a little bit about the book. Cooper scowled at his sister and gripped the roll bar as she started to pull out of the driveway. Danny and I are just friends, and if I did want there to be fireworks, you as my big sister should have my back. She responded sardonically. Oh, I do, bro. I'm rooting for you crazy kids. Because if someday you do manage to trick that poor girl into marrying you, I'll finally have a sibling I can stand. She gave a sickly sweet smile as she pulled up to the curb of the house next door to theirs, where Coop's childhood friend and crush lived. Climbing out of the seat, he sauntered up to the front door and knocked. After a few moments, the door opened, and Danielle's mother, April Ramos, smiled appreciatively at him. Coop, since when did you start knocking before you came in? Cooper smiled, while suppressing a chuckle. That would be immediately after Mr. Ramos told me anyone tall enough to look like an intruder had to. April chuckled at that, shaking her head. Raul didn't like it when Austin got taller than him either. I'd just be glad he tolerated Danny having a boyfriend. She placed a slight but noticeable pause between the words boy and friend. Cooper nodded while pursing his lips, pointing to the top of his head. It's the mop of brown hair when we were younger. It's the mop of brown hair. When we're younger, we looked at as spunky and cute. Once puberty hits, people think we're all potheads like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. April slapped him on the shoulder and laughed, shutting the front door and calling upstairs. Danielle, Coop's here. Coop sucked in the shortest breath he could, preparing himself. Not that tonight was really that special an occasion. They spent a majority of their time together. In the last couple of years, little outings like this had become pretty commonplace when they could convince someone to drive them. Due to recent events outside of his control, he had decided he was finally going to ask her out. This night had been planned for a few months. It didn't seem right to try and tack on the question, "Hey, do you mind if we treat this as a first date?" Yeah, you definitely don't want to tack that on. Tonight wasn't going to be any different from any other time that they had hung out as friends. So why was his heart doing somersaults in his chest? Bracing himself once he had heard footfalls starting down the stairs, he watched as she descended. Her hair was wavy, stopping just above her shoulders. It was a light cappuccino brown color, parted down the middle and only slightly darker than her skin, which she could thank her father's Spanish heritage for. She wore no makeup, not that she needed it. She looked very much like her mother, minus the black hair and pale skin. Wearing a loose fitting flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up and bootcut jeans. He was gobsmacked by how beautiful she was. Danielle smiled at Coop. She used her hands to make sure her part was still just right. April looked between the both of them and smirked before asking, "What time does the concert get out?" Cooper peeled his eyes away from Danny as she reached the bottom of the stairs just long enough to address her mother. "The venue says 9, and my sister is driving us. We might Uber back if she plans on hanging out longer with friends. So we should be back by 9:45? April smiled and placed both of her hands on Coop's cheeks. Why can't my son-in-law be as Oh, there's another word that trips me up. Consentatious? As you. Danielle dashed over and grabbed Coop's arm, dragging him towards the door. Her voice went high-pitched for a second. "Mom, we're gonna be late for the show." Coop smiled and waved at Danielle's mother. "Good night, ma'am." April came to the door, leaning out as the kids jumped into the Jeep. "Have fun, kids." Christine shifted the vehicle into park and turned the key in the ignition off. The engine stopped and the three jumped out. That's a little skip, by the way. They crossed over the parking garage's elevator. Coop pressed the call button and stepped to the side. When the doors opened, he waited for the girls to go first and then followed behind them. Christine looked at her smartwatch as they neared the first floor and then turned to her brother. "I'm going to meet up with my friends since you guys decided to pick nosebleed seats. I may end up having a few drinks and staying with one of them for the night. If you don't hear from me by 8:30, grab an Uber back home." Coop nodded his head while looking at the floor indicator sign for the elevator. He wasn't prepared for how much anxiety he had felt being near Danielle now, even though he had been aware of his feelings for almost 3 years. Around the time both of them were plunged neck deep in pubescent hormones. But at the time, he wouldn't admit them to her, even under threat of torture. He'd lost his mother when he was younger, and he'd been left with a fear, not of rejection. If Danny didn't like him that way, then tough break. His fear was being abandoned. What if he told her and she just wanted nothing to do with him? His mother had gotten sick almost 7 years ago, when he was 8. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, only that her constitution was failing. When she'd been admitted to the hospital, he had run out of the house and kept running until he wound up at the park. He sat on the swings, crying until he had no more tears. When it started to get dark, he walked back down the alleyway behind his house. When he passed Danielle's, he stopped, looking up at her bedroom window. Seeing the light on, he hopped over the fence and into her backyard. Moving to stand underneath her window, he called out to her. What is that emote? I just see a sudden emote pop up. Yeah. Oh, that's a cute little emote. I forgot I had that. He called out to her. After a moment or two, the curtains moved and she stuck her head out the window. She looked relieved to see him, smiling half-heartedly. Hey, everyone's out looking for you. Your dad said you ran away from home. Cooper absentmindedly kicked at the patch of grass while looking down before turning his gaze back up to regard Danielle. He responded with a slightly annoyed tone while shoving his hands in his pockets. I didn't run away from home. I just left without asking. Danielle smiled, amusement clear on her face. That's called running away, dummy. Cooper laughed a little at that, wiping away a strand of snot that laughing had dislodged from his nose. A second passed before he looked back up at Danielle with watery eyes. My mom's in the hospital. Danielle nodded her head and leaned over, placing her elbows on the windowsill. I heard my parents talking about it after your dad left. I'm sorry. Cooper shrugged his shoulders. Neither one of them said anything for a moment, the cool autumn wind blowing through the leaves. Danielle was the first to speak. Is she gonna be okay? Cooper's face went pale. His father hadn't gone far past, your mother's going to be staying in the hospital, before his son bolted from the room. After a second, Coop looked back up at his best friend and said absently, I don't know. Danielle tried to smile, though her lips stayed tight. Oh. Cooper started to shiver slightly. Sometimes that word always tricks me up too. Cooper started to shiver slightly, inwardly kicking himself for not taking a jacket when he'd raced out of the house earlier. He crossed his arms and shuffled from side to side, trying to come up with anything else to say. As long as he stood there, he didn't have to accept it. He saw lights moving around at the front of his house. He knew it must be everyone coming back from looking for him. He turned his head up and looked at Danielle. My dad's back. I better go. Okay, Danielle nodded and put on a warm smile for him. Cooper smiled and started walking around the side of the house when Danielle called, See you later. He turned around to respond, but she had already closed the curtains. Bracing himself for the shouting he was certain awaited him. Once he got close enough to the crowd gathered, his sister noticed him and alerted her father. Jack Bogdan closed the distance to his son in several strides, kneeling and grasping his son and hugging him. The crowd grew animated and celebrated for a minute or two while Coop's dad held on to him and told him it was okay. The fact that he wasn't being admonished, that's the right word, or ushered inside for a taste of his dad's belt solidified the reality of the situation in his mind. Several weeks later, his mother would pass away. The opening band was halfway through their first set, though Coop couldn't even tell you any of the members' names. The main act had done the music for a sci-fi flick he and Danielle seen years ago. That was the only reason he had asked her if she wanted to go to the show. His music tastes and Danny's were fairly far apart. He knew better than to try and play any metal around here. Christine had been surprised when he had shown interest in going. He had only agreed to drive them tonight on the agreement that he would take over all household chores for a month. As they got close to the intermission of the concert, Cooper leaned over and softly spoke into Danielle's ears. Ear, not ears. I'm gonna hit the concessions before the rush. Want anything? He thought he saw Danielle shiver slightly when he started talking. I must have startled her, he thought to himself. It was his turn to tense when she had started to get close to his ear to respond. Could you grab me a root beer? She went to reach into her purse. Coop waved his hand back and forth. I've got it. He hopped up the steps of the stadium's style seating. Once at the top, he surveyed the immediate area and sighted the drink stand. A few concertgoers had the same idea as him and had rushed up before the opening act got off stage. Coops took his spot in line inside, momentarily enjoying a chance to not feel so self-conscious. He didn't used to worry so much about whether Danielle was having fun when they hung out. He was trying to be aware of himself and trying not to suffocate her. Just treat her like you always have. It's not like you even told her yet. The customer in front of him finished up and carried off his drinks. Cooper greeted the woman running it and ordered, idly swinging his vision from side to side. His body tensed as he looked down the line of vendors. Two boys his age were striding his way, and he couldn't help the death glare he directed at one of them. It was Anthony Farina, a former classmate of the middle school that Cooper and Danielle had attended. End of chapter 1. What are we thinking so far? I think so far this is turning out to be a fun book. Although I can't say that as somebody fresh reading it because I've read this twice now. Bedtime. Enjoy your rest, Reffy. This guy's a hack. Yeah, I can't believe that this author, Rand Braden, this fucking guy. Who does he think he is? Writing good books and shit. Enjoy your eep, Reffy. Eep well. Good night. Yeah, I've read the book twice, and each time I liked it. I was actually thinking about getting a second copy so I can give it to my grandma. I know she likes books like this. Chapter 2. They'd crossed paths back in middle school. Anthony had short black hair and a permanent sneer that he wore proudly. He had an average build as well as mind. He was nothing special, and not someone you would take notice of, but he sure took notice of Cooper. Whether it was the fact that Coop's family had a successful business, or that he got to hang out with the prettiest girl in school, no one could say. But he hated Coop, and for years, whenever he could make Coop's life a living hell. Things changed one day when Danny got involved. Cooper and Danielle were heading to class one day, and Anthony passed by and said something to intimidate Coop. Danielle spoke up for him, which irritated Anthony. Why weird? I get my reading taste from my grandma. So you hear the books I like to read, and then you wonder where I pick it up from. It's her. She reads some weird shit. And to take a drink of water, I'm also going to move my keyboard so I have more at my desk at my disposal. One won't make eye contact with you now. Oh no. Didn't the other one try and just steal the book and keep for their own? Anthony then made a mistake of saying something crass to Danielle as she walked beside Cooper, and then calling her a bitch when she called him out on it. Up until that point, a good portion of the students had assumed that Coop was mute, since Danielle was the only person he cared to associate with. Before the word had barely left Anthony's lips, Coop rushed him, using his forearm to smash Anthony back into his locker. What no one else in the family knew was that Coop's grandpa had taken him aside when the subject of bullying had first come up. That's the one who stole the book now won't look at you. Hey, maybe she's waiting for the sequel. When the subject of bullying had first come up, Franklin had been a boxer back in the day, before and during his time in the Marines. The old man was still pretty spry for his age, and whenever he had time with Coop, he'd teach him a few things. He didn't have the time to work on conditioning or drills, really, but he taught him how to stand, how to keep his hands high and tight, how to jab, cross-hook, and uppercut. You're working on it? Good. What spots on the body and head to go for. And a little bit of footwork to bring it all together. The most important thing he taught Coop was hit him hard and fast. Violence of action. Use overwhelming force to bludgeon your opponent into submission. Let me just say, as somebody who has a little bit of this experience, don't hit people in the head. That hurts. I actually have one of my knuckles is a bit sunken down because I've gotten a boxer's fraction from doing something similar. Yeah, don't punch people in the head. The skull is the hardest bone. Don't do it. You two? Hey, we're twins. Yeah, there's another reason I don't actually fight with people, and I try to use my words instead. I'm stupid. Your right pinky is an inch shorter. For me, it's my right, I guess, ring finger. And the knuckle is just, like if you close a fist, normally they put up above it, but mine sort of slopes a little bit downwards and then goes right back up into the pinky. You just got better at punching. I stopped punching. Kicking, on the other hand, I will kick you. I got long legs. So when Coop got Anthony against the locker, he quickly threw a jab with his left, obscuring Anthony's vision and throwing him off balance. With his right shoulder already set back, he balled his fist and stepped slightly to the left and hooked the body shot right into Anthony's ribs, dropping him to the ground. Good luck getting past the log. Oh no, you're using the log. Once on the ground, Coop let out all of his frustration over the years of abuse and bullying out. He started lifting Anthony up by the shirt and slamming him back down before using his fists like a hammer and bringing them down on Anthony. Ah, PC, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Hi, welcome in. I'm reading a book written by Rand Braden, who's in chat. I always read that name wrong. Who's in chat right now, and we're going to be dragging him on for a little bit of a mini interview and open floor Q&A for chat to ask questions. Hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. I highly appreciate it so much. Enjoy your candle. Before using his fists like a hammer and bringing them down on Anthony. One of Danny's friends pulled her away while she was trying to calm Coop down. Their gym teacher had been forced to drag Coop off Anthony. By the time it was done, Anthony had a bloody nose and a black eye. Coop ended up only getting suspended for 2 weeks, partially because Danielle had sided with Coop when talking to the faculty. Jack Bogdan wasn't happy about the suspension, but he was glad Coop had handled himself. They assumed that would be the end of it. One day, 2 weeks later, Coop was tasked with feeding the school mascot, a hog housed in a pen behind the gymnasium. As he was putting the food in the trough, I always say it a bit weird. Anthony's lackeys came up behind him. One of the boys dove for his legs and took him to the ground. Once Coop was down, the other three rushed forward and began stomping and kicking on him before he could get back onto his feet. He had gotten one good shot directly into Anthony's balls. After that, he had tucked himself into a ball and covered his head like his grandfather had caught him. If it hadn't been for the groundskeeper riding by on his cart, Coop might have needed serious medical care. Hit him in the dick. That's the way to do it. The boys ran off, and the groundskeeper took him to the school nurse. The school called his father, who came in and took him to get stitches. One of the boys had managed to gash him directly below his bottom lip. Another blow had bruised his ribs, as well as his stomach in several places. By today's standards, Coop's father would have been considered borderline abusive. He wasn't above using corporal punishment if he was disrespected, or if his son did something liable to put himself in jail or a morgue. Coop wasn't really the kind of kid to step out of line, so he rarely got punished like that. But Jack Bogdan had always been absolutely furious that what he referred to as a group of base thugs had been allowed to assault his son on school grounds. Coop took 2 weeks out of school. The boys involved were suspended pending an investigation. The resource officer had no witnesses other than Coop, and that part of the school had no cameras. Hold on. No witnesses, but the groundskeeper was the one who saw the boys on him and saw them ran whenever he pulled up on his cart. So the groundskeeper's kind of a witness to that too, right? Are they discounting the groundskeepers? I've always wondered this. This question has bugged me. Anthony had an extensive juvenile record and had made the mistake of boasting about the incident in front of faculty members. Oh, thank you so much for the head pats. Thank you so much. Hello, Shay. Welcome in. Hi. I'm reading a book for today's book club, written by one of my close friends and current member of chat right now, Ren Braden. And we're going to be pulling him in after I read a couple more chapters and interviewing him and opening the floor to some Q&A. Hi, Shay. Kids ran off before groundskeeper actually saw anything. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of cozy book club today. He had been expelled while his friends were allowed to resume going to classes. It was during those 2 weeks that Coop and Danielle had come up with the idea to go to a private Catholic school. Danielle had managed to get admitted to the school, in large part due to her athletic prowess. She played volleyball. Coop would stammer and deflect if you pointed out that he was present for almost every game. How you doing, Shay? Nice to see you. He even sat in at their practices when he could, using that time to study in the far back bleachers. Cooper had been admitted not because of sports, but his father's connections. You're okay? I am good. We're just ending the week on a nice cozy note. Doing something that I said I would do quite a bit ago. Back when I first started streams in the first place. The kids had gone to their parents, and each made the case for why they wanted to change schools. They explained that this had started because Cooper had defended Danielle. They said both were targets of the delinquents. A bit of a white lie, since they mostly left her alone outside of some suggestive words, and since words and gestures. Danielle's parents were supportive for the most part. Their older children had already left home. The subject of how they would afford the tuition was something they would discuss later as a family, but they signed off on the idea almost without reservation. Jack Bogdan had told Danielle's parents he wanted to discuss the idea with his son more privately. He had invited Coop into his study, something that did not happen ever. He motioned for Coop to sit down and went and stood by the window. Are you doing this so you can stay close to Danielle? Cooper wasn't the type to lie. He would occasionally skirt the truth to spare someone's feelings when it was warranted, but otherwise he spoke his mind, something to his own detriment. No, sir. I do want to keep going to school with her, but these guys have already proven that they don't mind getting violent. I just think it's better in the long run if we aren't there to go after. Jack crossed his arms and turned to look at his son. I've always resisted the idea of putting you or your sisters in one of those schools. Do you know why that is, Coop? Coop shook his head and said, No. Why? Jack uncrossed his arms and sat down at his desk. Entitlement. I've seen how some of my cousins had it growing up. They were allowed to behave as if the hard work of everyone in this family everyone in this family has done was all so they could have nice things and look down on people. You won't be able to lead people if you think like that, especially doing the kind of work we do. If you go into a rig, you need to see everyone there as a part of your team, not just as someone responsible for putting money in your pocket. Coop opened his mouth to respond, but Jack held up a hand to silence him. I know you've got a good head on your shoulders, but if I'm going to sign off on this, you will have to agree to some terms. They are non-negotiable. He didn't elaborate for several seconds, so Coop took the opportunity to respond. What would I have to do? First, you need to maintain your current GPA. That means A's across the board. If I'm going to pay $10,000 tuition, you're going to make use of it. That also means joining a school club, 4-H, newspaper, whichever you like, but something that will force you to interact with people and pad out the college application. Take a drink of water. Secondly, you will take up a sport. I won't tell you what, but you need to stick with it until you graduate. Part of the reason you're an easy target is because you're all skin and bones, son. Not only will it build up your confidence, being a part of a team will build character and instill discipline. Yeah, hydration check, chat. You too. You guys drink too. I'm taking another drink, actually. Thirdly, I want you to start familiarizing yourself with the business. You'll start doing site visits with me and meeting the crews. None of those men will respect you if you can't even follow what they're doing. When you come out with me, it'll be just like your uncle's ranch. Everyone works. Finally, I want you to learn to defend yourself. You can keep boxing if you want, but if so, we'll find you a coach other than my pop. Jack gave Coop a pointed look, knowing he knew about Franklin's training. Regardless, the next time someone puts their hands on you, I don't want you to be the one left lying on the ground. Understood? Coop shook his head up and down vigorously. Understood. I promise I won't let you down. Cooper had agreed, without a second thought. Over time, he made good on everything his father had demanded, maintaining his test scores being the easiest to accomplish. He was already a studious kid, being part of the reason his dad wanted him to get more involved in pursuits outside of a textbook. He had thought long and hard about the other two demands his father made of him. His first decision he had pondered over was which sport to get involved in. When looking over his options, he had saw that they had a wrestling program, and his interest was piqued. That smoky voice purring. Hey. Call my voice Smokey. He knew no one would imagine that he would try for something that would require him to get his hands on with somebody else. He settled on it because of his grandpa. He loved to tell Coop about the heyday of professional wrestling. I'm a fan of professional wrestling. I watch it all the time. Me and Richie talk about it a lot. Possibly considering starting a little podcast thingy about it too. Back when there were multiple markets and promotions throughout the country, it being televised was just a commercial to get people to attend the shows. After losing his mom, Coop spent Sunday mornings with his grandparents. His grandfather had a media room with a projector, and a popcorn machine. He had an entire library full of matches, from old VHS recordings to pay-per-views. Let me guess, they were watching like NWA. Were they watching Deep South? Which territories were they watching? It was Texas. They probably had some of the Von Erich matches on there too, huh? Coop had always loved the performers who were considered technical wrestlers, the ones who used moves that most resembled wrestling as an actual sport. Next was what club to join. Although the school was for grades K through 12, the clubs were separated by the specific programs. Making a movie about their family? Yeah. The Von Erichs? Yeah. Since I'm reading, it's going to be constant drink breaks. Sorry about that. Hold on, wait a damn minute. When did my candles stop moving? What the heck? Why did my candle stop moving? Hold on, let me see if doing this fixes it. What the fuck? My candles aren't moving anymore. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. I don't like that. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that later. Your words took their breath away, but the flame still burns. What sources it's under? It's under sources. It's supposed to be a looping WebM. And it's supposed to restart whenever a source becomes active, which is why I tried switching it off and on. Hold on. I gotta fix my candles. This is gonna bug me. What the hell? Try taking looping off and then switch. Okay. No? It's a 4-second loop and it stops at 2. It goes 1, 2 and then stops and just doesn't move past that. Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that after stream. I'm getting distracted from the book. The one difference being that 4-H, students from all grades participated together. Honestly, he was already planning to join if his dad had allowed him to go there. And it had nothing to do with Danielle expressing an interest in doing so as well. Or doing it as well. Finally, his dad wanted him to take up martial arts. He had gone back to the old man and asked if wrestling covered both check marks. His dad chuckled and said no. Wrestling alone wouldn't have spared him the beating Anthony and his thugs had dished out. There was a mixed martial arts gym only a mile away from his house, nestled in the strip mall. They had a split program between teaching Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Brazil mentioned. Brazilians in chat, can we get some Brazil flags? They had a split program teaching Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, or one night and Muay Thai the next. It was the closest, so that's what he picked. His father never said how proficient he had to get, just had to attend the classes. Not that Coop didn't want to learn how to not get the crap kicked out of him. He did fine if they went after him. 1-on-1, or even 2-on-1, with what his grandpa had taught him. But since, when do bullies do that? He just imagined the gym being full of real macho types who would look down on him. Looking back, he couldn't have been more wrong. His instructors were easygoing, letting people learn at their own pace. They had two kinds of students, those who practiced for exercise and self-defense, and those who competed. The athletes were given less slack than those who wanted to just learn to defend themselves. Coop was more than happy sticking with the sparring matches they had between students. Between His training there and wrestling, he had gained a lot of confidence in his own abilities. He didn't hesitate to start walking back to his seat after receiving the drinks from the concession stand, even though his path had taken him right past Anthony and his buddy. Coop didn't make eye contact with either of the boys as they approached. He was hoping to avoid being recognized, but looking away was more likely to draw attention than looking around. Instead, he glanced past them, focusing just long enough to feign someone normally looking around. His fight or flight response was kicking in. No matter how capable he was now, his body knew danger was near, and was getting ready to respond should the threat materialize. Once he got about 10 feet past them, he started to breathe a sigh of release. Hey, isn't that the turd who got me expelled back in middle school? Coop fought the urge to drop the drinks and assume a fighting stance. Instead, he turned quickly and regarded both. He could tell that they must have noticed him, and that Anthony had only just feigned ignorance to try and shake him up. But he could rile Anthony up just as easy. I'm pretty sure you got yourself expelled when you had to get all your friends to fight your battles for you. Anthony had changed as well in the last 3 years. He looked meaner and gotten bigger as well. He wasn't taller than Coop, but he had gotten heftier. After Coop's comment, he was breathing heavily, looking like a small bull about to charge. It was at this moment that Danielle appeared from the archway leading to their seats. Coop's back was to her, but she recognized Anthony. He considered walking over, but thought better of it. Her presence would guarantee the two would fight. She turned around and started walking the other direction as a trot. Anthony marched up to within spitting distance. Coop shifted his left foot forward and kept his weight firmly on his right. Anthony pointed at him and spoke in a raised voice. You need a reminder, because we can finish this right here. There ain't no boarding school for you to run off to now, daddy's boy. Coop kept his cool tone measured since he had no reason to fight, yet. Better to de-escalate the situation, even though he knew for certain Anthony wasn't evolved enough to walk away. Last time you blindsided me 5-on-1. Now I'm looking right at you, and it's just the three of us. I just want to go back to my seat and enjoy the show, so I'm asking you to let it go. Anthony looked at the drinks in Cooper's hand, realization dawning on his face. Don't tell me you're here with Double D. Maybe we should all go say hi. Coop immediately started pushing off his right foot to launch forward, preparing to toss the drinks in their face before he kicked the shit out of them. Before moving even a foot, he felt quite a large arm wrap itself around his chest, and a deep voice spoke. Okay, that's enough of that. Coop turned his head, half prepared to headbutt what he assumed was the third friend had just arrived. He saw two event staff wearing security jackets. They both looked like offensive linemen. Coop could see that they were annoyed having to get involved. Team pissing contests weren't exactly a great use of their time. He was standing next to the doorway leading to... Wait, hold on. I read something wrong. He saw over their shoulder He saw over the shoulder of one of them holding him back that Danielle was standing next to the doorway leading to their seats. What's the problem, guys? The other security guard said. Coop raised his hands, holding the drinks up as a sign of surrender. He stepped away and to the side as the man behind him took his hands off of him. Anthony broke silence first. Oh, we were just catching up with an old classmate. Haven't seen each other in a few years. Anthony grinned at Coop, beaming at the fact that he had again provoked him to the point of violence. Both guards shared a look before pointing back and forth between both sides. Well, however you want to catch up, do it somewhere else. Anthony's friend chimed in with a voice that sounded like a mix between a surfer and a cartoon dog. Hey, no problem, officer. They began backing up and pulling Anthony's shoulder to coax him along. Then he began backing up. Coop watched them go a moment before nodding at the two security guards. Sorry. He started walking to where Danielle was standing. He hazardly glanced over his shoulder, making eye contact with Anthony, who was doing the same. He turned back around and handed Danielle her drink. He breathed a sigh of relief and gave her a smile that said he really could have done without the excitement. His palms were sweaty, and it felt like a steam might start escaping from his collar at any second. She shook her head at him and took a sip of her drink. I can't take you anywhere. Coop made an exaggerated show of silently laughing. Thank you for taking pleasure in seeing me nearly die. Cooper looked behind him in the direction Anthony had gone. Danielle snorted and laughed at the same time. Whatever, you could have taken him. Cooper started walking towards the archway, back to their seats, stopping to let Danielle fall in step next to him. I wouldn't have put it past those jackasses to pull a knife. As they headed back to their seats, the main act began their set. Chapter 3. But before Chapter 3, I'll take a little hydrate. Oh, the wow is a little Christmas ball. Wow. I have to say, Rand, I know I have dyslexia. I'm sorry for stumbling on words sometimes. But I do really enjoy reading this. And it's like I could read them in my head, right? But sometimes they just don't come out right when I say it out loud. And you're right, maybe 15 chapters would have been way too long, considering we're an hour and a half in and it's only chapter 3. Sentence structure's a little complicated. Still learning. You're doing a good job of it. Cooper stood from his seat at the house as the house lights turned on. The show having just ended, he stretched and twisted his waist, cracking his back and yawning. Danielle still sat in her seat, gathering trash to throw away. He looked at Coop, smiling and giving a small chuckle as he mimed some lame stretching routine in front of her. Where's the Uber meeting us, dummy? Coop smiled at her little moniker for him. That was her term of affection for him she had used since they were little. Growing up, he had been the pick up any creature, stare at the sun type of kid. And she wasn't much better, though he usually beat her to the punch when it came to the more dangerous stunts. Their antics got Coop several scrapes and bruises, which had earned him the nickname Dummy. They were both inquisitive and daring children, something that got her made fun of for being a bit of a tomboy. Oh, there you and your tomboys, Rand. I see you. But Coop accepted her exactly as she was. She wasn't guarded with him, since there was no need to worry. She might say the wrong thing or come off as too rough. Once they entered 6th grade, they both began to change. She still liked much of the same things she did before, but as they got older, she started attracting the attention and garnering the appreciation of their fellow students more and more. The girls wanted to be her friend, and the guys wanted whatever they could get. Coop, meanwhile, became guarded and stopped talking to people outside of his family and her. He became the wallflower to her social butterfly. She knew deep down it was due to the bullying and tried to intervene when she could. But the school did nothing. Their parents had thought they were exaggerating when the kids had first told them. Coop pulled out his phone to look at the time. I set it for the pie hole in 10 minutes. Traffic should be okay there. Danielle stood up, expecting Coop to start walking so she could follow. Instead, he extended out his hand in front of him. Ladies first. Danielle looked like she'd been slapped for a second before putting the back of her hand to his forehead. No temperature. Did you suffer a head injury in the last 24 hours? Cooper started walking, chuckling to himself. Suit yourself. I'm slamming every door I walk through now. Danielle stopped next to the trash can and threw away their garbage. It wasn't like Coop didn't have manners. He was a proper yes sir and yes ma'am Texas boy. Hey, like me. Even if he dressed like he played in a garage band. But lately, he was always going out of his way to be extra chivalrous, and it was making her self-conscious. Not that she hated the attention or consideration. Just now he had looked at her like he thought she deserved to be treated like a lady. She had hoped he wouldn't look back, worried that he'd see the blush reddening her cheeks. She caught up and wrapped her arm around his. Her tone was placating and teasing at the same time. Now come on, just because you're an oil tycoon doesn't mean you get to speak like you're at the speak as if you're at the ball. You're at a ball. Cooper nodded, as if he wasn't listening, looking around like she wasn't even there. Keep it up, just keep it up. Next time we go out, I'm going to drop you off at a charm school, have them make a proper Southern belle out of you. Danielle slapped his shoulder repeatedly, biting her lower lip as she did so. Are you saying I'm not girlish? He put one hand up in mocking surrender, trying to block any further slaps. His face clearly saying, are you serious right now? Right, because you're such a delicate flower. Danielle stared at him with a death glare. I'll kick your ass. Cooper laughed dryly. Uh-huh, such a lady. Cooper, still looking around, found the exit he was looking for. The two of them exited the arena. Danielle took her arm off his and reached into her jacket to pull out a beanie. Cooper looked like he had a minor epiphany. And for the record, we're not oil tycoons. He waited for a moment as she slipped on her beanie. It's oil barons. Get it right. Cooper looked over at her as he spoke, noticing her deep in thought. You good? He started to speak before considering her words. Or she started to speak before considering her words and trying again. What did Anthony say? Cooper looked puzzled, unsure of where her train of thought had led her. What, back there? He was just mouthing off. Danny shook her head slightly, as if she didn't believe him. I saw you start after him right after he said something. Whatever it was must have really pissed you off. Cooper tried his best to sound dispassionate. He made a wisecrack about you, and of course I took the bait. Danielle ran her hands through her hair and past her ears self-consciously. What exactly did he say? Cooper shrugged and sticking his hands in his pockets. He used a nickname for you from middle school. Danielle immediately stopped walking, slack-jawed disbelief playing on her face. Since when did I have a nickname in middle school? Uh-oh, she doesn't know. Cooper suddenly felt very exposed, forgetting Danny had never actually found out about a little piece of information. Well, it was something just the guys called you. I gave them a hard time about it, so it pretty much stayed in the locker room, though. That might also be because they figured out saying it to your face might mean that they wouldn't have a shot with you. Danielle took a few steps to stand directly in front of him. Well, don't keep me in suspense. What was the nickname all of you prepubescent dorks bestowed upon me? Cooper stood there for a second, dejected, and finally admitted. They, mind you, they called you Double D. Danielle's mouth dropped open for a second before she snapped it shut. She cocked her head, bringing her hand to her mouth and tapping one finger on her lips. She continued to ponder for a moment before she said incredulously, I don't wear a D. Oh, she's telling him. She's telling him her size. The Uber pulled up in front of Danielle's house. Cooper got out first and then turned around to help her step out. Upon seeing the smirk, he responded exasperated. Just shut up and take it. She ducked her head down to hide her smile, and she took the offered hand and helped her out. Coop turned back to thank the driver and shut the door. The two of them slowly started walking up towards her front door. Danielle folded her arms and nudged Cooper with her shoulder. That was a good show. I had fun tonight. Cooper nodded in agreement. I don't usually like going to big event centers for concerts, but I'm glad we got to catch this one together. For the nostalgia factor, at least. He glanced at her, a dumbfounded look showing back on her face. When you and I went to the theater by ourselves for that cyberpunk flick, they did the soundtrack. Danny smiled wholeheartedly and chuckled, her eyes shutting as she did so. Cooper looked at her astonished. Even though it was nearly 10 at night, with the overhead lights on, she looked like she was standing in sunlight. Danielle started walking away again before speaking. You always recall the most random things. After a moment, he said in a matter-of-fact way, I just remember that night because it was the first time we got to go out by ourselves. Once he noticed her silence, he fumbled in response. I mean, we didn't have our families or anyone breathing down their necks. It felt like we were adults. They approached her front door. She jiggled her keys in her hands nervously. So when's our next excursion out of the suburban sprawl? He was referring to his family's ranch. They went there when they could convince someone to take them. Sometimes they went to help out with chores, and other times just to ride and hang out. Cooper tousled the hair on the back of his head. To the ranch, you mean? My uncle said we can go there to help check the fences if you're interested. I haven't had a chance to use my learners lately. Yeah, I know I said that right. We can get one of the farmer's trucks for part of it, and then take the horses up for the rougher parts. Danielle kicked the ground while looking down, nodding her approval. Sounds good, she smiled. We can make a day of it. Awkward silence followed. Both were at a loss for what to say next. Cooper finally broke the silence. Well, I better let you go. If you stay out much longer, your dad might string me up and beat me like a dirty rug. Cooper walked backwards, smiling as he did so. Danielle opened the door and turned back to him. Good night, Coop. He barely heard his reply as he walked towards his front door. Yeah, it really was. Cooper opened the back door to his house that led to the kitchen. He took off his jacket and placed it in the mudroom. He walked over to the fridge and opened it. As he started to fish around for something, he recalled the events that spurred his decision to confess to Danielle. Yeah, the Riz. He's got the Riz. It had been last week, late at night. He had been studying up in his room when his father asked him to come downstairs for a talk. He'd felt a cold chill run down his spine, thinking of the day he sat across from his father when he found out about his mother's hospitalization. He walked hesitantly into the living room. His father sat with his elbows resting on his knees, straightening up when his son walked in. Jack pointed to the couch opposite him. Have a seat, Coop. Some stuff's come up and we need to discuss. Cooper kept his eyes on his dad's face, desperately trying to get a read on where the conversation was headed. He sat down opposite his father and took a breath. And I'm gonna take a drink. You know that your Uncle Jeff works overseas, but I'm not sure if you know that he's in Japan right now. He's been working with different auto manufacturers. Recently, he had the opportunity to speak with a gentleman who works for one of the largest oil companies there. They found a new oil reserve reservoir southeast of the country. Whereas Coop had sat down expecting to hear of a family member's illness, instead he was getting a briefing on foreign oil production. Blech. His father cleared his throat and continued. Because of some challenges in the area, they're planning on installing the platforms. They're looking into new ways to erect them. I have to do that weird pause here because it's a page flip. Our company did some of the R&D on this years ago, but we eventually ran into an issue with the cost it would take to build it. Technology has advanced since then, and we're talking about an almost whole new design for offshore oil rigs. Your uncle passed the information along to us, and we've been in contact with this company. We've been negotiating with them to enter a limited partnership. Some of the agreements discussed were mutual development on the new platform, as well as equal ownership to any patents arising from the partnership. The oil production belongs wholly to them, and finally, that we will have staff on site once the platforms are built to monitor and work jointly in overseeing operations. This afternoon, your grandfather and I sit down, and I'm going to be involved in managing construction and oversight once we're up and running, but it means relocating to Japan within the next few weeks. Cooper didn't let his mouth drop and didn't run out of the house like he had all those years ago. He thought carefully before speaking, which means I have to go too, right? Jack stood and walked to the back of the couch, leaning on it and speaking to Coop. You really impressed me the last few years. You're on track to graduate with a scholarship if you want. You kept your word, and so I've decided you deserve a say in what happens next. I want you to come with me so you can get some life experience, learn more about the business. I'm not crazy about the notion of leaving you here on your own, to your own devices, regardless of effort you've put forth and maturity you've shown me. There's no guarantee for me that you'll be able to keep it, even if your sister agrees to be responsible for your well-being. Jack held up a single finger for effect. But I do have faith in you, and I understand that there are strong reasons why you'd prefer to stay here. If you choose to come with me, then you'll be able to stay enrolled with your current school. The academy already has a program in place for children who are required to travel due to their parents' work or lifestyles. You'll come home before graduation, so you'd be gone for almost 3 years. Jack moved back around to the front of the couch. Cooper opened his mouth to speak, but Jack held up his hand. I don't want you to answer now. Your uncle is running point on setting up housing for us. He offered to put us up for a few weeks, if need be. Take a week or so and think about what you stand to gain from doing this. Staying here would be more comfortable, Coop. I know that. Jack stopped for a thought. Jack stopped and thought for a second, changing his tone. Son, I know you care for Danielle very much, and it may seem like I'm asking you to forget about her, but you two have been inseparable your whole lives. Used to sleep in the same crib in our family, and theirs went out for dinner, for God's sakes. And I can tell you that if you want a future together with her, then going out and getting a little bit of life experience apart from each other is the best way. Jack looked down and rubbed his hands. Nothing shows you how much someone means to you, like not having them with you anymore. Like I said, all I'm asking is that you mull it over for a few days, okay? Although his father was ultimately leaving the decision up to him, he was still a little terrified. The thought of moving away for the amount of time his father was proposing filled him with dread. They weren't dating. He hadn't even told her how he felt yet. If he had left now, there would be nothing keeping her from meeting someone else before he stood up from the couch. He knew his answer. He also had all the motivation he needed to confess his feelings. They took the DART railway blue line system. Oh god, memories. They took the DART railway blue line system home from school, switching to the red line partway before taking it all the way up to Plano. More memories. I haven't been to Plano in fucking forever. One day I'll go back. Their families took turns dropping off and picking them up from the station every day. He decided to tell her after they switched trains. If she didn't feel the same, then, well, he hadn't thought that far. If she turned him down, he'd accept it and move on. She was his best friend, regardless whether or not she loved him back. Nothing about the relationship had to change if she didn't want it to. But he had to know one way or another. Part of him was certain this wasn't one-sided. That the way they were with each other meant that she must feel something too, right? It's never a guarantee. Never a guarantee. Chapter 4. Cooper milled about in the kitchen, preparing his breakfast. His father sat at the table drinking his coffee while reading the morning paper. Cooper ended up standing in front of the stove, staring at bacon sizzling with a blank expression on his face, lost in thought. Teen boys. The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs brought him out of his revere. Oh no, another word that I'm tripping on. Reverie, that's the word. I can read it right, I can say it in my head. Looking at it on paper fucks up with my eyes. Brought him out of his reverie. His sister came bounding into the kitchen. She grabbed an apple before sitting down at the table. Cooper finished cooking his breakfast and carried this food and drink over to the table. The three of them sat in silence for several moments before Jack spoke as he turned the pages of this paper. Danielle's father called. They're running behind today. They'll be dropping her off at school later. Coop sank a bit in his intrusive thoughts, leaking through and telling him that this was a bad omen. Cooper walked the halls of the school, his bag slung over his shoulder. Other students moved through the halls around him, making their way along. Coop came around the corner near his class. As he rounded it, he clipped another boy. He spun quickly to apologize and noticed his teammate on the wrestling team. Odysseus Moore. Otis, or Odie for short. Also lovingly referred to as the Hammer by his teammates. Otis was black. If you asked him to categorize his exact skin tone, he'd say chocolate. If you chose to press him on what kind of chocolate, he would respond with, "What kind you like?" That's some riz right there. He was also the same height as Coop. He had a little bit more muscle and definition, and he was good looking. With a quick sly smile many of the girls loved. He had a steady girlfriend, though he didn't pay any attention to he didn't pay any of the others the attention they clearly wanted him to. He wore a short faded haircut, partially for the ease, but also because it made him look harsh. He had brownish copper colored eyes, an unbelievably white smile, which could look very welcoming when he wanted it to, and sinister when he needed. I have to ask what you mean by white smile. Is it like the kind of like white person pursed lip little smile, or like his teeth white? Coop and he had gotten on well since he switched schools. Odie's was an amazing wrestler, and well on his way to becoming team captain. He was abrasive though, and he didn't care much about pretending to be friendly with everyone all the time. Coop was much the same, and ironically they bonded over the fact that neither one of them cared about making friends all that much. Odie's wasn't one for hanging out together outside of school, but he was affable during practice and supported his teammates. He didn't talk much about his family. All Coop knew was that he has lost his parents a few years back, and he had been taken in by a family friend. Cooper grimaced at his friend. Hey, Odes. Sorry, man. Ether. Okay, I get you. Odysseus looked lost in thought for a moment, then he pulled on a sly smirk. All good, Coop. Ain't nothing to it. His signature catchphrase, like everyone's favorite four-letter curse word, which one? Could be used in any number of situations, one that fits all term. Why a high schooler needed a catchphrase, no one could say. Both boys walked to class in their respective seats. Cooper got his bag situated and settled in his seat, casually glancing around the classroom out the window as he did so. The drop-off area was just by the front door. The school was visible. He looked outside. He saw Danielle pull up in the passenger side of her mother's SUV. She got out in a hurry, spilling some items of her bag as she rushed to get inside. Cooper grinned like a lovesick jackass. Several minutes after class started, Danny walked into the classroom. The teacher spoke to her briefly before Danielle started walking towards her seat. Cooper kept nervously glancing at her, checking to see if she would look his way. After she got settled in, she finally did look behind her and all the way across the room. When their eyes met, he smiled and nodded at her. She smiled back faintly. He chalked it up to her being flustered about her late arrival. When the bell rang, she got cornered by some of the girls in class discussing something, so he didn't go check in with her about the reason for her tardiness. A little bit of water. Okay, there we go. Most of the week they ate lunch together, but on Mondays she ate with the other students who were planning to go to pre-med. He had gotten planned to go to pre-med. He had a weekly meeting with the wrestling team, so he didn't get a chance to talk to her until the day was almost over. Before their class had managed to catch up to her. Before their last class, he managed to catch up to her and fell in step alongside. You sleep in today? She jumped a little bit, glancing his way briefly before looking forward. She didn't look at him as she answered. No, my mom was running behind this morning and my dad's still on duty. Something still seemed off. Just before she reached the classroom, he said softly, Hey, is everything alright? She stopped just shy of the doorway, immediately having to step to the side to allow other students to pass her. Finally, she looked at him. He noticed her eyes looked tired. She gave him a reassuring smile and spoke in a casual tone. Yeah, I just kind of flaked on some of my homework this weekend, so I had to stay up late and get it done. I'm paying for it. Cooper nodded, cajoling their parent. Cajoling? Cajoling their parents into allowing them to see a band on a school night might have been a bad idea in hindsight. Coop got a grip of his book bag and smiled. Yeah, chill. Well, at least you're on the home stretch now. Just try and soldier this last hour, and I'll see you after class. She gave a quick nod and forced a smile, and they headed inside. Alright. It's chill time. Literally you writing that. Literally me reading that. Several students were using the rail system to get home. Different groups of different sizes walked together. Coop had one teammate and a guy in his auto shop elective class that he chatted with sometimes. Danielle had some teammates that walked with her. As they got off the blue line, they found themselves alone. Walking over to the red line, they climbed aboard and waited for the rail car to get underway. Coop stood instead of taking a seat, grabbed the nearest pole to her, looking out at his calm nerves before noticing her looking at him intently. Been sitting all day, need to stretch my legs. Coop looked down the opposite end of the cart, sucking himself up before turning to Danielle. So, hey. Danny spoke at the same time. I heard. Both fumbled and apologized for interrupting each other. Coop nodded at her. What were you saying? Danielle tucked her hair behind her ear. One of the girls in my prep study said she overheard Emma Parrington had a crush on you. Cooper stuttered, unsure how to respond. Oh, wow, I don't know why she'd like me. Danielle smiled faintly and shook her head. Why wouldn't she? You're a great guy, Coop. Any girl would be lucky to have you. There was the barest hint of sadness in her voice, but Coop was too elated to notice. This had to be a sign. He took a breath before speaking. Would they be? Danielle was lost in thought, her head snapped at his question. What? Coop straightened up and looked her in the eye, earnestly asking, would you feel lucky if you were with me? Because I would. Feel lucky, I mean. He continued before she had time to respond. For a while now, I've known that I wanted us to be more than friends, but I couldn't muster up the courage to tell you. But we're getting older and I... Danielle's tone was harsh when she interrupted him, sounding hurt. Why did you have to tell me this now? Cooper recoiled, inwardly confused. He knew he had to be strong and see this through. I needed to let you know because if there's any chance you felt the same, I had to try it before some other guy. She interrupted him again, still not raising her voice, but the anger in it was evident. So you wanted to get at me before someone else jumped ahead of you? Is that it? Who would want a girl that's used goods, right? Oh, she's mad. Be pissed. Her head shook. She lashed out at him. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her body was heavy with the breaths she was taking. Coop felt like he had walked into a nightmare. He couldn't help but let his voice get lower as his wounded pride crept in. What are you talking about? You know I'm not like that. I've cared about you for... Danielle jumped from her seat. The car shuddered as it prepared to leave the station. She stumbled slightly, reaching out to grab the same pole as him. She looked like she might break down. If he had to place an emotion written on her face, it was betrayal. Cared? I thought you were my friend, but this whole time you just been waiting until you could get into my pants? Am I just supposed to spread my legs because you've waited so patiently? Cooper couldn't understand what was happening. He scrambled for something to say, but just to stop before things went any further. Then Danielle continued, a mixture of venom and despair in her voice. Why bother chasing after other girls when you could just fuck the one next door, right? The bottom of his stomach fell out and his throat went dry. Danielle turned away from him and started crying in earnest, covering her face in her hands. He felt so small, so incredibly small. He was worried he might just blink out of existence. He stepped back as if he had been scalded by a hot stove. Desperate to be anywhere in that moment but in front of her. Sorry to bother you. He almost whispered it, his voice afraid his voice would break if he had said it any louder. He immediately went to the door, jumping straight to the bottom step and then to the ground, barely making it to the door before it closed after him. In his hurry to get off the cart, his phone came flying out of his jacket, bounced off the last step and clattered to the ground. He didn't notice between the pounding of his heart and the sounds of the station and strode away from the car. Danny heard the hurt in his voice, and she sobbed in her hands. Why am I doing this? None of it's his fault, she thought. But for him to say these things today, it had broken the dam on emotions. He had been holding in since the talk with her parents this morning. If she should be true with her feelings to anyone, it should be him. I'm so sorry, Coop. I didn't mean it, She was wiping tears from her eyes as she turned around, stopping when he wasn't there. Suddenly there was a sinking feeling in her stomach. She immediately looked around, seeing him walk around the side of cart, or to the next car over. She went to the window and pounded on it, calling his name futilely. The railway cars began to move forward. Realizing she couldn't get his attention, she grabbed her phone. She chose his name out of her contacts and held the phone to her ear. Just outside the door to the rail car, a screen on Coop's phone lit up with caller ID, showing a picture of him and Danny together. Coop went down the sidewalk with no destination in mind. He just had to get as far away as it took to not feel like this. When his mother died, he had learned that tears do no good. So many nights he had cried himself to sleep, begging God or any deity out there to just make her come back. Losing a parent so young has a way of hardening your heart, preparing you for a future heartache. But he hadn't let his mother's death make him bitter, because he still had people who loved him, that I thought loved me. The thought made him squeeze his eyes and grit his teeth. She was so disgusted by the thought that she broke into tears. How am I supposed to face her after this? Coop continued walking down the sidewalk, trying to clear his head. He passed a pool hall where a group of guys were hanging out in front. He paid them no attention, so engrossed in his inner struggle. One of them called out to him. He stopped, turning to notice Anthony Farina. Anthony strolled forward, flanked by 3 friends. Well, look who it is. You forgot where you live, Chicken Coop? Another of Anthony's nicknames that he hadn't heard since middle school. Coop didn't react. Anthony could fuck off and die for all he cared. He was done playing these games. As he turned to walk away, Anthony just had to open his mouth. Where's Double D, Coop? Some other lucky guy taking his turn? It felt like the center of his being was white hot, like there was an inferno in his stomach. He spun around and started straight towards Anthony. Anthony turned to look over both shoulders, heard that his friends were there. When he again taunted Coop. Oh, did you finally grow a pair? Coop didn't say anything once he got close enough. He delivered a front kick, or teep, T-E-E-P, to Anthony's midsection. Anthony, not being a fighter, braced himself in order to try and eat the blow instead of just letting himself be pushed back. This meant that the full force of the ball of Coop's foot dug in below his ribs, delivering a powerful blow to the area near his liver. He immediately clutched his midsection as he collapsed backwards into his friends, 2 of them going down to the ground with him. The one that didn't fall rushed towards Coop. Coop dropped his center of gravity slightly to throw the other boy off. He fell for it and went low as well, as if he were going to tackle Coop to the ground. Right before they connected, Coop stepped back and raised his body, grabbed the boy by the arm and shoulder. He let the boy's momentum push him back, back into the side for a moment before he threw the body weight on top of him, driving the young man to the ground. Take a little water break. The wind got knocked out of him instantly. Coop stood and backed away several steps, making eye contact with the two that were standing up after having been knocked over by Anthony. He glared at one and then the other, daring them to continue the fray. They exchanged glances and chose to instead collect their friends and drag them inside. Anthony was conscious for the most part. He brought his eyes up to Coop's, who couldn't help the grin that came to his face. He tried to convey all the disdain and contempt he felt for the bastard. He backed away from the entrance. After a few steps, he turned around and started jogging. There was no guarantee that they didn't have more friends inside ready to come out and beat the ever-living shit out of him as a comeuppance. Orange mango. Orange mango what? Are you drinking juice? Is that a sparkling water? What do you have? I have water. He got 3 blocks away before he dipped into a store to catch his breath. He walked over to the drink cooler and leaned his forehead against the glass. He felt feverish and a little giddy. He had wanted to wipe the smug look off that son of a bitch's face for years. It had taken Anthony bringing up Danielle for him to do something. Coop paused. Danny. Just thinking about her name made his stomach tie up in knots. He reached the cooler and picked out whatever was closest. Body armor. Is that one of them, sort of like Gatorade style water flavor brands? I think my cousin drinks that stuff. Hold on, I need to cough. It's a juice, not a syrup one. Ooh. He walked to the counter, partially dazed, the rush from the fight waning. He paid and thanked the clerk and walked outside, continuing until he came to a park. He found a bench to sit down on and just tried to not think about it, letting himself calm down as he took sips of his drink. He couldn't see how to move forward. He tried to work it out in his head. I told my best friend I love her, and she acted like I was the scum of the earth. That's not something you say to someone you care about, friend or whatever, right? If she didn't feel the same, then say so, but to shame him for daring to think that maybe the last 15 years had led to his feelings being reciprocated? He put his head in his hands, flashing back to their argument. His eyes watered, forcing him to squeeze them shut and squeeze them in his jaws to set. Huh? Why mute? Why mute for a cough? You don't want to hear a cough. Hold on, one second. Okay, there we go. Thinking about her was a jagged wound he couldn't see closing. Why was it so hard to believe Danielle felt nothing for him? Maybe she'd only stayed friends with him this long because of their close proximity to each other? I mean, you don't have to love me back, but to think so little of me while spending all that time with me? She was always going out of her way for people. Maybe she felt obliged to humor him. She'd become popular even before they'd switched schools. Getting into sports at this school had helped both of them gain confidence and make new friends. But she had flourished while he sort of floundered. Maybe she was tired of having him breathing down her neck. She could be annoyed because there was someone she liked and confession threatened that. He couldn't bear the thought. If she didn't love him, and if she didn't want to be his friend anymore, he would accept it. He wasn't so pathetic to beg someone who didn't care about him for scraps of affection. I've been there. I've done that. Oh, that's not fun. He could not stomach having to see her. But he could not stomach having to see her cast him aside like trash, only to laugh and smile at someone else. He'd drop out before that happened. He tossed himself in a hole and never come out. He felt crushed by the hopelessness, unable to stop the dark thoughts intruding into his mind, telling him how unlovable he was, scolding him for daring to place himself on a same level as her, and finally telling him that he'd be better off if he just accepted his father's offer. And then it all clicked inside his mind at once. That was it, wasn't it? The answer to the question on repeat in his head. What do I do now? Yeah, Pekka. Art imitating life, yeah. The only reason he had rejected the idea was her. He had balked at the idea of moving so far away from her, when the truth was, as it turned out, she would be a million miles away even if she was standing right next to him. There was nothing else stopping him from doing it, other than not seeing his extended family. Hold on, I need to sneeze now. Okay, sorry about that. This was Japan they were talking about. He was secretly thrilled at the prospect of getting to live there. His interest in the country had been piqued during Saturday morning visits to his grandpa. Japan had its own wrestling promotions. A ton of them. All of them good. All of them good. Just like the United States, much of the American talent cut their teeth overseas in their younger years. His grandfather was a cinephile at heart. He had stoked a young grandson's burgeoning appreciation for Japan by showing him classical cinema. Mostly, Chambara films. Featuring sword work. Once he gotten older, he also became engrossed by animated shows and films that were synonyms with the country. Yeah. So what reason did he have to not go now? Even if he talked to Danielle right now and she apologized, it wouldn't make it better. Go back to just being her friend and knowing how she really saw him. He didn't want to guilt her into being around him. Maybe they'd been together too long, and this was burnout for being stuck together for all these years. Despite how hateful she had been, he couldn't stop loving her. If anything, he cared for himself less based upon her appraisal of his feelings. He had been following her around all this time like a lovesick puppy, hadn't he? Maybe his father was right, and a few years away would allow them perspective enough to be friends again at least. If we were ever even friends, really. He thought it out with bitterness. He thought it only out of bitterness. He reached into his jacket pocket, looking for his phone, unable to find it. He checked his other pocket before standing up and checking his pants. He couldn't guess where it may have slipped out, either the railway, or the fight, or the run here. He checked the immediate area before giving up and tossing in the empty drink into the nearest recycle bin. He looked around to gather his bearings, orienting himself. His father had meetings Monday, so he left his office later, and the rest of the week. He set off in the direction of his father's office. That's the end of chapter 4. And I think we'll stop at chapter 5 right here. Right before hopping into chapter 5. I think that's a good chapter to leave you with a taste of the book. And let's open up Discord and drag Ran in here to answer some questions, shall we? I think that's a perfect place to leave you wanting more. And if you want more, I have a link pinned right there to the book. Fantastic piece of work. Like I said, I've read it twice, and I plan on trying to get other people to read it. There we go. You'll be waiting over there. Okay. I was just going to directly call you, but that works. Hello. Hi, Ran.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you are low on volume. Let me turn you up.
I need to do it on my side since I just got the
I
setup on the laptop.
No, it's definitely on my end. For some reason, my head volume was set for you to 65 when you should have been at 100.
Um,
There we go. I got you at 115 now.
okay.
Hydrate. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. Posture check. Yeah. Hello, Blanca. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So, Ran,
Yes.
good book.
Stop it.
No, let me get rid of my cozy blanket. Very good book.
That's the first time I've heard my words come out of someone else's mouth.
Is it?
Yeah, they, uh, as far as the other people that have read it, uh, the only person who I've actually like had like time with about it has been my mom, and she really loved the first four fifths of it, but that last fifth, it's because it's not just romance, it's fantasy, and
Yeah.
she doesn't really go for that. So
Oh, that's a shame because that last 4/5 is really good.
yeah, because I just kind of wanted to spin the because you watch anime and stuff, you
Yeah.
read manga and
Hmm.
stuff, so I wanted to kind of flip the way those stories go. I kind of wanted to flip it on its head, so I didn't want to just spend 15 minutes with the guy's life and then
Yeah. How do you feel about the spot I'm leaving off at?
I think that's a great I think that's a great spot.
That, yeah.
There's one part. It's the part where they get back to his. Well, okay, I won't go much further, but it's the part where he's showering at his grandparents' house.
Hmm.
I just love that spot because it's probably the most like playful moment in the book where like I was like writing it and I was like I don't know, it's not like etchy or anything, but it's I get to have more fun with the characters rather than just having them be like angsty or in
Yeah.
fights and stuff.
Spot that gave you a little bit of extra joy to write.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I have some questions prepared for you.
Okay.
You ready? You ready for the biggest one?
I'm gonna have to get used to it for when I go on the New York Times bestseller tour. So yeah.
So, I know this is. You said this is the first time you heard your words come out of somebody else's mouth, and I have to wonder what what was that push? What was that spark? What made you want to become an author and get your words written down?
Well, I spent a lot of years working at becoming a filmmaker.
Mm.
Ever since I was a teenager, I was in intro to filmmaking broadcasting class, and then that transferred over to me uh, being a volunteer, and then eventually an instructor at the public access station for my state, to where I ran like summer camps for kids, showing them how to edit, control cameras and stuff. And I always had to kind of put that stuff on the back burner for making money, paying bills and stuff. Where I live isn't like a hotbed of the uh, film business, so it was kind of a thing where I would work on it for a while and then I'd have to put it in the drawer and focus on making money. And then I don't know, I just kind of for me I kind of looked at what Hollywood's been doing for the last like 10 years or so, and it seems like the quality's really gone downhill. And I finally realized I'm like, I don't have to have like a Marvel's blockbuster if I can, if I can just get my ideas on paper and people read them, that's fine too. So I just decided to, I don't know, I would start trying to do something like light novels where I would just write like 200-page books and then just put those out for people. And then when I started writing this, uh, I had actually gotten an injury where I couldn't walk, and I was stuck in bed, and I had nothing to do, and I was binging anime and K drama, and it was while I was doing that that this old story that I'd been working on for years came to me, and I realized that the reason I had never finished the story was that there was something missing the whole time. And the previous iteration of the story was very different, where it was about a guy who was a detective who was trying to find his sister's murderer, and it eventually led into like an fantasy underworld type setting,
Mm,
and it
I
had
see.
some of the same like story beats and like underworld lore, but it was just there was something missing, and it was when I was binging all that anime and watching all that K drama that I realized that what it what it really needed was a love story, and it needed a love story that was uh, it was the linchpin of the story. It was like if it isn't for these two people being in love,
Hmm.
there's no reason for any of this to happen. Which is why that dedication to my niece at the beginning of the book, that's kind of like my tagline for the entire story, is a love worth burning the.
Yeah.
So that's why I wrote it, is basically just because I got paralyzed and I was stuck in bed for months.
See, that's, it's a good way to spend your time. Is when you can't move that much and you don't know what else to do with it, just start letting the words flow. Start letting your thoughts get out onto paper.
Yeah, yeah, I was in a lot of pain because I had damaged my spine and it was kinked like a garden hose.
Oof.
And they gave me pain pills, which don't help with nerve pain. I found out, and the one thing that did help was basically imagining myself as other people and making them say stuff on paper.
Yeah.
So
See, I see. I kind of know what it's like to have a bit of a writing process as well. Uh, my my mom is a poet as well. She's she's in a couple of books. She's actually been to Washington for a reward, like an award ceremony and whatnot.
okay.
I have to wonder, do you see yourself in these positions as well? Do you think, you're gonna get to go on the book tour? You're going to be able to get your name out there, given an award for your book? Is there anyone you would look forward to getting the most?
Uh, I've thought about it. I've got submissions in at a couple of publishers and agents. My experience from when I finished the book and putting it on Amazon, like I've had one response so far, which was because of the fact that I've already self-published it, they're not interested. Uh,
That kind of sucks.
yeah, it's I guess it's kind of like a liability thing where they don't know what has happened with the book beforehand, and it might just be something where they're just saying that to be nice. I'm not sure. Like I said, I've got it in with some others. The problem being is like the publisher that I'm most excited to hopefully work with is, ironically, because they're so good at it, is they have like a year between when you send in a manuscript to when they can get back to you, because everyone tries to go for them for fantasy.
Uh-huh.
So they were the first one I responded to, and then I was like, okay, I'll put it with them, and then I will put it on Amazon myself, and I'll just see if I can do between between my streams, between talking to people on social media. I'll see if I can drum up some word of mouth, and so far it has not been uh, you you and some of the other folks that I've met through the streaming stuff
Hmm.
have given me a lot of support. But as far as just uh,
Outside word of mouth.
yeah, and it's because it's weird in that it is basically it's a light novel kind of written by a Westerner. So explaining it to normies, use that term, uh, to mudbloods, whatever you want to call them, they
Jeez.
I can't really use like anime terms like isekai. If I say
Hmm.
that to kind of try and give people an idea of something happening in the story, they're not going to understand that. And for Western audiences, fans of anime and manga, not a bunch of them necessarily read the light novels that this stuff is based on.
Yeah.
And then also trying to convince them that you, as a Westerner, could do something they would like is also a bit of a pickle. So, and obviously, for a good portion of the last, because I put it out in June on Amazon, and for a good portion of that time, I was working 2 jobs to where I only had like maybe 3 hours a day where I wasn't working.
Hmm.
So it's been kind of a humbling experience where I spent so many years to where I wasn't. Probably part of the reason I never wrote a book is because I was always telling myself like, I mean, what's the point of writing a book? No one's gonna really care if you write a book. And then I actually wrote the book, and I felt really accomplished for a few weeks until I put it out there and started telling people about it, and they're like, yeah, you wrote a book. That's cool. Yeah. And then I never heard from them again.
I've tried to continue to get back to you on it. I know there was a little brief period where you might have thought I just stopped reading and forgot about it, but no, I have not.
I know. Well, so the thing is when it comes to uh, I don't, you didn't really say how we met, but it was through another streamer, another VTuber that you and I watch,
Hmm.
and obviously I tried to keep any discussion of any of my creative stuff out of that chat as much as possible, so that it didn't come off like I was trying to promote myself.
Yeah.
But when certain stuff would come up, I would mention it to people and just be like, "Oh, what are you doing today? Oh, I'm working on editing the manuscript, blah blah blah." And out of there was a few people where like I managed like kind of you know pressured them like, "Yeah, you should take a look at this thing I wrote." And you were the first one where I said I wrote something, and you just like posted like stare slash gimme
Yeah. Give it here.
gimme.
I want
I
to
want
see
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I really appreciate that you were the first person on online who when I mentioned that I wrote something, I didn't feel like I was selling it. I felt like you were beating down to my door to get it. So I really appreciate that.
Give it here. Open up.
Yeah.
Let me get it.
And it's funny because I didn't even know you would knew that area around Dallas that well.
Oh, I'm from Dallas.
Oh yeah, I did. I knew you were from Texas, but I figured you were from around Austin.
No, no, I'm from Dallas.
Well, it's crazy similarity because in the second book there is going to be uh, a little bit of an introduction to the larger world of that universe, and there is a uh, not a spirit of it, but a yokai
Mhm.
that has horns uh, that we run into with dark black hair.
Oh, do they happen to be red horns?
Yeah, they are.
The,
Dude,
does this
dude.
yokai happen to wear a red turtleneck sweater?
Well, the yokai is going to be kind of a leader of a troop of otherworldly beings,
I see.
and I haven't. There's some stuff I haven't quite figured out about it because I need to discuss it with the person who is the inspiration for the character.
Mm.
So I'll hit you up.
Oh, oop. Let's see. I've asked you, what sort of sparked it. I've asked, where do you like to see yourself go. I have a couple of more as well. Mainly, yeah, I know you mentioned niece, right? The
Yeah.
quote in the beginning. But was there anybody else that? Oh, jeez, that's loud. Was there anybody else who was also a bit of a spark of inspiration for writing, saying New World Homecoming?
Uh, well, I mean, quite a few. Just basically every because also wrote this book at a time when I was in, like I said, I was in a lot of pain, and I also was dealing with some other medical stuff where I was having issues with anxiety and panic and worry about, uh, health, mortality, and stuff. Uh, and I wrote the book partly as a because my niece, I don't get to see her uh, as as much. Like I used to see her like half the week, and now I only get to see her once every few months. And so I wrote this so that if like when she gets older,
Mm-hmm.
if she's kind of forgotten me, maybe she'll come across this book if she tries to look me up, and she'll kind of get a look into you know who I am and how I think. And then the other thing is, I don't know, it was because of the mortality and the anxiety and stuff. I kind of wrote it as a way to show that hey, I existed, I was here, and this is your way to like look into like basically my soul. Like it's kind of like almost a retelling of because I'll admit like I'm the inspiration for Coop,
Mm-hmm.
but it's almost like a not perfect, but it's a retelling of my life as a better story.
A sort of what I wish had happened instead of what happened type of moment.
Yeah, in some parts, like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so like self-referential that like obviously I don't wish that my mother had passed when I was young.
I,
Uh,
I don't think any of us hope for that.
yeah, but it was like basically I tried to make it so that the parts of like my history that I made better,
Yep.
I always made sure there was a cost associated so that I didn't make a character that eventually would be seen as like either like overpowered or just like lucky to no end. And
You,
so I
you
wrote
didn't want a Gary stew.
no. So like and that's like when it comes to the relationship with the childhood best friend Tomboy, Peak by the way, uh I made sure that uh I made sure that it wasn't based on any of the girls that I knew,
Mm-hmm.
but uh it's not based on any of them, but there's different parts of their story together where it's like what one of my first girls that I was interested in, and we were boyfriend girlfriend for very limited time because she turned out to be a bit of a delinquent,
Oh,
and it involved the police showing up. Uh, so I wasn't allowed to see her anymore, but she was a tomboy. And then there was a childhood friend of mine who I had feelings for, and that didn't uh, go well. But none of those none of those girls or women are like direct bases. It's just I don't know. It just kind of influenced, uh, I guess, what kind of drama and what kind of experiences I think would be most beneficial for like developing character in a person. And I wanted to make sure that Cooper had the right kind of uh, uh, I don't know, the right kind of background like later in the story so that you would understand how he could uh, eventually do some of the things when it opens up to the fantasy aspect, the fantasy horror, where you could imagine that someone could be this brutal but could still have a good heart.
Hmm.
And uh, just from like my time, like working in law enforcement, I I've under I learned to understand that you sometimes have to be a very harsh person, even if you're doing it for very good reasons. So I just wanted to make sure that Coop didn't come across as a edge lord, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's inspired by a bunch of people, but no one except for my niece, and wanting to leave something behind for her is like a huge inspiration.
I see. And I think that's very admirable uh, reason to have that as your inspiration. Just wanting to leave something for your niece in case you ever are forgotten and reached out to again. And I hope that you aren't forgotten by family and kept away from your niece or long enough for that to be a scenario. I hope you are seen as like the fun uncle who's cool to be around.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's just since once my she was my brother's daughter, and he has since passed.
yeah,
So it's just a case of the the
the
mother
widow,
doesn't
yeah,
feel that we're entitled to see her. So
terrible situation. But I
yeah.
do hope that should your niece ever need to try and find you, that she does find the book because it's a wonderful book.
Well, and hopefully she gets to read the next. I mean, so far it's like 8 or 9 that I'm thinking.
Hmm.
Uh, just so that it balances out to where she doesn't get to the end of this book and like that was really sweet for a while.
For a while, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's I keep trying to tell people because I told you that there was that lady who there's a girl who I know who works at a gas station near where I work, and
Hmm.
I talked to her about the book before, and I printed up a couple of test copies because they only cost me $4, and I just dropped one off for it. I was like, here, give it a read, tell me what you think. Like it's promotion for me getting that in people's hands.
Hmm.
And her coworker, who is in her 60s, I believe, apparently read the first 5 pages and snatched it for herself, thinking it was going to be like just a regular Harlequin romance.
And then it
And
wasn't.
yeah, and I haven't talked to her about it. I talked to her about it like once or twice while she was reading it. Like I just can't put it down. And then I the last time I saw her was right before she gets to the climax slash the exposure to the fantasy element of the story, and she literally has not made direct eye contact with
Oh
me since
no.
as I've gone to that gas station. And I warned her. I was like, listen, you are going to be reading this thing, and the first 4 fifths is like the Notebook. It is like a love story for the ages, and then you're going to get to that last fifth of the book, and it turns into Hellraiser.
Hell yeah.
And I'm like, it's like Berserk, right?
Hmm.
Like if if someone's only seen the anime or if they've read the manga whatnot, like when you're first reading Berserk, and it's like there's action, there's all this stuff, and then there's this great love story between Guts and Casca, and then it's just the eclipse happens, and the eclipse is just like I remember when the eclipse happened, I was I was angry, I was sad, my stomach hurt, I had to go outside. It was it's like it fundamentally took the story from what you thought it was going to be and made it something else. And that really inspired me with this story to uh, because in my story, unlike a lot of light novels, manga, and anime, I resolve the uh, the romance plot between the childhood best friends
Hmm.
in this book. I don't leave it like you're not going to have like 3 years of will they won't they. You're gonna it's their story as far as if they get together, that part concludes before the end of the story. But I wanted there to be like, because in most of these stories you have, like I said earlier, 15 minutes, and then suddenly, okay, let's get to the fun stuff. But I wanted it to be like, no, most of this story is going to be it's going to be just the real world with these two crazy kids, and you're gonna believe by the end of it that this guy would go to the ends of the earth and would slaughter anyone that he had to stay next to her.
And he already sort of demonstrates that even just being children here, from
Yeah,
what everybody got to listen to today.
yeah, and that's the thing where it's like, I experienced, um, like horrible bullying when I was a kid, and it was just the kind of thing where it's just like with Coop, it hardens your exterior a little bit, but it you can think that it hardens your heart, but it really just makes you, um, I don't know, it makes you more cautious, but it takes a long time for that kind of abuse to really harden your heart when you're a kid.
Jaded.
Yeah, it makes you'll get like, like edgy or jaded, but really deep down inside, you're even more emotional and you're more desperate for someone to latch onto.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way that Cooper is with Danny at that age.
And I think the way you write the characters is absolutely amazing. This obviously, this just the quality of work you put in. This is not the first time you've written something. You have written stuff before, but you've just not published it. I will find your
Yeah.
fan fiction account. I will find it.
Yeah, Phelps knows about it, and I
Yeah.
have. So the first fan fiction I wrote was for my favorite TV show of all time. It's one of my top 3 shows of all time, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I was gonna guess werewolf, but okay.
That would be a strong suggestion because I do love that show. It is cheesy in all the right ways, but no, it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it is an unfinished fan fiction. I never finished it, but I also wrote a couple of one-offs, and then I've also done for Please Don't Bully Me, Miss Nagatoro.
Oh boy, I have to see this now.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Is
I
that
mean,
the one Phelps found?
yeah. Well, I think yes, because I remember I was talking to Phelps, and Phelps just like, I don't remember if it was like he posted stare or something or what it was, but anyways, uh, Phelps just like,
Drop
I
the
think
link.
yeah, I think posted a link to it, and suddenly I'm getting like a little fox girl stare at me, like I know what you did. uh, so yeah, and that's for a lot of years when it came to stuff that I wasn't writing for short films and stuff. I was only writing the fan fiction because, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm I look like a lumberjack, and I I was a bit of a class clown when I was a kid, which was a way to deflect from the stuff going on, from getting, and like I say bullied, but it was more like having enemies because just like Coop, I fought back. But you use humor, just like Robin Williams. You look at people who are like horribly tortured, they use humor to,
Yeah.
kind of balance it out.
It's
Uh,
the prospect of, even if you can't make yourself smile, if you can make somebody else, then that might make your day worth it in the end.
and it's the most tortured people are the ones who know what a smile is worth the most.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And I said a minute ago that I like the way you characterize well. You write really well. There's a lot of the book, especially in these early chapters, when he's talking about having lost a parent at a young age, how it feels to just want to run away from everything, how it, when you lose somebody that young, you do feel hardened, you don't want to cry, but at the same time, you know that that's not the way to do it. A lot of that resonated well with me because, well, I don't talk about my father a lot. My stepfather was a good man, and we ended up losing him when I was only in middle school as well. And
Oh,
this really hit home with me as well for this, which is part of the reason I ended up reading this twice, but because I just really like the way you put this all into words.
thank you. Yeah, I lost my dad when I was 5, but it wasn't. Uh, he he was a source of kind of misery. He wasn't a good person,
Yeah.
but still the fact that he was gone, and it was a situation where he took himself out of my life, uh, and like I can think back on how he was and what kind of a hateful person he was, just being that young and just seeing him, and that's kind of like I didn't make Jack like my father completely,
Hmm.
but it's a way that, like, even though Jack, like, even in this part of the story, you can see that he's a stern man, he's a Marine, and he expects a lot from his son, and he believes in corporal punishment, to where he is not necessarily doing the things that would make someone the like most well-adjusted person, but he is preparing Coop in his mind for existing in the world as it is,
Mm.
not as the idealized place it should be. Uh, but the for me, uh, I lost my uncle when I was in middle school. My uncle Jack, who was the one who he was kind of like my grandpa from Willy Wonka, where he was a race car driver back in the day, and he had broken his back. He was stuck in bed.
Oh.
So I was basically, anytime my aunt and my mom went to town, they left me with him, and he would convince me to sneak into the kitchen, make him a cup of coffee because he wasn't supposed to drink that stuff. And so I gotta stay with him and hear stories about meeting the Rat Pack and Zsa Zsa Gabor,
Really?
Clark Gable, and yeah, because he was a big time stock car driver back in the 50s and 60s, and he got to meet, like, he met James Dean the day that James Dean died, because he brought his spider out to the race car track where my uncle was. So yeah,
That's cool as hell.
that's the kind of guy that kind of got me interested in telling stories, is because he told me stories about, like, my uncle Clive and Coyne getting a fight on some stairs with some like mafioso types, because he was also involved with the plumbers union, and just like the Teamsters union, stuff happens.
Hmm.
And so I got a real good ear for the way that people talk. Like, I also have a thing where if, like, I hear people with accents talk, it's very hard for me to not imitate their accent.
I'm guilty of that as well.
And I believe it's actually, there is a form of it that's actually a condition, where it's like basically like a chameleon thing, where
Yeah.
people, they have a hard time when they hear an accent, not immediately mimic it. That, along with the fact that I think I'm pretty much like an empath, to where I have the ability to, even if I don't agree with someone's perspective, I can find a way to understand it in
Yeah.
my head, which is the most important thing for writing other characters. Uh, I have there's the two people that supported this book, like, other than my mom. I mean, she has to, I'm her kid. Is you and a friend of mine from work, and he supported it, but he's not big on like physically reading. He does a lot of audiobooks,
Hmm.
but he passed it on to his wife to read, and she I think she called me an asshole at one point, uh, because of the ending.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say why, and then you said because of the ending. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
understandable.
it's just because it's not a one and done. Like, the story
Yeah.
doesn't end. It obviously means there's going to be more, and so it immediately ends, and she doesn't have another book to read.
Yeah.
But her two things she said was, there's no way a construction worker wrote this, and she was actually convinced that I was a woman.
Okay then.
which like when you're talking about someone writing a romance novel, it's usually women that write romance
Yeah,
novels. So, and I guess, I mean, I hope that means she thinks that I was able to see the characters of Christine, Danny, April, and them.
hmm
I was able to see, through their eyes well enough to not write them as just, oh, here's the love interest, here's the mom, here's the blank. I was able to actually breathe some life into them, hopefully.
you definitely did. I will say they didn't come off as just one aspect note characters where it's just a label and then you know that's what they are. Each character, especially when you switch from point of views like between Coop and Danny, they feel like in these moments they're actually the protagonist of the book themselves as well, and not just a side story or a side POV.
Yeah, and I got a little worried about that because there's one or two instances in the book where I felt
Hi, Phelps.
I there's a part where I go on like a 2 or 3 page tangent. Not tangent, but it's just kind of an aside where I tell like a little mini story about Danny's mother
Mm-hmm.
and her colleague from work. And like as far as story structure goes, there's a lot of people that would tell you that's a no-no. Like you shouldn't do a segue. But for me, it was very important that you like I didn't want her mom as a character to just be someone who just sat in a bubble
Yeah,
for the amount of time that we don't see her in the book. Because she's very important to these two and their love story. And I also just like that character because that character is kind of since Cooper's mom uh, had to pass away in order for
you needed somebody to fill the motherly role.
yeah, and I that was kind of the way for me to kind of put my mother, like parts of my mother, into the story. Uh, and so I wanted that character to have her own kind of impetus in the story. I didn't want her to just be someone who like is just like when they leave the concert, like okay kids, have fun, bye, and
Yeah,
that's all we ever see them. Because, like I said, if I get to do the whole series the way I want it uh, before I adapt it to other mediums, right now the stories that I have set up would be like 8 or 9 more books. So all these characters are going to have to carry a lot of weight
yeah.
story wise.
Oh man, and I've dabbled in writing as well. I understand, when you make a character, you want to flesh out every single aspect of them, and then you just hate it whenever you have to write them and you don't feel like all of their actual effort, the work you put into them, is shining through. And so you feel like you want to put more in and more in. Oh, I get it.
And that's why the the reason I was able to write this book is because I broke something that I've always done when writing,
hmm
and I can do this when doing scripts for screenplays and stuff, but I've never been able to do it when writing a book, and that's editing as I go.
Yeah.
In the past, I've always tried to basically when I noticed something, either I messed up or something changed in the story from the way I originally wanted it. I've always immediately tried to go on back and fix it, and then gone back to where I was. And it's kind of been like trying to change a recipe on a meal as you're cooking it,
I understand that one well too.
and it is not a good idea.
No, not always,
As
but
no,
you've made it work.
well, but I didn't do that on this one. I
Oh,
wrote the entire thing from beginning to finish without editing it all, and that meant that well, okay, I should say, I'm a bit of a liar there because what I did is instead of going back and editing previously, when I noticed something was wrong or a change I had to make, I would, from that point forward in the story, keep writing as if that change had been there the whole time. For instance, originally in this story, the timeline for the second and third acts was spent over a couple of weeks' time.
hmm
like I was originally going to have uh, him and Danny. It was going to be several weeks of them uh, interacting before it culminates in that big scene. And then I realized that there was these kind of feelings, especially with these characters. One, her, because while she is a good person, when it comes to him, she's a bit of a brat
Yeah.
because he is the one person she can be selfish with, and him, when it comes to women, he's a moron. And so,
Oblivious.
yeah, he is, and it's partially because of his feelings for her, but it's because he is. It's not that he's not thoughtful, but he also just like, regardless of how much he wants uh, Danny to like him, he
He's a dummy.
yeah, he still can't imagine that that would actually be true. Like he's like, it's, so he can't see the way she's thinking because he reads every interaction. He reads it as you would just, oh, that's she's just my best friend.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think since we're talking about character aspects and stuff like that and fleshing out, who was or who is your favorite character and who was your favorite one to write? Because I know those can be two different things.
My favorite character would have to be Franklin.
Franklin, really?
Yeah, obviously Cooper and Danny are, I don't view them as characters. To me, like I don't even care if this sounds creepy. To me, they're real people. Like, because like I've said, I originally started writing this story, or even thinking about writing this story when I was in high school,
Yeah.
and I'm a bit of a seasoned pup. Uh, so put it this way, uh, in the fantasy element of this book, the character who is the like, I don't know. Okay, put it in this way. So this book is urban fantasy and romance.
Mm-hmm.
Urban fantasy being just modern fantasy in our world, where sword and sorcery eventually came to the modern day. So if you look at, uh, like say Lord of the Rings as like a fantasy story,
Mm-hmm.
the character of Lytherin that is eventually introduced into the lore would be someone like Aragorn,
Oh.
and that character originally was from when the story back in high school, when I was going to be edgy and I was going to come up with a story about a werewolf vampire human hybrid. And
Underworld.
yeah, I, and I, mind you, I came up with this before that movie came out.
Oh.
And the name of Lytherin was me taking the names Lycanthrope, Nosferatu, and Human, and I took Lie from Lycanthrope,
Mm-hmm.
Fur from Nosferatu, and the Un from Human, and I did Liferin, and that was going to be the name of my like fantasy character that was a werewolf vampire hybrid. Okay, Liferin sounds kind of weird. So I just took the YF sound and I made it an ITH, Lytherin. That sounds like kind of mystical, majestic, And so I was working on the story, and then I went to the theater to see this new movie, and it's got a vampire werewolf hybrid.
This is like one of those son of a bitch moments.
Dude, that has happened to me a couple of times where it's
Oh,
like,
no.
and like obviously there's been once or twice where I've come up with an idea and I find out it's been out for 10 years, but there's been a couple of grabs where I've had to like check, check my internet to make sure I'm not getting sniped or something.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Uh,
Put on
so
that tinfoil hat for just a little bit. Make sure
yeah,
that you're not
just
getting your brainwave scanned.
give my little bit of smug self-importance that's not warranted. It's fine. And so the Lytherin character eventually, I kept wanting to make that the focus of the book, and then I eventually realized that it was like, no, I'd rather tell like a modern day story and then just have like a really great backstory to go along with it, which hopefully I'll eventually adapt into its own series, kind of the way that Star Wars originally was.
Now, that answers the first part of that question. What about the second part?
So one sec. So it was the first part was who's the favorite character, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is Franklin, and then what was the second part of the question?
Who was your favorite character to write? Like, who
Favorite
was
character.
who was the one you liked fleshing out the most and like writing whenever you got to their scenes and stuff?
Uh, I would have to say Danny because it, part of making she grounds Coop as a character,
Mm-hmm.
and like because Coop has his like little self introspective, like occasionally he just like he has a bit of a pity party sometimes where he's just
Woe
like
is me.
yeah, like he's not outwardly feeling sorry for himself, but he's just kind of like he just kind of he's accepted that his existence is like he just believes that he's probably not meant to be happy from what he's experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and her purpose is every scene she comes into, she's like, no, you have a lot to be happy about. You're a great person. Stop being a jackass. Uh, and I, yeah, getting to do that where like, because I sit down to write a scene and I'm writing as Coop and I know Coop is me,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like Coop is the part of me that looks back on all the bad experiences that I've had and wants to be like, man, the world kind of sucks. It's not really a great place. And then Danny is the part of me that knows that there's still great people out there, knows that there's been moments of joy even with pain, and is like, no, you're just on the dark side of the moon right now.
Yeah.
Just keep pushing through. So I like having Danny, and I always enjoyed having Danny show up and having her basically be like uh, the you know the silver lining in any scene because it it's cathartic for me to write Coop
Mm-hmm.
and to get that stuff out and kind of show people like this is how I've always felt.
Yeah.
But it feels like not preachy, but it does feel a bit like you're having a pity party. So then being able to poke fun at yourself by having the girl show up and be like, you get to hang out with a cute childhood friend tomboy. Stop crying.
Yeah. So, so Coop is more like the retrospective self-loathing, and Danny's like the voice you wish you had. Telling you cut that out.
Yeah, it's like Coop is uh I don't know, he's like the version of us who if we could we wake up they're like when you have bad days or bad weeks or bad months or whatever, Coop is that version of you that wakes up and is just looks at the door and thinks, what if I don't go out today?
Been
And
there.
yeah,
Been
and
there.
as have I. And Danny is that part of you that is like outside tapping on the window, being like, "Hello, the sun is shining." Uh, and that's gonna be like as the story goes on. Obviously, because you've read it. Coop is desperately going to be in need of
Mm-hmm.
someone tapping on the window saying that there's still sunshine.
Did I get to be your Danny whenever I was outside your house banging on your door going, hey, give me the book. Help, let me see the book. Give me the
Yes, that
pages.
that was a pivotal moment where it was what it gave me. I use what so many people have told me is like they call them like 10-cent words
Yeah.
where and there is some times like where I need to go back and like because I did make that mistake sometimes where I have to remember that like not every character has the same level of vocabulary as the author.
Mm-hmm.
So like teen, preteen boys and girls might not necessarily use such adult language. So there is a few instances where I'm uh, if I do get with a publisher, they're probably going to make me go back and be like, you need to cut this part out. You need to make this language a little bit more relatable, stuff like that.
Well, you could at least call these stuff you've sold on Amazon so far the rare first print edition before the publisher got hold of it.
Yeah, yeah. And it's there's a few things that I like stipulations where it's like, uh, so I did everything for this. Uh, like I bought the software to format it myself, and I sent it to Amazon, and then I printed off the test copies and like find out where they made, like where their typeset makes mistakes.
Mm.
I designed the cover for the book. Obviously, I just used MS Paint.
It's a good
Uh,
cover.
I've since updated the cover just because Amazon didn't like the previous one because it was such low quality. And obviously, if someone does pick up the book, they'll want to redo it. But I want to keep somewhat of the same, uh, because I eventually plan to adapt this into an ongoing uh, comic slash graphic novel,
Mm-hmm.
basically manga, and then eventually into an anime if I get my wish.
Yeah.
Uh, I will want to find an artist to draw the characters because the characters I used, there's software which is like genealogy software where you can take two pictures of people and you can meld them together to see what their kids would look like. And I did that to create basically a starting character description for Cooper and Danny.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I see.
So and I used myself and someone else for Cooper, and I was actually surprised because I didn't realize I was that good looking. Uh, and then I did that with Danny as well, and so at some point I'll actually need to either do Kickstarter or either through a publisher if I work with them to find an artist because I want to basically release the book at that point, and then certain moments in the book will actually have panels to go along with them, just like in a light novel. So the scene there at the Dart station, where she rejects Coop,
Mm-hmm.
would would be like the first moment where a scene is actually depicted on the page. Uh, in what I'm hoping I'll be able to work out like a meld of like Western and Japanese animation
Yeah.
styles. So it wouldn't be like necessarily like shonen or shojo or have like the super large eyes, but hopefully still have eyes that would be descriptive and would convey like some soul.
Yeah. That definitely soul is the right word to use for that for sure. Eyes are the portal to the soul, and me personally, I always like really detailed eyes. That's why I have my whole thing with my eyes changing color and glowing and stuff like that with my lore.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and like I said before, is because so my model that I use for my streams is actually basically this is Cooper at the beginning of the story when he's younger. He has a mop of brown
Mm-hmm.
hair, and then the model that I'm eventually hoping that I will conscript someone will be Cooper uh, after the time skip at the beginning of the book. So shorter hair, more muscular, taller.
Have you ever thought about using, since the model's based off Cooper, just using Cooper as the VTuber name?
I considered it part of the reason that because I streamed under a different name before, and that was when I was primarily streaming World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I've told you this that there was an instance where World of Warcraft is a game where people can get upset about the interactions they have with other people because of the fact that you can kill each other in game,
Yeah.
and people took their frustrations over getting killed in game and stuff out of the game. So I actually left Twitch, and I only came back to Twitch because of the content creator that you and I found each other through.
Yeah.
And that content creator let it be known that she joked that she stalked her fans uh, on Twitter. That like anything we post on there, she would like go to Twitter to make sure that it was backed up. and I decided, since I was using my stream as a way to promote the book, that I would just pick a new name, and that would be my actual name.
Yeah.
So it might be something where if I do use that in the future, and I get to put on the flame eyes that I have set aside for him, uh, I might do something like that where while I'm streaming, I'll basically go into character as Coop.
Hmm.
I'm not 100% sure about that because the stream is, with how busy I am with work and writing. Gaming, uh, gaming is a huge part of my life. In another life, I would have become a game developer instead. Uh, Same New World would have been like the first game from the new Hideo Kojima rated.
That would have been
Uh,
that would be really cool.
yeah,
Of
like it would have
course,
been.
instead of pounding on your door and give me the pages, I'd be like, let me play test it. Let me
Yeah,
give me
I mean, well,
give me
and
the copy.
I mean, honestly, as like a visual novel type game, or one of like the JP, like what the personas and that type of stuff,
Yeah,
this story would work great for that.
they really would.
Yeah.
JRPG for sure.
Uh, so yeah, in another life I might have done that, but it's I don't. Again, with where I was at when I wrote the book, with like the part of it was kind of it's kind of like a last will and testament for how I was worried about my health at the time. And
Yeah.
at the time, I couldn't get out of bed to go shoot a movie, and I couldn't get out of bed to go learn to code. But I had my laptop, and I could prop it up on my belly and just start typing away. Sadly, I'm not good enough at drawing to where I could give the story, give it the artwork that I
Yeah.
feel it deserves. So
I get
hopefully,
that feeling.
hopefully in the future, I can do storyboards for my time doing short films and stuff. But hopefully at some point, I will be able to find uh, someone who I can work with well enough. Like I said, to hopefully I want to develop somewhat of like a new art style for it.
Hmm.
Uh, but I want to do something like I said, a big part of me for the animation is the eyes, and so I want it to be just like, say, like a show I really love, Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean there.
The animation, and not just for Gojo's, but for everyone's eyes, is done really well. I mean, his especially because they're so strikingly beautiful blue.
You know
Uh,
what show has really good eyes is Chainsaw Man.
oh yeah,
Yeah, but
now you're making me sad.
no. Why?
I'm because I'm um, picturing what Power showing up the door. Or,
Oh, bang.
yeah, yeah.
I've
I mean,
I've thought about Power too. I look at my horns and I go, on this model, they kind of remind me of Powers.
yeah. And the part of this story, or part of the reason I changed to writing novels and stuff is, like I said, is like I feel like, at least as far as me, like I still watch obviously anime and I watch K dramas and stuff, but I
Hmm.
really feel like Hollywood is like, nowadays it seems like if something isn't like a guaranteed property or sequel, they don't really
Yeah.
give it the time of day. Like all they care about is like Marvel or sequel, and we don't get a lot of the art house films that we used to get. And uh, but also on the flip side, there is a lot of stuff that when you watch anime or read manga, there's like me as a Westerner or as a foreigner, I don't get to like see, like, obviously I don't get to see my culture represented, or a lot of stuff that I recognize from everyday life because it's either manga from Korea or manga from Japan.
Hmm.
And this was kind of my way of like, the Japanese light novels were actually inspired by the pulp novels that America used to put out way back in the day. So it's just like how our pulp novels inspired them. they inspired me, where it's my ability to be like, I want to see one of these stories with all the same cool stuff that I see them put out, and put like my spin on it, to where like a story like, say, like you said, Chainsaw Man,
Yeah.
or even like Jujutsu Kaisen has shown, is like these characters keep undergoing like these horrible events, just like we have The Walking Dead, where just horrible stuff keeps happening, and it's all doom and gloom. And I just thought it would be really nice if you could have a story like that was horrible, but then also have another part of a story that was really beautiful and really hopeful. And and that's the Coop and Danny story, is the Romeo and Juliet against the odds, you know,
Light at the end of
bloody,
the tunnel.
yeah, blood and guts, but there's also, the promise of getting to go home to the woman.
Yeah. Homecoming.
Yeah,
Which,
and I might have to drop that, because like I said, I'm still an amateur when it comes to some stuff. Usually, when someone sees a subtitle on something, they imagine it's either the second or third or whatever of something. Usually, the first thing just gets like, boom, title, and that's it.
yeah. Well,
But I was being pretentious writer, dude. So
I wouldn't call it pretentious. I think Homecoming is a fitting one for that. And, when you told me you wanted to drop Homecoming, or you might have to drop Homecoming off and just refer to it as that on my schedule, I was a little bit, I was like, oh, okay. And even people noticed whenever I changed my title on Twitch, they're like, it doesn't say Homecoming. Where's that at? And I was like, you have to ask Rand about that.
yeah, I'm hoping that they won't, uh, because I don't know. It's the Homecoming uh, title. I mean, the word, honestly, the word just feels like, and this is a line I use later in the book, it feels like taking a blanket out of the dryer right when it's done and putting it around you.
Yeah, I know
Just
it.
it's a warm feeling, and we get some not so warm feelings later in this book, so it's nice to have that to fall back on.
Yeah, it's
I
also so that's also kind of why I was like, everybody grab a blanket too
Yeah,
while you're listening to this.
yeah, like I said, I don't know that they're gonna necessarily make me do it. It's gonna be something that, and well, I have to find a publisher first, because, like I said, some of the more popular ones, there's a pretty large thing out. And you know what? Maybe, because I had like one person who said they have a relative who is close to publishing. I haven't heard anything back from them. Where, like I said, I'm going to probably put something together to try and make a Kickstarter to fund a adaptation of this, to make it into a series of graphic novels.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I can stay self-published and do it myself, I will. But it's also a thing of, with my work schedule and stuff, it's hard enough to have time to start writing the sequel and make time for friends and gaming. So we'll see.
Speaking of making time for friends and gaming, earlier in the stream I was talking about setting up collabs and stuff. When are we doing ours?
For what game? What do you want to do?
Our company is kind of going a bit under right now. We need to send some people out to go get some money for us, right?
Well, you know what? I'm getting the thermal paste today after the stream,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that Lethal Company would be too hard for me to do, because I'm on the headset on the laptop,
Mm-hmm.
and Lethal Company would work fine on my laptop. So whenever you want, if you want to do just a play of us, if you want to get Phelps or any of them in, I'm down.
Absolutely. We'll definitely have to talk about it after stream.
Yeah, and you know what? Don't be surprised if I go a little zen on you, because I know you're thinking about it.
I go zen on people already. I will randomly. I'll be making my schedule, kind of like how with you. I will write it in my schedule first, and then ask you after. See if I have to take it out.
Are you a stop sign or a shovel man?
haven't made it past day one, man. I've been watching Zen play it. I forget how to sell things, and so I'll collect shit and then just lose immediately. I'm like, how do I sell things again? It's like, I've seen so much of this game. How did I forget this?
Oh, you'll forget to go back to the company
Yeah,
to
I'll
sell?
I'll forget to go back to the company. I'm like I had $400 worth of stuff. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Zen is because it's funny you see like occasionally like I don't see this so much in the chat of the streamer that we watch when they play with Zen,
mhm.
but like you'll see some people in other chats they don't get it that it's like everyone is in on the joke. Like
Yeah,
everyone knows what Zen is doing and why she's doing it. She's doing it because any of these games that they play, if they just play them straight, it's not gonna be fun. I mean, like it's yeah, you'll have fun watching it, but it's just gonna be kind of after a while.
yeah,
But having the sort of Damocles that is Zentreya hanging over your head just makes it so much more thrilling to watch.
for sure, for sure. It's all in good fun, and some people don't get that.
Yeah.
You know, still on the topic of the book and stuff, and since we've brought up Zen, another person from Texas, by the way, another Texan VTuber, I have to ask, why choose Texas?
Well, originally it was going to be set in Detroit.
Really?
Cooper's family was going to be involved in the automaking industry in Detroit. Uh, and it was going to be kind of thing like obviously Detroit isn't as big a deal when it comes to being the Motor City anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I started off writing that, and after I think I might have only got, I don't even think I got all the way through the first chapter before it was kind of, I looked at it and I was like, why did I pick Detroit? And I just thought to myself, because it's a city. And I thought it would be lame to just pick my city, and also my city isn't as big as something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I took a step back, and I was like, well, put more thought into it. What is like, because the way that I wrote is I basically came up with the bones of the story, and uh, like I said, I've been writing this for years. So when I mean the bones of the story, I mean like from like I already have from the beginning of this story all the way to the end through all of the books.
Yeah.
I already have that all in my head, uh, but it's like I still need to put all the skin, the blood, the guts, the organs, all
Yeah.
that stuff in. But it's like key moments, at least as far as the ones that I have picked out now. I know how those all go. Originally, it was going to be back when it was like a detective story starting out. It was going to be, like I said, about a cop working in a city. And I picked Detroit because it's the kind of place you could imagine there being kind of grime, a little bit of. And then when it switched to being two young kids who grow up into like maturity and stuff, I was like, okay, so what else happens in the story? And I'm equestrian. I mean, like I don't actually get to be around horses anymore, but when I was younger, I did because I had family that was involved in the rodeo and stuff and had ranches, and that's part of why I wrote that for Coop is because I miss losing out on that, just from like families, moving and stuff, lost access to be able to go out and like uh, because his family's ranch is like away from Dallas, like a good half hour,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the kind of the way mine was. And unlike him, I wasn't able to get access to go out to the ranch all the time. So it was a part of my life that I got experience for a little while, being around those like that family and doing that stuff, being around horses and stuff. And it was something that eventually lost out on. So I wanted him to have that. And once I wrote that, I was like, okay, well, ranchers, cattle, and stuff, and uh, in order for there to be a way for Coop to leave the story believably, his family had to come from a certain amount of wealth and stuff. Well, how would that happen? Well, ranchers, that's part of it. Well, Texas, what else is in Texas? Oil.
Yeah.
And and that came to, I'm like, okay, well, why is this family doing all this stuff? And I'll be like, well, uh, families like that usually come in that type of stuff usually are really industrious because they're getting set up in a new country because they boom immigrated. And my family's that way too, where we immigrated here from Scotland, uh, and so
Scott, really?
yeah, I did. I for the longest time I was told Irish, and then I did a genealogy search, and then it came back Scottish. But
Wow.
it's yeah, so which I don't have a kilt yet. I'm looking into it.
Have you ever thought of doing that thing where you buy like a square foot of land to become a lord?
That would be pretty awesome. And then I'd go find some guy named Rob Roy and like try and get him to fight for me. Uh, so at that point I was like, okay, Texas. I'm actually uh, I'm a big fan of history,
Hmm.
and so like the the history of Texas, the separating from Mexico, the Alamo, all
Don't
that
forget.
stuff. Yeah, I've always been super intrigued by it, and I was like, well, this gives me an excuse to learn even more about Texas, more than what I already know. And it also seemed like a good place to put the I don't know. It seemed like a good place to write a love story, and for the way that Goop and Danny's characters are, where
Hmm.
they're both kind of uh, like salt of the earth people. Like they're very like they're not. Neither of them is stupid, but they're just kind of like simple people who could like, if the story ended up with them just moving out into a ranch house of their own and just looking after animals, they'd be perfectly happy doing that the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And so yeah, getting the chance to learn more about Texas, and it's part of it being uh, the history of Texas, having it be like a battleground. Uh, it made sense for what eventually is going to happen in the story, where it does kind of become a bit of a war zone.
Yeah. And Texas definitely is.
Yeah,
And very fitting venue. I'll just say that I always love when people have their stories set around areas I know.
yeah, and that it's like eventually for a certain part of the story, we'll go to Austin, uh, and we'll get to experience kind of like if you ever saw like the Hellboy films, where it's kind of the hiding in plain sight thing that the underworld characters do.
Hmm.
We'll get a little bit of that on our trip to Austin.
I feel like there's a good anime that does that really well. Kyokai no Kanata.
I don't know that I've seen that one.
I'll have to send it to you.
Or I might have just seen it with the English
Beyond
title.
the Boundary.
Is that the one where the boy who's immortal?
Yeah, the guy, the boy is immortal, and then there's the girl
Oh,
with the blood powers.
oh man, that one makes me sad.
I know it's a good
Well,
show, but
it is really great, and he's a close kind of that same kind of Cooper-esque
yeah,
personality, where it's like, no, I don't really care about anything, but he's just hiding. Like, I mean, dude, all of your friends are secretly just waiting to.
yeah, yep. But I think they do really well with their hiding the yokai and stuff in plain sight with their like magic barriers and stuff.
Yeah, I was really bummed on that one where they changed the what was it, the VA for the girl,
Yeah, yeah.
because I have a thing where I try and actually watch all animes I watch.
Hmm.
I try and watch the sub and the dub, just to like compare them and stuff, and also because me a lot of the time, when I rewatch a show, if I'm rewatching it, I'll do it while I'm doing something else like gaming or writing, because obviously I don't give myself a lot of time for any like one hobby.
Hmm.
So there's some animes where I'll, if I can and I feel like if they're done well enough, I'll watch them in dub when I do rewatches. Like one of my favorites, what is it? For some reason I'm forgetting the Japanese powder right now, but it's Ore something. But it's my love story, and it's a story about a young guy who is like a big burly lumberjack dude. Go figure.
Ooh,
Who is
yeah, I think
who's
I know which one.
yeah, and it's the one where the like he has a best friend named Suda who is like a shonen boy, uh, and yet the big oafish character is actually the MC who gets a
Yeah.
girlfriend in the show. Yeah, I love that show.
Mm, mm.
Not just because it lets me live vicariously.
Speaking of shows, I have to ask. You said this is inspired by anime and K-drama. Is there any in particular that stand out as inspiration, other than like Berserk and stuff?
Oh, yeah, there is. I mean, one that uh, there is a show that it's actually an anime original. It doesn't have a light novel or a
Oh,
manga, and it's Just Because. Have you ever seen that one?
I don't think I have.
It's honestly one of my favorites, but it is a show where uh, it for me it's like Golden Time. You've seen Golden Time?
I've heard of Golden Time. I haven't watched much anime. I think my completed list is only 30 long, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, and that's simply due to real life scenario stuff that I was sort of kept from watching stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But those shows, both of them are ones where after I watched them the first time, I
Hmm.
hated them, and it was partially because my own prejudices and my own life experiences. Is that there was parts in the story that were it was uncomfortable for me because it was too close to reality,
Mm.
and then but there was something about it where it was like you can't watch a show or experience like a form of artwork if you have that strong of a feeling about it, good or bad. There has to be something there. So I gave the show Just Because a rewatch a while later, probably months, might have been close to a year. Something made me rewatch it, and it was maybe I just hit some kind of emotional maturity milestone where I was able to see character motivations from a different light. It's like stuff that pissed me off, say like in the first few episodes, like why would a character do this? This doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
And then you don't think about that, and then you go on, you finish the story, and then rewatching the story, having seen the ending, you're like, oh, well, this creator is actually genius because now that you've seen the end of the story, you realize that this character just wasn't saying this one simple sentence they could have said to fix stuff, and instead was keeping stuff bottled inside.
Yeah.
And uh, it, it helped me honestly with my writing stuff because I it made me while I was writing there's moments where you come to stuff like events, descriptions, dialogue. Dialogue's a big thing where it was like don't don't baby the readers and like don't try and uh, don't treat your readers like they're stupid. Like where you'll watch a movie or something
Hmm.
and like a character just walks on screen to say one sentence of exposition to where it's like why did that guy just walk up and say that? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Well, it's just so you as the reader or watcher knows what's about to happen or knows what's going on. And I that stuff always bugs me. So there's certain moments where it's like I just have to write stuff a certain way to where I feel like I'm laying the breadcrumbs for someone to have an ah moment
Yeah.
and to not just feel like I'm basically like whispering in their ear like, hey, this means she secretly likes him.
Yeah. I feel like most things these days have a problem with hand holding,
Yeah.
and you do really well at avoiding that and actually laying the context, laying the ground for everything to fall into place later.
I hope I did.
No, you really do. I'm not kidding, and I'm not just gassing you up or flattering you when I say you are a very good writer, sir.
Oh, stop it.
No.
Nope, don't. don't feed into my ego because
I'm gonna
it's
feed into it.
huge. Don't feed into my banner image is an image of me literally holding a tree. I have an ego.
The,
Stop.
the picture on the back of the book is literally you holding the tree.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to pull in the female demographic. I can't
Mhm.
help it. Because the thing is like I call it an urban fantasy romance, but it technically you could look at it as a paranormal romance,
Mhm.
because it does fit in that genre. There's some distinctions between the two genres, being that I believe they say if you could take the romance out of the story and the fantasy element is still the same, then it's not a paranormal romance. In a paranormal romance, the romance has to be key to the story. Well, this the romance is the story, but definitely in this book. Uh, so per that, this would be considered a paranormal romance, like Twilight or the Sookie Stackhouse series.
I don't think
Uh,
I've heard of that last one there. The
True Blood,
True Blood. Oh, okay. I have heard of True Blood.
yeah, I forget what it's actually called, the book series, but I always just refer to it as the Sookie Stackhouse series.
Mm.
Uh, I think it's actually maybe it's the Sookie Stackhouse Chronicles or something, but I can't remember. But so for that distinction, technically this book would be considered a paranormal romance, just like Twilight or any of those. But there's other parts of the story that would make it veer back to being considered urban fantasy. It's probably going to end up just being a thing of if a publisher looks at it and whatever they think would sell.
I see. You, I definitely think urban fantasy fits this really well. I can see paranormal fantasy, but I think urban fantasy fits it really, really well.
Yeah, and that's again, it's the kind of the thing because I'm not a super seasoned author who knows all the rules and tricks and stuff.
Hmm.
Is like just like with the older lady who read this, and with my mother, it's like you might alienate some people because people might, you know, like if people go to a bookstore and they pick up my book off the shelf and they read the first 10 pages or the first two chapters or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, this is gonna be a super sweet little love story," and then I am uh, later in the book writing in descriptive detail about uh, someone having heads ripped off. That's that might that might cause a little bit of a moral
A little bit
panic
of
in some people.
whiplash there.
Yeah, and I'm you know what I'm honestly fine with that because like I'm a Clive Barker is a big inspiration for me. Uh, I love like I've read his stories and there's beauty and there's horror in them.
Hmm.
Uh, and then I love Charles Dickens. Great Expectations is one of my favorite books. Uh, Story of like Pip and growing up and becoming a man. Charles Dickens' like ability to write characterizations of people. You were talking about Eldritch horror and stuff.
Hmm.
H.P. Lovecraft. I'm a fan of him, and I mean, you know, I won't.
Of his works. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a bit of a. He's kind of like if Edgar Allan Poe was like tortured like mentally. Lovecraft just had like a tortured soul or something like where he wasn't able to connect. At least when he was like younger, from what I understand, when he got older, he like looked back on his life and realized he had been like myopic and nearsighted and stuff. But that's why I like Robert E. Howard.
Hmm.
Robert E. Howard wrote Conan and Solomon Kane, and that dude was just like a quirky dude who liked writing stories for publications. He didn't have any like drama surrounding him or anything.
Let me see. Look my notes here. I want to make sure I've hit every talking point I have. But I definitely,
And then the Q and A.
yeah. And then the Q&A. You know, if people want to start throwing questions out in the chat, you can absolutely start now. But okay, I think this might be my last one. But when it comes to, a sequel, yeah, I know you said you had about 8 or 9 planned. Do you know how you want to execute it? Like, I know you said you have like the framework in your mind, but there's
Yeah,
there's a there's a big difference between having it in your mind and finally getting it written down.
yeah. Well, so the problem being is since I wrote a fantasy book, uh, like you know that I lay a lot of groundwork at the end of this
Hmm.
book. That's the one problem is there is towards the end of the book, I have to lay the groundwork for the entire fantasy world, like at least like lay all the breadcrumbs out and be like,
Yeah.
this is what we've stepped into, and I have to now I'm in the process of I'm working on the story for the second book, but I'm also because the timeline goes back to the creation of the universe.
Yeah.
And that's I gave myself a hefty job to where I basically have to rewrite or write my own version of history all the way back to the creation of everything. And
Good luck.
some of those yeah. Some of those moments, I mean obviously a lot of it I'm just going to use, cheat sheets, you
Hmm.
know. But I'm going to have to look at certain things from a different perspective, like events that are described in our, all the different mythologies that we have, all the different religions. I'm going to look at those from a new light, and I'm in the process of doing that now, to where I'm basically building, kind of like if writing a story is like being a chef at a restaurant and making a good soup.
Hmm.
Right now, I'm laying all the groundwork of writing all of the history of my universe, just like a good chef has a good stock,
Yeah.
a good stock soup that they just pull from every day over years and years and years.
And a good stock
That's
takes a while to make too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing with this. Luckily, like I said, I've been writing this for years.
Yeah.
The problem being is that I've been writing this in my head for years, and then what's soon to be this last year, I immediately took some of the biggest parts of the story, being the characters, their motivations and stuff, and I flipped them on their head.
Mm.
And so now I've got to go back and kind of change what that means in the story, what their relations will be with like villains
Hmm.
and just stuff like that. So obviously, unless I break my back again and have another excuse to lie in bed for 3 months, uh, it's going to take some time. Also, I was kind of on a thing where I was trying to push the book. I wasn't being, I don't think, too obnoxious. I wasn't going out and just posting links and chats,
Yeah.
but I would just go on like a YouTube video for like an anime with like a tomboy or childhood friend character, and I was like, oh, this is a good story. Kind of reminds me of my story. And like, if someone clicks on my bio and then looks at it from that, but any more than that, I didn't do much of. I talked about it on my stream. Uh,
I definitely liked popping in and just watching you type and edit stuff.
oh, when I did the editing stream,
Yeah.
yeah,
I've been watching you since then.
oh, yeah, I like doing that. The problem being is like I can't do that during this portion of the outline
Yeah.
because it's like, oh, here's the end of the book in spoiler.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that
Uh,
now that the book is actually out and tangible to get and buy, you can no longer do that because anybody who shows up at the stream will see the next part.
yeah, and so the all the books that I've got planned so far, it's kind of like I've got, uh, like I said, I know the way the song goes.
Hmm.
Like I know the tune where I can hum it the whole way through as I have it written. Uh, and there is because coming from being a visual storyteller to where I wanted to do like film and TV for so long, like, and I don't know if other authors do this, but
Hmm.
I imagine some of them do, where it's like I said, I eventually want to turn this into an anime. Like to me, if I get to be the creator of it, the anime would be the ultimate form of this story. Because when I was writing this story, I wasn't envisioning real life characters. When I'm writing the story, I am seeing the anime of it play in my head.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing like the uh, what do you call it? I'm seeing like the epic throwdown battles uh, like happen in my head, visualized as like anime, like either manga panels or anime and stuff.
Yeah.
And
The
so
storyboard of it.
in every book, I try and write as like a season of that show. Whereas like I originally was going to do it, try and do it like a light novel and just write like 200-page books at a time. If I had done that, this first book would would end when Cooper gets back,
Yeah.
and that felt kind of cheap. Like it's almost kind of like I felt like no, for this first one, and maybe the rest of them I'll do as full length, kind of like Western style, 110,000, 120,000. But for this first one, I treated it almost as like a series premiere,
Mm-hmm.
where like most of the time when you have a show, like back in the day, they were 45 minutes long, but the series premiere was a full hour and a half because
Yeah.
that was movie length. So this first book, I wanted to tell the complete story, uh, the complete story of the kids, and him leaving them, having their falling out, and then him coming back, and the event.
Oh. Oh, did we lose Ran? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I think Discord actually just went down. I think Discord itself must have went down. I'm still on the air, right? You think your headset died? No, I just opened Discord. There's a big ol' red exclamation mark on like 7 of my different servers I'm in. I think Discord just went down itself. Okay, that kind of sucks. Middle of an interview to have happen. Welp. Yeah, no, I can't get into any other Discords I was in. And I know my account get taken down because this is on not all of the servers, but a good chunk of them. Hold on. Do I have any other voice apps? Hold on, let's just do this. Let's just do this. Because I think it's just server side, like the different servers clusters themselves.
Okay, so the actual call still works.
Yeah, like I said, it's not all the servers, like 7 or 8 of them out of like 15 are down for me, but I can still get into
Oh,
DMs and call.
look here. Oh yeah, I see yours and one other one that I'm on is showing a weird exclamation point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here.
I forget, what were we talking about when we went down?
You're talking about how you could see sort of the visualization and how.
Oh yeah, so I like when I was writing the book, I
Yeah.
basically in my head I was just writing an anime and visualizing it as an anime. So every book that I have so far is a season of the anime basically right now, with the main plot that goes through, and then different plot lines, like obviously you have the main plot and then 2 or 3 other ones that go through, because like I said, I wanted it to be more like an ensemble. I didn't want it to just be, here's the Cooper story, to where he is the main character, and then there will be an opportunity at one point to tell a story uh, without Cooper from another character's perspective, but that's a little bit of a that's like an Easter egg towards the end of the series.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck happened here. Sorry. But I am I'm still because if my server's in danger, that's a big. I think for my last question before we open up the floor for Q&A, I had was, on the back you say you decided to put your money where your mouth is. Do you feel like you've accomplished that so far?
Remember where I said I have an ego?
Yeah.
And I think it's a healthy ego because like I see where I have shortcomings as an author to where like I said with the vocabulary stuff where like I use words where like I could say like what was the one, conscientious, right, where like Coop was conscientious. I could just say Coop was being thoughtful. I didn't need to use like a complicated word when thoughtful is perfectly good, and thoughtful is even like conscientious, like you be conscientious to a coworker, right? When you don't eat their food,
Yeah.
but you're thoughtful when you do something for a friend. So I do see where I have work as an author, but I gotta admit I I think this book's fucking awesome.
You,
Uh,
really?
I do. I mean I do, and I don't know. It's like, and like I said, the part where the sudden shift in tone at the end of the book, it's like everything in me as like a person who like knows about writing and is a fan of books
Mm-hmm.
was like, is like there's going to be so many experts or like just people who would be like, oh, you shouldn't do this towards the end of the book. It completely changes. I'm like, but that's the point.
Yeah,
Is like,
that is the point, though.
yeah, it's like because as you know, this is I like to consider this an isekai story, but it's an isekai in several different fashions. Uh, all of which there's like different isekai stories that happen in this, and when I say isekai, I don't mean someone magically transported to another world across the universe, but is that isekai in the sense that someone goes to another world, and the first time that happens is a secret that no one will ever know but me. Uh, but the second time that happens is when Cooper goes to Japan
Mm-hmm.
because he is a uh, while he over the course of the time he's there, he is a tall white foreigner uh, in another country, and he doesn't speak the language well, and so he is in another world. Just like when we see an isekai protagonist go to another world, he doesn't immediately speak the language, and he doesn't look like the other people.
I think it's still funny because the audience is still just looking at it, even though we only read 4 chapters, and he still hasn't gone yet, and he's still young. Opened up on him being still 5 foot, with still under 6 feet, unlike his sister. And so when you say he's tall white foreigner, and all they know so far is just still under 6 foot, I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, and it's well because another part of the character was uh, like obviously when you write a character like in the recent years you have like One Punch Man, you have what is it, Eminence and Shadow, and you have all these other stories with these overpowered MCs, right?
Yeah.
And it's like all of these creators and mangakas are like trying to like live up to like Goku or something, like the ancient power scaling discussion of can he solo Goku, right?
You can't beat Goku though.
Well, I'm gonna try at some point.
You're gonna try.
Uh,
There,
we'll see.
It's the funny thing is there's plenty of people who can beat Goku. DBZ fans are just like that though.
Oh yeah, and it's like, well, and here's the thing, it's like to talk about like power scaling, like can this character beat up another character? I'm like, and that stuff always kind of irks me, and it just makes my grit my teeth. I'm like, okay, is this character a better character than Goku? Because if you can say that, then I'm like, okay, let me show me what you got. And it's like, and these overpowered MCs that have sprung up in the longest time, like my first big anime,
Mm-hmm.
like my first like true love anime, Cowboy Bebop.
Good show.
Spike Spiegel would get bodied
Mm-hmm.
by a lot of other uh, a lot of other anime projects. But you know who's gonna look the coolest getting his ass kicked?
Spike.
Spike
Yep.
Spike fucking Spiegel. I'm sorry. He is
I mean,
he is a he's a cool character.
absolutely,
And
yeah.
and he's a character that you feel for even though he tries to be aloof. And there's a little bit of him in Cooper too, where he's tall, good looking, and yet he's still got like these sad eyes. Uh, and yet even though he doesn't always win, like in the Cowboy Bebop movie, like he gets
Yeah.
ass kicked pretty bad. You're still like he's the character I root for because he is uh what is the word I'm looking for? He is like a genuine character. Like you feel like someone actually took the time to make them and didn't just write a character that can beat up everyone else.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to do with Coop is like I eventually like if I wanted to show at least my feelings on if you're going to make a character overpowered, give them the struggle of taking the knocks to learn and to grow
Hmm.
and become more powerful, and also give them something worth fighting for. Like because like in like some of these shows or stuff you read, it's like okay, this guy can beat up anyone, but why?
Yeah.
He's just born that perfect.
That's honestly a reason I don't like isekai as a genre.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a big reason why I did this. And also another reason is because, like I said, the whole 15-minute introduction, like there is, I forget the name of the one right now, but it's the one where he dies when he was supposed to meet his childhood best friend. They promised to be together. He
Hmm.
gets reincarnated as a young boy who loses his mother, and then the girl that he was in love with gets isekai to the same planet. I can't remember the name of it right now,
Well, hit me
but
up
it
with it when you
was,
do remember it.
but yeah, I'll find it somehow. But it was really good in that it actually gave you some time, and it gave you an emotional tie to his previous life.
Hmm.
Whereas most of the time, you just spend like 15, 20 minutes with some character, if you're lucky, and and then that suddenly becomes like there's no backstory or something. It's just like, well, they were in another world and they had a completely separate life, but now they're in this place and that's all that matters. And I wanted to set it up to where the thought of Cooper having to leave this all behind would make you sick to your stomach.
Yeah.
Like this is like for him to get sent to somewhere else would be a fate worse than death. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm horrible. I get done talking. I'm like, did I answer the damn question? I forget.
No, you definitely do answer the question, and I'm
I
thinking
answer
on what.
questions the same way I write. I just
Yeah.
prattle on, and eventually I have 330 pages.
No, I highly appreciate the prattling. Gives me
Um,
time to think of the next stuff to ask while also digesting what you say.
yeah. Do we have
Uh,
any questions from the audience yet?
uh,
Not
uh
even.
I don't see anybody, but yeah, let's. I guess if we have any cues to be aid, if we have any questions from the audience about the book for the
I think Maine's asleep right now. Otherwise, I'd be hearing
thing.
troll questions.
True. I know Phelps is somewhat here. Evie couldn't make it, but I definitely wanted to read it today.
Hi, Evie in the VOD if you're here.
Hi, VOD Evie. But I definitely, I do have, like I said, I had like a list of 30 that I whittled it down to 6 because I felt like stuff was self-answered, and as we just talked more, answered itself as well.
Well, so well here for me, uh, I want to hear the questions that you felt were self-answered because I haven't I haven't heard really anything from
Hmm.
anyone that has read it. Like even my mother, all I got was the whole I like the first 4/5, and I don't know what you were doing the rest of the time. Which I mean, granted, she's bought 2 copies of the book. she supports it, but it's
Hmm.
like I haven't gotten like any really good feedback. I mean, obviously you're giving me this. It's great. You did a good job. I read it twice. I mean, you're buttering me up, but I want to hear like, like what, like, you talked about how the part of losing a family member, and you talked about your stepdad and stuff. That stuff resonated with you.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
is
it did.
there is there like the stuff that you had questions on, but then you read it when you read it again, or you thought about it? Like, what are the questions that you had that you felt kind of answered themselves?
Well, a lot of it was about Coop and like where his journey's taking him. But then as you read it again and you read it more, you get those aha moments like you talked about, and I'm like, okay, now this is clicking. Now I can kind of understand. I can strike that out as a question that needs to be answered.
Yeah, the second book is definitely going to be a lot more like I'm not going to say one note,
Hmm.
but it's definitely going to have the same uh it's going to have the same beat the whole time, where uh the relationship story and the fantasy story, whereas in the first book it is 90% love story and then 10% fantasy. This story will be 50-50, where those two stories are basically fighting for space
Yeah,
while also trying not to collide. Whether or not that happens, you'll have to read to find out.
very true. And I guess another question I had that sort of self-answered was you talk about how those last four fifths, or the first four fifths, and then that last fifth have that such just jump in themes. And when you talk about how it will lead into the second book, that's why I'm like, yeah, it does make sense. And anybody who might say otherwise, they might just not see what you're going for, but I kind of see what you're going for there. And you were saying yourself that you feel like you shouldn't have, and that you might be chastised for it.
Well, it's not like I I I, I definitely think there was no other way I could have written the story.
Mhm.
Uh, but I think as far as what is accepted by most storytellers and authors and people who have read the same books and write the same stories and over,
Mhm.
they would tell you that it's not, if it's not acceptable, they would say it's not proper, it's not the norm. And honestly, that makes me even more glad that I wrote the story the way that I did.
Norm
Uh,
when it comes to art, and writing is an art. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's highly subjective. Do you fit a mold? Maybe not theirs, but you fit the mold that is Ran and Rand's work.
and I wrote this, like, I feel like most of the time that these creators of the stuff aren't even fans of the stuff they're writing, because you go into like chat rooms of like people who read stuff that we do or watch the anime that we watch,
Hmm.
and you like, for the romance stuff, you're like, okay, why is the MC a dipshit? Like, why is this guy so utterly clueless for so long? And most of the time they don't give a good explanation. And I feel like I at least give an explanation for, yes, when it comes to women, my character is dense.
Hmm.
There's a reason for that, is because one, he's obviously standoffish after the last time that he put his heart out there, and the second being is that he doesn't really have a high opinion of himself, so he doesn't feel like uh, two doesn't add to 2 plus 2 doesn't add to 4 to him when it accounts to a girl having feelings,
Yeah.
because he doesn't see himself as someone that would be worth that kind of interest. Whereas most of the time, uh, you have these characters in these shows and stuff who, it's like, he's a good looking kid, he's got a good build, he's relatively smart, and there's a girl like with goo goo eyes latching onto his arm, and he just had, or like, jumping into his bathtub in his house, or waking him up in the morning, and he can't guess that this this girl is in love with him. Uh, it doesn't make sense to me, some of the choices they do, where it's like, I mean, it makes sense to me from like a, I understand as a creator, like they want to keep stories going, so
Hmm.
you can't have an MC who's self-aware.
Yeah.
You can't have a guy who the light bulb goes off in his head and he realizes the way that things are, and you can't have a like a female main character who, is just like, no, enough of this shit. We're gonna have this out and we're gonna find out what's going on. And I was just like, okay, well, what if we did that story? What would that look like? And so it's like, this was my opportunity to, like, all of the stuff that I see in stories where it's like, this isn't real, this isn't genuine, and it's also
Hmm.
just not, like, it might have been entertaining the first time you guys did it, but it's not now.
Yeah.
Now it's just you guys, and like, you see this a lot of times where, like, you'll see an anime or a show, and then the next thing you know, you see like 4 or 5 copies of it.
Yeah. It becomes tropey, and
Yeah,
when it
and
becomes tropey, it's kind of like the death of a genre almost.
yeah, and honestly, I don't know if hope is the right word, uh, but it's like, if this does take off, I could see this almost as like, not like the anti-hero part, because there's plenty of anti-heroes,
Hmm.
but it's like trying to do the anti-trope story or the reverse trope story.
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go before you just kind of like stop doing like tropes and stuff. So that's what I did, is I just tried to like come up with, and that's like the Odysseus Moore character.
Hmm.
Uh, you know this because you've read the book, but his character becomes a little bit more important as the story goes on, and then at the end, and I set up his character because, being a bit of an older fan of like shows and stuff, is like in the 80s and 90s and stuff, we had characters like Murtaugh Briggs from Lethal Weapon,
Yeah.
uh, and we've had, who is it? I want to say, oh, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and what's his name? But from the movie They Live.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple of great like movies and shows with, you have these two guys from different backgrounds, different ethnicities and stuff. They don't understand each other's cultures, but somehow these two become brothers.
Hmm.
Like through shared experience, shared trials, shared goals, they learn to understand each other, their cultures, what their lives are like. And also, in obviously, a part of the reason I wrote the Odysseus Moore character was from watching Jujutsu Kaisen. There is the character of, uh, during. Did you see the movie Jujutsu Kaisen Zero?
I have not yet, but I
Uh,
I've read a lot of the manga. So if it
so,
covers any
so
of
there's
that,
so there's the guy that runs around with Yuta Miguel, right?
the clappy dude, or no?
Uh, no, that's Toto.
Oh no.
But
Okay.
Miguel he's a dark skinned character.
Oh, oh yeah, that, yeah.
I don't believe he's 100% black. I think he might also be even Brazilian or something.
Hmm.
I think he might be mixed race or something. But he was like a really strong character, and then you see him get, uh, beaten up by Gojo and stuff, and I was like, I didn't write Odysseus Moore to be just like a representation character for the black community,
Hmm.
but it was something where it's like, you don't see a lot of characters in anime and stuff, obviously, because it's, usually like set in Japan and stuff, where you don't get to see like a really badass character from, uh, other ethnicities and stuff. And
Yeah.
I wanted to, I don't know, because I know a lot of guys online who watch anime and stuff, and there's a lot of like members of the African American community who are anime fans,
Hmm.
and I wanted to almost like, I don't know, just give those guys someone they could see in themselves being a badass on screen.
Yeah. And I kind of agree with you that a lot of the time when darker skinned characters are brought in, it's usually they're not given a time to shine. They're not, allowed to take the spotlight.
And
I can
it's
agree.
like, yeah, and I get some of that is just owed up to the culture of their, you know, they're writing like even though their stuff is popular over here, they're writing for they're Japanese writing for Japanese.
Yeah.
So their uh, that's not their concern. Me, I'm a person where I when you come to like representation, I I'm able to, like I said, I'm empath. I'm able to see myself in any character, right?
Yeah.
So whether they're black, white, Asian, Hispanic, I am able to like relate with that character and I'm able to enjoy their story. But for me, being able to see a character that like if I ever do get to make this into an anime,
Hmm.
knowing that I created it and that Coop is basically like the idealized version of me,
Hmm.
getting to see that on screen is going to be a special kind of joy.
Yeah.
And uh, with how I've had discussions with you know uh, with guys who don't get that from anime when it's such like anime is kind of like a love or hate it like hobby,
Hmm.
uh, like playing World of Warcraft. And I just wanted to, I don't know, it seems like those characters hardly ever win in stories.
Yeah.
Uh, and I wanted to give, uh, I don't know, it feels weird saying like give them a voice because I'm a white creator,
Hmm.
but it's just like because I like watching reaction videos for different animes and stuff,
Yeah.
and it's like I watch these reacts of like where it's a room full of like young black men, and they're watching like Jujutsu Kaisen, and they're talking about Gojo, and it's like they're 100% invested in him and his character, and it's like they're not upset over the fact that they're not seeing representation of themselves,
Yeah.
and I'm like, but I want these guys to be able to be like that's our guy,
Yeah.
and that's what I hope to eventually do with the Odysseus character, where he's going to basically be the Apollo Creed to Cooper's Rocky.
So that's a good analogy. Him
Yeah,
being the
where
Apollo.
it's where it's like they're friends, but don't get it twisted. They want to test each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're friends, but then they don't go out of their way to make friends, and that's what makes the best friends almost.
yeah. It's like the fact that like these two guys could literally spend the entire day in a room and not feel the need to speak to each other
Hmm.
just to not hear silence is what makes them such good friends. It's like if they have something to say to each other, it's because they want to say something to each other.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
there's still gonna be antagonism between the two of them, just because of the way the story is that both of them are kind of unmasked by the end of the story to each other,
mhm.
and they're forced to interact going forward. But it's gonna be a path to get them back to where they were in this story, where they were just two guys who were friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you're it's
Mm.
it's so like so weird talking about it. It's because it's like because I've been envisioning the stuff in my head for years.
Yeah. And so now you actually get to talk to somebody who's read the works and
Yeah, it's like I mean it's like doing a more visual art form where it's
hmm
like I've been building this sculpture for years, and it's like telling people about it. Like I've told people about my book and stuff,
hmm
and it's always just been like a well that's quaint. And then it's like I finally showed someone the sculpture, and they like put their hand over their mouth and gasped, and I'm like, what's happening? You're People aren't supposed to show interest in this stuff.
like I walked up to the sculpture, I take a step around it and I go, hey, what's that?
Yeah,
What does
there's a
this
lump on
mean?
the back of its head.
But I think another thing that resonates with me when it comes to Cooper as well is the fact that you made him like a wrestling fan. It's like, hey, that's me.
Yeah, because that was me when I was a kid. I still remember. So my mom took me to see. It was it was here in Idaho, and it
Hmm.
was the match that it was the match that I remember of the night was the $1 Million Man versus Hulk Hogan,
Ooh,
and I was wearing my Hulkamania shirt.
You were a
And
little Hulkamaniac.
I was. Uh, Obviously, now looking back, hindsight being 2020, we
Yeah,
know we know he's kind of a dirtbag.
yeah.
Uh,
But
but
he did have you
and
saying your prayers and eating your vitamins, huh?
right, and I was also a big fan of Andre the Giant as a kid, because I just thought it'd be cool to sit on his shoulders.
Oh, oh, oh. You're getting raided. Wow. Hello, Near. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. We're just doing our
Hi,
wrap up.
Near.
We're doing our wrap up interview with Ran here, and we were just getting ready. We were asking people if they had any questions about the book and whatnot. So if you guys have any questions, by all means, drop them in chat. Ran will answer them.
Yes, I will.
Let me get a shout out for
Uh,
Near.
and for the wrestling thing, that's why I put in there about also the Japan promotions and the smaller markets and stuff, is because, like, for me personally, I didn't get to see much of it. I only get to see like 4 like VHS recordings of it, but I really like, part of me wishes that like WWE, WWF, whatever you want to call it, had never got the monopoly on it,
Yeah.
to where it would have stayed almost like games in a territory, where it's like different parts of the country had their own things,
Mm-hmm.
and it just, that's, it's like, just before, like, I guess, like the worldwide K-fob being basically the narrative that wrestling is like
Yeah.
real and it's all happening.
You say K-fob? I say kayfabe.
Kayfabe.
Yeah.
I've heard it both ways.
I actually in early Hinya chat, I would tell people, hey, don't break kayfabe.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't break
Because
kayfabe.
yeah, because people want it to be cute, and I'm like, she's the cute thing. You're not the cute thing.
Yeah.
We're not watching for you.
You don't get to be cheeky. This is her stream.
But and obviously, like I said, like talk about the Japan wrestling, like some of my favorite wrestlers, like granted, he, like, eventually he suffered like so many concussions that he got like brain trauma and had a mental break. The tragedy, Chris Benoit.
Yeah, Chris Benoit. Damn.
Yeah.
What was he called in Japan? Was it Pegasus Kid?
I don't remember. I remember he was Crippler here.
Yeah, the Wolverine, Rabid Wolverine.
And Eddie Guerrero is probably one of my big ones, because he had like, there's so many wrestlers who, like, they try and put on this swagger, but it's like, and also another one I gotta give props, because he's probably one of the most savvy guys, with Scott Hall.
Oh yeah, the bad guy.
Yeah, Scott Hall. I think he came up with the shtick for the Undertaker even.
No. He came up with the idea for Crow Sting.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He came up with, yeah, he was talking about, because he was talking about, well, which is also another inspiration for the story, the Crow.
Yeah. Also,
because it's a,
thank you for stopping in Near. It's okay if you got to raid and go rest.
Hi, Near. Thanks for the raid.
Sorry. Continue.
But like the movie The Crow, obviously, young guy, shot, stabbed, and thrown off a building.
Sucks about Brandon Lee.
Yeah, and I know, like, the actor in the scene, like, that would torture him for years afterwards. The fact that it happened. And it makes me glad that Hollywood, like just like the John Wick films, they've moved away from using not live rounds, but from using the cap rounds, that just because the wads can still hurt people.
Yeah. Well, they're still having issues with fake dummy rounds. If you remember what happened with Alec Baldwin on that one set.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, stuff came out even like a couple weeks ago that it's like there's a scene where he's even questioning like the safety of it as he's on camera. And then, like, apparently the person who was the armorer, like, was actually letting people shoot live rounds on the weekends when they weren't filming.
Jesus.
So I think it just goes into part of what I was saying, where I feel like Hollywood is just kind of like the professionalism there. It's just kind of gone away, but it's sad.
Yeah. But
the the thing about the Japanese wrestlers is they're so technically proficient.
Hmm.
It's like if you because you watch wrestling to this day, right?
Yes, I do.
I don't currently watch it. It's kind of like I've got so many. Uh, it's almost I have like too many hobbies
Yeah.
to where I had to like lose one, and the one that I lost earliest was wrestling. I lost it after when it became like the PG era, like
Yeah.
basically after like the early 2000s.
You lost it right around John Cena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's just because I got older, so I started getting into like UFC and actual like combat sports. I was training martial arts and stuff, and
Hmm.
it made sense. Uh, but I've always been like I'm still a huge fan, even though he's like out of the game now. Undertaker,
Hmm.
uh, Crow, Sting was like probably one of my biggest moments in wrestling when he was coming down from the rafters and stuff. And like I said, I always loved like hearing about even from my uncle and stuff about the time of when like wrestling was like you had like Jerry Lawler going on, who was it, David Letterman, and
Yeah.
smacking uh, Andy Kaufman.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, like and that's back in the day when it's like people believe these guys were like and that'll even come to play in the second book.
Hmm.
Uh, in that we basically the second book will have uh, let's just say it gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only word I'm gonna say
Okay.
to describe the
Okay.
second book is gladiators.
I'll say back in the early, like right at the tail end of territory days. You have like I mentioned, you had Deep South, you had NWA, WWE, which was what their territory was, New York. You got everybody, Stampede. It all worked together, but also I'm sort of glad that it sort of unified. It didn't have to be under Vince, but it did happen that way.
Yeah, because it made for a more cohesive entertainment experience.
Not just cohesive, it made it more accessible, because with the
Yeah,
territory days you could only watch the people you were territory in, and so you didn't get to hear about the other people.
yeah,
And
yeah.
now
I mean,
now everybody can be on the screen together and actually have their names out there, not just
when
being known in their state.
I feel like it was better for a long time that way.
Hmm.
At least until, like I said, it like I don't want to be like a purist. Like it was good until I stopped watching it, but it was like there was that sense of danger. Like when you're seeing the boss's son
Yeah.
take a 50-foot jump off the jumbotron, when you have Mick Foley who is getting his teeth like pushed through his
In his
upper lip.
nose. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's real.
Yeah.
Like that is like forget the fact that like Undertaker and Mick Foley don't hate each other and stuff. Forget that stuff. The stuff that they're doing is like holy crap. And you like even when you're seeing a guy palm a razor blade to cut his forehead, like
Cough, cough, Ric Flair, cough.
yeah. It's like who is it? Dusty Dusty Rhodes, his kid.
Dustin or Cody?
Uh, Cody is
Uh,
the one who was just left for where was it, AEW,
yeah.
and that, but I think he came back again. I don't know because, like I said, I'm not following it very much. But like his forehead is scarred up,
Hmm.
where he's got like a bump on his forehead from all the
Yeah, you got that scar tissue.
from all the razor slits he's taken. Where it's like in the like the 90s, especially like around 96, and I mean a big part of this is because of the WCW WWF days.
Hmm.
It's like I just don't feel like it can ever be better than that.
Yeah.
Like when you're having like Kevin Nash take a cup of beer in the face, which I think is warranted.
Yeah.
Uh, but it felt, and it's like yeah, I was a kid, so there's that aspect to it where it was like those were my like titans. But it's like I love that it felt there was what's that word that I like to use? Scuff.
Yeah.
The more scuff that something has, it just helps it feel more genuine sometimes. I feel.
And you feel like
I
the
don't
the
like
older
stuff being
days,
polished.
yeah, you feel like the older days had
Yeah.
that sort of scuff. Here's the question though. I know you say that like you went through without editing, and then you had an editor look at some pages and change pages. Hearing me read the old pages and not read the new pages, and you've read the new pages, do you prefer these old, more scuff ones or the new polished ones?
Well, and so it's honestly the pages that I had them read
Hmm.
was it was actually only up to about where you left off.
Oh,
And
so that's
honestly,
a good comparison right there. It's the exact same pages.
and really the only changes that they said, and like here's the thing is, they made changes where I was just flat out like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Because there was stuff like one thing they said was the part where after Danny turns him down, they said you should make it more like make it more clear that he's going through something, like say that he's in like physical pain, and I'm like, no, because I already do the part where he can't hear the fact that his phone falls out of his pocket because his heart
Hmm.
is thundering in his chest, which shows you that he's really like anxious about it. And then like he has to go into the store and put his head against the glass cooler
Yeah, like
to cool himself down because he's so hot-headed. Not just about what happened with Anthony, but also about the fact that his heart's just been broken. So I'm like,
yeah.
why would I write more than that just to like really overdo it? Like I put in subtly that he is experiencing, physical distress. I'm not going to do more than that. So honestly, the only change that they advised that that isn't like a grammatical like, put a comma here, do something like this,
Hmm.
is right at the start of the book. The first 3 pages, I go on that half a page little tangent about the history of the Bogdan family,
Yeah.
about their history in Texas, and I basically took that out because I realized like that slows down those first few pages when it's supposed to be them going on the date, and I'm like, we already find this out through the course of the story for the most part. Like we
Oh.
already know that they have family because we have Jeff who's working in the auto industry, right?
Hmm.
We have his aunt and uncle who are doing the ranching and stuff. Uh, and so we already know that they're immigrants because we talk about their heritage and their complexion and stuff. So I was like,
Hmm.
so that part where we talked about them being cattlemen and miners and all that stuff, I was like, that's just kind of like I put in a half a page of exposition there, but it's like I already kind of organically tell all that stuff,
Yeah.
and anything that I don't tell here, I can go over in the other like in the next book. So I took out that little half page of just talking about their, like the families decided unilaterally to move to America, and then they fought in the Texas War for Independence and stuff.
Hmm.
I was like, I don't really need that, and I feel like it kind of slows down those first few pages, and I want you to kind of feel the excitement that he feels of going on this not a date with Danny. So
Yeah.
that is the only actual like content removal where it's like, boom, I'll take that out. Everything else is that they suggested that I was like, yeah, I can see that. Is just like a word change, like I said, conscientious
Hmm.
instead of thoughtful, just stuff like that. So no, it's like there's still gonna be plenty of stuff in the final version of this,
Yeah.
to the point where it's like if a publisher comes to me, like if a publisher came to me and be like, okay, here's the deal, we feel like the story is really great, and we feel like if you change that last myth and you just ended the story either with Cooper dying for his first love, blah blah blah, or you do something where uh, it's just a straight love story. Just do something different.
Hmm.
And they offered me $1 million. I'd be like, no thanks.
Yeah. No, because taking that out definitely you take away a core piece when you take that
Yeah,
out.
and
And
and like I said, go ahead.
I feel like without that, I know you've had a few people look at you differently after reading that last part, but I feel it's necessary to set the tone for the second book
Yeah, because it's like
because having
I
just a
mean,
jump from I'm sorry, but having
go
just a
ahead.
jump from Oh, let's end it right here on sappy love story. Next book, people are getting their fucking limbs ripped off. That's too big of a jump to not have something in the first book leading into that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like I honestly, when I first started writing this, I was like, when I made the change, I at first considered doing a straight isekai.
Yeah.
Like, and you know this. There's two instances of Truck-kun in this book,
Mm-hmm.
and both times, Truck-kun gets. So the third time, uh, so and like there's part of isekai story because the first isekai,
Mm-hmm.
the first big one, was John Carter of Mars, which was a pulp series from America. That
Really,
was
John Carter was isekai, huh?
yeah, because he goes to like sleep on Earth and then he wakes up in a new body on Mars, another world. There
Fair
has
enough.
been there has been an isekai story before that, from like centuries before. But as far as like mainstream like book or whatever series,
Mm-hmm.
John Carter of Mars fits the bill for that.
I never thought of it that way, but now that you explain it like that, yeah, actually.
I know it's the same thing when you look at Attack on Titan and say to yourself, "That's a mech."
It is a mech series, thank you.
It's it's a messed up one, and I have a mech series of my own plan too.
Ooh, fun.
I have a mech series. I have a uh, zombie apocalypse series, and I even have another isekai series planned that is more. I won't say it's plain isekai, but it is the you know like a group of kids from our Earth goes
Mm-hmm.
to a fantasy
Are we talking more Narnia or Digimon?
world. We're talking more. So you remember the one I was telling you about where the guy, uh, like, has this childhood
Yeah.
like friend that he loves, and like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like that one. So I'll give you the info on that one. You can look at that one, and I'll say it's kind of like that, where it's more
Okay.
like, well, like imagine if someone from our world went to Naruto.
Oh, you know what? There's actually not Naruto, but there's actually a funny mini run of a series where somebody from our world, with the knowledge of the story, wakes up in the body of Yamcha in Dragon Ball Z, and they try to change the story so that
Oh
that way
wow.
not only they live because they know how bad Yamcha is, but they also try and change it just to give him a little bit of a dub. I think that was an interesting aspect of having that meta knowledge and trying to change fate.
Yeah, I honestly, with, because like I said, I'm not able to put as much time into promoting this as I'd like, and the response back has been uh, lackluster.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I'm a brand new author, and I'm a brand new author who is self-publishing and self-promoting
Mm-hmm.
with a book that is, I think, a lot of professionals would say is hard to sell. I mean, at least it's hard to sell honestly because I can't say like I when someone asks what is it, I'm like, well, it's an urban fantasy romance, and then I have to be like, but the fantasy is like breadcrumbed all the way throughout, and then comes in real big at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So it's if you have someone who's really into fantasy, well, what if they don't like romance at all? Then I'm gonna try and convince them to read like 250 pages of romance before we get to fantasy.
Yeah.
And then if it's like the people who, well, what if I love romance and I love this story, and then suddenly you've got people getting beaten to death with their own arms. So it's kind of a it's I'm looking for a certain demographic, which is, at
You're
least in
trying to
my
find your
mind,
niche.
yeah, find the people who would like
Mm-hmm.
this stuff, and I know who those people are,
Me.
and I've gone to where those people spend their time. The problem being is that not all of those people read books.
Yeah.
And I honestly feel like if I was a mangaka or if I was a light novel writer in Japan
Mm-hmm.
and I wrote this story and it was just uh, you know all the characters were like Japanese and stuff, and all the stuff was written for them. Where it was maybe instead of going to maybe the Cooper went to America and came back to Japan to Tohoku or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I feel like it would do great there, and it's just here it's a harder sell
Yeah.
just because I've like I said I've basically I'm a Westerner who wrote like a light novel kind of, and so it's harder to sell here, and so that's why hopefully either uh, the Kickstarter for doing a comic version where people can read it and see the action happening, and they'll get more invested in it,
Mm-hmm.
or a publisher will come along that can just put it out there such a wide shotgun blast that more of the people that I think I made it for get to see.
I know you were saying that you had like the dream publisher as well, but have you also applied out to other publishers as like the
Yeah,
backup? Okay.
yeah.
Because
I've
you don't want
right
to just
now.
apply for the one and hope you get it and not get it and be disheartened. You want to cast a wide net.
Yeah, well, and it's uh, again being kind of a niche
Mm-hmm.
because you can when you go on and you submit to these places, they tell you what they're looking for,
Yeah.
and they tell you what they're not looking for, and it's a thin margin. Right now, I've got it. I'd say it's out to say I'd right now like 5 publishers and 5 agents,
Mm.
and the main publisher that I want is Bain Publishing.
Okay.
Bain Bain Publishing is a big name in fantasy books. They do a fantasy series called Monster Hunter.
Like the game?
No,
No. Okay.
this one is basically like uh John Wick meets vampires and werewolves and stuff.
Oh, fun.
And it's like a group of like bounty hunters, and their bounty is they go out and they kill monsters, and then they get paid for it from the government.
So more in the sense of Van Helsing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that. And they are a pretty big name in publishing, especially fantasy publishing.
Mhm.
Like I said, like most of these places, they say they'll get back to you within 2 months. This place told me a year.
A
And
year. Oof.
they didn't tell me. That's what they promote is that they get so many manuscripts that they have a backlog that
Mhm.
they have to get through. That was the one where it's like, I know their track record, I know what they're about, and then the other ones I kind of had to just feel out through like looking at stuff online,
Mhm.
see if it would be a good fit, see if it's like, okay, well they say they're looking for paranormal romance, but sometimes that just means they're looking for like tawdry girl meets vampire.
Yeah. And it,
They're
it
looking,
sucks if they are just looking for that.
yeah, and it's like maybe they're looking for something, and a lot of those times those books are written for like like housewives who are looking for like more maybe erotic fiction, and uh, you have to wait. You have to wait to get that in my story.
Yeah.
Uh, Obviously, it's gonna happen,
If you just did a cover, kind of like the old Fabio books,
right?
and tried to sell it like that, do you think you'd get some bites?
Oh, absolutely. Like
But
I know that the cover that I use is
mm,
like because like I said, what is the first 4/5 of the book? It's a romance story.
mm,
And like my mother said, it's a Harlequin romance. And I made the cover of the book black, white, and red of a guy falling.
mhm. But let's look at the cover for a second since we're talking about it. And looking at this from the outside, talking to you about it, I want to see if maybe the way I read this cover is something you intended. But it's, you said it's a guy falling, but you look at where he's falling from and where he's falling to. He's falling from the black, from the abyss, into the white, into the light. Is Is this not like symbolic in a way?
Yes, it's supposed to symbolize that Cooper is being kind of reborn,
Mm-hmm. And
and
that's how
that
it does come off too.
and it's also because he's in red. It's also has to do with the fact that he uh, about about him and his love for
Yeah.
Danny,
Red,
that he has fallen so helplessly in love with her.
red is a good color for that because red is passion, but red is also pain.
Yeah, and it's obviously, like I said, I'm not a great artist and stuff when it comes to drawing,
Mm-hmm.
but I am pretty damn good with computers,
Yeah.
and I'm good with editing stuff. So I was able to find an image of a guy falling in the way that I wanted. I originally was going to try and find a picture of a cityscape along the side of a building that I could
Mm-hmm.
superimpose that on, and it didn't work. And then I was like, okay. And I was thinking as a creator, as a creative, but also business wise, I was thinking, what colors are going to pull people's eyes when they look at something? Black, red, white,
Mm-hmm.
and something that's is like kind of I don't know if you call it a trope exactly, but it's something that's kind of is like in like anime or media when like a guy is falling.
Mm-hmm.
There's like because there's that weird kind of thing that people have where it's like stand next to an edge and you have that kind of weird like not urge to jump,
Intrusive
just that
thought.
yeah, you have that intrusive thought of what if I jump?
Yeah.
And it's just that thing that like part of your lizard brain that just has to wonder. And so it's like
Mm-hmm.
I that's a reason why I put that on there is that what if that kind of plays in your head.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was foreshadowing and I was uh being uh I don't know what's the term. I want to say being coy by like the way I was putting it, like a picture of him falling on there
Mm-hmm.
from the black to white, symboling his rebirth as a new person.
Yeah.
Uh, and like the black is also supposed to like show his depression and his
Mm-hmm.
kind of his inability to like connect with people, and white being like Danny and the promise of it's like it's not that the people aren't there for you,
Yeah.
it's that you can't allow yourself to be there with them.
And that's kind of another part of the symbolism when I look at this book, right? There's so much black compared to the white, you know, and he's falling out of that. He's still not even barely touching the white at all. The white is coming up from the bottom, scattered almost like snow or sands, like speckling its way into the black, but not fully there. And the black itself is kind of speckling itself down into the white. It kind of is at that thin merging line. And as he's falling, he's still fully in the black. He's not yet there at the white.
Yeah, and originally I was gonna cushion that a little bit so that the black underneath him is going more into the white.
Mm-hmm.
But it was hard to do and still have the because I'm kind of limited on what I can do with the cover as far as the text.
Yeah.
To where I was going to do more black under him and kind of a cushion look to show that yes, he's coming back into the light, but he's bringing some of the black with him.
Mm-hmm.
But by doing that, it made it so that my like the title on the book
Yeah.
would have black and white on it, and they only let you do the text in one color, which kind of sucks. Because if I really got to do what I wanted with this,
Mm-hmm.
it would have been like the where it says like homecoming
Mm-hmm.
would have been on two different levels, where home would have been in the black, coming would have been in the white, and they would have been two different colors.
Ooh.
And it would have been that, and the yin yang, which also
Yeah.
is like, because and
That's
the part
another
about
symbolism I see with this too.
yeah, and there being more black on there was also kind of because I probably would have gotten it would have been easier to make it more white for the people that print the book and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another consideration I had was like, is it going to cost me more money to print this? Because I'm part of a program with Amazon, at least for the next little bit. It actually might have ended today,
Mm-hmm.
where it was for the ebook is 100% available to Amazon and no one else, and I get more money when it's sold like that. but uh, they take they take a lot. Let me tell you.
They take a big cut.
Yeah, and especially from the hardcover,
Yeah.
it was like you were saying, I still have my hardcover of To Kill a Mockingbird from middle school. I still have that copy of
Yeah.
it from Miss Walsh's class. I'm sorry, Miss Walsh. Find out now I'm the one that kept their book.
Hey, Miss Walsh, if you're watching, why aren't you followed yet?
Yeah. So I kept my hard book or my hardcover of Great Expectations from English class
Hmm.
with Mrs. Hall and my hardcover of Kill a Mockingbird from Miss Walsh. Or yeah, or no, sorry, not Miss Hall, Miss White. I had White, Perry, Walsh, and Hall. Yeah. So I kept those books because it's like you said, like hardcover for at least for some books is just
It just looks better.
yeah, and it's like especially like a book where it's like when something's so personal to you that it feels like a diary.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it just feels better just having something like firm you can hold. So that's
I'm
why I
not gonna
eventually
say it.
yeah
I'm
okay
not gonna say it.
I eventually did giga giga. I eventually did manage to get them to do a hardcover of it
Hmm.
because I that's why it wasn't available when you were going for it because I was trying to figure out cost for it and stuff. Where it's like I think the hardcover I had to do it for $20 to make it to where it even worked.
Actually, I can just double check that right now since I have the link pinned. Let's see how much the hardcover is on Amazon right now.
Like I said, once I do the final edition, I
Yeah.
will get a hardcover printed for you in autograph.
Yeah, hardcover is just about $20.
Yeah, and it's you want to like I'll give you a little peek behind the self-publishing world here.
Oh.
So, uh, if I can, because they're
Oh, did you know you have 2 reviews on Amazon?
yeah, one of them is actually from an author who writes women's self-help stuff, I believe, and the other's from my mother.
Hmm.
So it cost, according to Amazon, $9.61 to print the hardcover version of that book.
Okay.
And so and then they ship it obviously to wherever it goes, right?
Hmm.
And so the cost of that comes out of it to the point where by the time it's all said and done, I get like $2 if I sell a version of the hardcover
Oh.
when it's up for $20. And like that's in fact I think the hardcover is less because I gave myself less just so that I could actually have a hardcover available. But like for the I think the most I get is when someone buys the ebook,
Hmm.
which no offense to anyone who buys the ebook or buys ebooks, I understand that. Me personally, I just love having physical media. I love the smell of the paper and the ink and stuff. And like there was a bridge that used to be by my old house, and I would sometimes, even after we moved away, I would ride my bike over there just so I could be under the old rusted bridge and read books on the creek bank. Uh, so yeah, I get like I think I get a little bit more for the ebook, but
Hmm.
for the print versions, I get like I think $2 for every copy printed.
There's not a hardcover in Brazil. When's a hardcover coming to Brazil? I think that's Phelps' question.
I don't know because I have it set to be available for all territories where it should be available. But
Sorry, Brazil.
well, Phelps, if there's a place, because I don't know about where you're at in Brazil, but like for instance, if we wanted to, I could ship to like a UPS by Jay, and it could be there waiting for Jay, and then Jay would just have to go and accept it. So if you have a problem getting it sent to your physical address, or if you think it would just be so expensive, I don't know if it would be less expensive for me shipping from here.
There's actually a major import tax on Brazil. I don't know if it would be worth it shipping to Phelps.
Well, and here's the thing: is like I also just have the
Or,
ebook edition of the book, the file. I could
mhm,
email it if Phelps wanted to read it off of like a tablet,
mhm.
transfer it over. But if Phelps wants to wait for the manga, that's fine.
Hey Phelps,
So,
would you like to help Rand draw the manga?
oh, I've asked.
Oh, you've asked. Good.
Well,
I'm asking too.
I said to Phelps under 50 USD it should have it. I've asked Phelps if how Phelps feels about doing like art cover art for the book,
Hmm.
or also for doing basically if because like I said for the art style and stuff, I don't want it to be straight anime. I want it to be like a mix of like Western and Eastern animation
Yeah.
because I want I don't know I want to see stuff like comic books I read when I was a kid like uh, I referenced Ghost Rider in the story.
Hmm.
Uh, might even be part of the reason a certain character has the abilities they do. But the the art style from Ghost Rider in the '90s is like the most some of the most beautiful art I've ever seen. Like you could show me stuff from like a 200 years ago from
Hmm.
some guy with an Italian name, and I'll be like, that's artistry, that's beautiful. And then you show me something that some guy who's still alive made in the '90s for
Hmm.
like a kid's comic book, and I'm like, this is heaven. And it's just, and again, because I was a kid and it gave me an escape from life and stuff. But
You can
I
also
want,
relate more to the modern day stuff than you can the old Italian art.
yeah, in some instances, like uh, when I watch stuff of Van Gogh,
Hmm.
just knowing his story, because I've thought about it sometimes of what if I'm going to be like a modern day Van Gogh, because part of this was me like deciding to leave a legacy, like I'm not married, I don't have kids, like what if this is like everything I leave behind is these books, and what if like no one like no not no one because there's already people that appreciate them, wink wink, love you. But
YouTube.
what if I don't, what if I never reach like an audience, like what if I never get to have that thing where like I'm standing in front of like a dais accepting an award, and like all like a bunch of fans are around me, and like I feel like my story's been heard. And what if it's just like 100 years from now, some kid blows the dust off some old book that was like put in storage and reads my book, and then that kid has like a YouTube, a version 22 from the future channel, whatever,
Hmm.
that he streams reading my book through his brain to the
Future
internet.
Twitch.
Yeah, and then suddenly it becomes like a retro popular thing. This book series that I wrote.
Hmm.
So that's like when I look at like Van Gogh's art, I'm like, tortured artists. I always appreciate their stuff more because they wrote their stuff from a place of pain. And I part of me wonders if that's why I was finally able to write this book, is because uh, I've I've always been
Almost
the
paralyzed and in pain, so much pain, you just finally
yeah. It's
hit
like
that
I
peak
didn't
of
have
writing.
anywhere to hide. I couldn't leave the house, and I couldn't really play video games and stuff,
Mm.
and I could only watch so much anime and manga, where I was kind of forced to have a therapy session with myself, and my characters were my counselor.
I've been there.
Yeah. So it's honestly getting semi-paralyzed for that bit of time
Hmm.
is probably one second or first best thing that's ever happened. Because also is like I've been an artist slash creative forever, like ever since I was just telling jokes as a kid on the schoolyard. And I've never had like I've done like short films, and I've finished like screenplays that never became anything.
Hmm.
But I've never made like a long form piece of art before. Because I've always had to go with the time that I had, and I had time to like write a script that was 5 or 10 pages long and shoot it in a weekend and put it in a little film contest. But I've never had 3 months of uninterrupted me time where I could write something that was you said you're a pretty fast reader. I'm a pretty fast
Hmm.
reader. I can make my way through like a 300-page book in a day.
Yeah.
But most people, when they read books, I've discovered from trying to wait on people to find out what they thought of the book, is some people take weeks. And so thought that I finally created something where this could be something that's like a permanent resident on someone's like nightstand for like a couple of weeks as they actually like digest and like live alongside my characters.
Hmm.
I didn't feel like that was possible for the longest time because, well, uh, not I mean, no one ever really believed in
I believe.
and it's like, and that's another reason that nothing ever came out of my stuff is because no one ever like you can only do something for so long without positive reinforcement or success before it just is kind of like it's okay, well I tried that, it didn't work out, so it is what it is. And I like no one ever really. I've always, like I said, I've always been looked at as either just the big funny guy or like the lumberjack, where I was there to move stuff. So the fact that I was finally able to say like, hey guys, I actually, you might not think it's much, but I do have substance. So it was
When
definitely at,
I know some people refer to you as the Butts Man, but when I refer to you, I'm like, yeah, my author friend.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, and it's well, and the thing is I'm not a butt guy. Like I mean, don't get me wrong, a nice derriere is certainly something to be appreciated. But the reason that I loved that emote when I first saw it
Hmm.
is because it's awkward, right?
Hmm.
That emote is unmistakably uh, and unabashedly awkward, where it is a frog with a straight face looking over its shoulder at you as it smacks its own ass.
Yeah, you are the Butts guy. You are
Yeah,
my Butts emote.
but the reason that I love that emote is because that's kind of like the thing of just like I don't feel like shame or embarrassment for myself.
Hmm.
It's like, put it this way, you 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 and the other friends that I've made uh, online,
Hmm.
the only reason that you guys don't know what I look like naked is because we're online friends. Because any IRL friend I've had has eventually been like, oh yeah, Rand felt like streaking, so he took all his clothes off and ran through the campfire. I
You know
don't
what?
I don't I don't experience embarrassment or shame like other people.
I have campfire stories too. Not fully naked, but
Yeah, and yes, I was drunk for some of them, but it's like I actually, and I think it's part of also being in, like I said, I'm an empathic person. I
Mhm.
don't feel embarrassment for my shame or myself, but I get third party or second party shame and embarrassment where I
Mhm.
see someone else doing something that they should be shamed or embarrassed about, and I feel it for them.
And you look at that frog and you see that.
And well, yeah, the frog is basically just kind of like my spirit animal, where it's like, I say weird stuff, like I say weird stuff sometimes, stuff that comes into my head, and I don't have like, I mean, I have a better filter now that I'm older and wiser, and like I know in certain situations, like when I was like 20 something, and like my first niece was born, and I was talking to a girl at a party,
Mhm.
and I was like, I was thinking about getting my niece's name tattooed over my heart because she brought love into my life,
Yeah.
and like, oh, you're so sweet, and I think I might have been a little tipsy at that point, and I might have followed that up immediately with "you'd look good tied up in my trunk."
What? Huh?
At least I think I was told that's what I said, and I think that might have been a thing that like I wasn't good with emotion back then, and I was basically I knew that would be the like at that point it was like an escape hatch where I was like, what's the easiest way to get this girl to stop talking to me because I'm exposed right now and I said something too personal,
Mhm.
and so yeah, so I'm I'm truthful to a fault, and I am also very bad at keeping things uh, like close to the chest,
Yeah.
which is I think good for a writer, but I think can also be bad for.
Yeah, it's got its ups and downs.
Which, like I said, another it might be another reason I finally managed to write this book is because with age brings wisdom. Or, well, not with age, but with time brings wisdom. Hopefully, if you're lucky,
Hmm.
to the point where I know, I think I know now, like when I should keep my mouth shut. And I'm not a introvert. I'm just an extrovert who has met enough.
You know, that's a good way to put that.
Yeah, it's like I was the class clown and I was the super outgoing, and it's like just after enough people take advantage, you're just like, no, I've, yeah, I've heard this song before. I've touched the stove. I'm gonna, I'm gonna keep my opinions to myself and not like put myself out there as much. And then I meet a wonderful group of people on the internet through a Twitch streamer.
I feel kind of like that same boat. Like I myself, I would say I'm an extrovert. I love talking with people. I'm kind of a social butterfly. But then when I'm online, man, if I'm on stream like earlier, while I was doing the wait for you to get home, like fuck, I'm sitting
Yeah,
here like, ooh, I don't know, I'm out of
expectation.
stuff to talk about.
Once there's an expectation on you,
Hmm.
is at least that's the way it was for me. Because like I said, when I was younger, I was like the class clown. I was a joker,
Hmm.
but I wasn't being a joker for people. I was a joker because it made me happy. It distracted me, like from my own problems, misery, whatever. Where it's like, and that's something that I taken to heart is you might not be able to distract yourself to happiness,
Hmm.
but you can get pretty darn close. If you can fill up your time with enough stuff, you won't have as much time to think about the stuff or to dwell on the stuff that is bogging you down.
That's
Which
that's
is how that's how I managed to write the book.
yeah, that's real. That's real.
FR.
Yeah, for real. No cat.
NBD, NGL.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a good thing I have nieces, otherwise I wouldn't know a lot of these terms. I learned a lot of the current vernacular just so that I could embarrass my niece around her friends.
That's kind of base, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty base.
yeah. Well, and because kids like thinking that their stuff is the cool stuff, and anything that adults like is the bad stuff. Okay, well then how about if whenever I'm around you, I suddenly know about and like all your stuff? I'll be driving her I'll pull up to like her friend's house, drive her off for a sleepover, and suddenly I just start singing Billie Eilish. Oh, what's that? Olivia Rodrigo just dropped a new beat. Play it loud.
Definitely would pay to see that one.
Oh, that's not happening.
Come on, when's the Ran karaoke redeem happening?
Uh, you know what? I still have to do that freaking cover.
Yeah,
I
because you didn't get that one boss in one go.
Yeah, because I was gonna do like an actual karaoke because you can get the karaoke video where it has all of the music and everything over it, and then you just have to sing the lyrics.
Hmm.
And I wanted to do that so that I could actually there'd be something else than my voice, just so I could like deflect from my voice being the main attraction, maybe somewhat.
That I understand the pain of not wanting that.
It
The
would be
first
different.
time somebody used my ASMR to redeem a song, I'm like, oh shit. Because I like
Like
to listen to my VODs, and I had to go back and listen to that to make sure things worked.
so, the song that I chose was from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. For those
Hmm.
who don't know. It was "Rest in Peace" sung by James Marsters, the actor, by characters by. And I picked that song to do for the cover song because I know that song by heart, because I memorized that song, and I serenaded a girl with that song.
Oh boy.
She was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan. We both worked in a movie store. That's how old I am. I worked in a brick and mortar movie store.
Was it a
Uh,
blockbuster?
no, movie gallery.
Movie gallery. I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, it's out here in the Northwest, or was out here. And so I sang that song to her, and lo and behold, she had a boyfriend.
Oh,
And she let me sing the whole song too. And there was a customer before too.
oh no.
Now,
No.
but you know what? I was able to do that because I don't have any embarrassment or shame.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I was, it was like, yeah, it was like I wasn't like. And by that point, I had already become accustomed to not being that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you ever watch Korean drama?
I've watched a couple. Yeah.
So for seasoned veterans like myself and others, there is a term in Korean dramas which is second lead, which is where there's a show with a love triangle,
Mm-hmm.
and the second lead is whichever character of the love triangle doesn't.
For
So if there's for instance, there's one show which is like the love triangle show, at least in my opinion, and it's got two guys and a girl, and like there's one guy who he's a kind of a bad boy, it's like super cute, uh, and like at the end of the story, he knows that he's not the one that she wants, and so he lets her go, and basically she spends time with both of them, but
mm-hmm.
he basically kind of tells her to go, find this dude, blah blah blah, and then he goes and he like sits down and he cries and stuff because you know he knows he's not what she wants, and so he had to let her go, but he still has to accept the fact that he wasn't, it's not that he's not enough, he's just not, what she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess I'd already just experienced enough of that by the time I was in my early 20s, where I was kind of like, yep, that tracks.
Mm-hmm.
So
Just that description kind of reminds me of watching Hanayori Dango, Boys Over Flowers. It was a Japanese one, not a Korean one. I think there's a Korean version of it though.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still like, honestly, the Korean dramas, I've only been on those for a minute, like compared to anime. Obviously, anime I've been
Mm-hmm.
watching since like 2000. The Korean dramas I've only been into in like, I think it was back because I was watching a lot of the Korean films, but I wasn't watching the TV shows.
Oh.
And what's got me started really on the Korean stuff was a movie called The Host. It was a horror film from like 2007, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
That one, and then like Train to Busan.
Train to Busan is good. Yeah.
Yep. And that one, and then obviously, I think it might have been. It wasn't Squid Game. I know a lot of people. That's how they got them on the train for that.
Mm-hmm.
It was the show called. What was it? It was either Happiness or Business Proposal. And like Business Proposal is so sweet, like it's such a sugary sweet show. And that was actually one where it was one of the things that I watched, uh, because I couldn't just write. I always had to have something on in the background, like white noise.
Yeah.
Again, trying to distract myself from the pain.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the things that I binged, and like I binged them over and over, because again, like months in bed, was that anime Just Because, which is it's a school slice of life romance anime, and it's about a guy who like he left for years and then comes back, and the girl that he was in love with is still there, and his friends from before are still there, but they've all kind of like moved on without him, and it's about him kind of re-merging with their group in the months before they all leave school for the last time.
Is it sort of that reintegration?
Yeah, and it had a lot of similarities to my story, and then there was that business proposal show, which is about a girl who works at a company in Korea which specializes in making frozen meals, and she is one of the people charged with developing new menu items.
Mhm.
And she ends up going on a blind date for her friend, who is a rich girl. And the guy that she ends up going on the date with to pretend to be her friend is the CEO of the company that she works at.
Oh.
And that one is such a sugary sweet show. And then uh, I was watching that one My Love Story, Ore Gatami or whatever it's called.
Mhm.
Uh, and then I was also binging stuff like Berserk and other horror stuff. So that
What a
I was
jump.
yeah, I know. Which, I mean, I think we're kind of the same in that, like, not really. Like, it's like, yeah, it's like for some people, like going from watching like a straight like horror show to watching romance. But like, look at Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
Look at like Beauty and the Beast in a way. Like, not so much horror, but there is like kind of thriller aspects of it. Romeo and Juliet, whereas like the young lovers that like take their own lives, like
Mhm.
having tragedy or horror with a love story, if done right, doesn't take away from the love story. It just makes it better.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's just like why you have that genre of like war films with romance in them. It's because if you can still have a love, let alone like a grand love, like an epic love for the ages, if you can have that in the middle of like a war, that's a powerful story.
Yeah. For sure.
And again, I forgot where I was at.
Hey, we were. What question did I even ask? I know I
This is what
asked.
happens when I go on my tangents.
I love letting you tangent, man. Come on.
It's like jazz. We're
Yeah.
playing jazz right now.
It's just hits right. Just listening to it and being able to bounce off that.
Oh, my butt? Sorry, I was looking at the email when you said that.
Yeah, your butt.
So I mean, like, it's like, did you ever read or watch Tokyo Ghoul?
No.
That's one where I know some people in chat have. That's one where it's like apparently like the anime is like not a very good adaptation of it,
I heard.
but it's kind of that same thing where it's like a horror story, like they're ghouls, like there's people being eaten and stuff, but it's also like slice of life ish, uh, and it's I don't know. I feel like there's not enough good stories that like combine genres or just disregard genre entirely. Like when I was putting the book on Amazon, they asked me to pick genre, and I'm like, there's like I've got like 7 or 8 different genres. Like, what do you guys expect me to do? Just boil it down into 2 words? Like, it's kind of hard to do that.
And you can't in good faith call it hodgepodge. No.
Because it's
Because it hits all those genres and it hits them well.
oh
No.
yeah. So it's I mean, and we'll see what happens going forward. Like I said, if I've considered maybe if because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I'm writing these books and I like writing these books,
Hmm.
but at the end of the day, I'm also an adult with adult responsibilities and I don't have the time anymore to devote my entire day to writing, to where if the fantasy romance isn't what like is hot or accessible right now, I've also considered maybe starting one of the other series in
Hmm.
a genre that is maybe more prevalent right now, or more people are after it more, for the opportunity to write a different book, to where maybe that would be the one that gets me noticed, to then give me an opportunity to write full time. I've considered that, but seeing as how important this story is to me, I would rather finish this series, have it written the way I want it, and never become like an actual like full-time author, and have that series to be like to like stand for me in eternity.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather do that than gamble on switching to other stories and hope that one of those becomes popular.
Let this be your song of ice and fire.
Yeah, because this story will always be like the other stories that I have. They're I don't know. I guess it's like because like a way like I said in a way like Cooper is like a fictionalized version of me, you know, or like he has me in him
Hey
more than
yo.
any other. Yeah, yeah. He has me in him more than any other character that I have thought about writing. To where he might be more than me, but he is definitely all of me. God, I'm good. Uh,
God, you
but it's
good.
like, damn, I'm so smooth. The Riz is off the charts. Uh, but the other stories I have, those main characters aren't. They still have a bit of me in them, but they're more of other people I know or of just other people I would have wished that I knew, if that makes sense.
It does. It does make sense.
So this story will always be, I don't know, like you said, my Song of Ice and Fire. This is like I mean I'm kind of doing it backwards. I think doing it first, but this is like my magnum opus. This if I get it, if I manage to get it out, it'll be my most like perfect creation, at least in my eyes.
Yeah. I definitely hope you can get it out. And I
Yeah,
hope you do get picked up by publishing or a
yeah,
publisher.
yeah. Or it just like if because there's people that review books on
Hmm.
YouTube and something like like even one of the other streamers uh, that streams with I don't know if you want to keep away from using names of other YouTubers or stuff, but there's someone who is a member of a troupe that we watch who is doing book clubs right now, reading books on stream
Oh,
on chat.
I think I've already named that person.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
like I even asked like on Discord, I was like, is Mata gonna be like, is she gonna be sticking to like arachnid stuff or stuff with arachnids in it or just Warhammer? Like, is there any possibility at the point of maybe someone could suggest one with like a little like blurb about it so that she can check it out, see if it would be good for
Hmm.
the book club? Because obviously, if I can do this on my own without a publishing company or an agent and stuff,
Hmm.
and just have to figure out as I go, or maybe I hire my own assistant for stuff, uh, I'd do that in a second. It's become apparent that it's like no, it's not going to be like an overnight sensation where I'm not just going to magically get this into one like person's hand to read it, and that person is going to magically be like a YouTuber with like 10 million followers. I'm either going to have to like do a lot of groundwork to get this out to people in the hopes that it becomes famous, or I'm just going to have to find a company that has all the contacts already.
I know you want somebody with more followers than me to review it, but never
No,
forget who did it first.
no. Like I said, if I could have another book in a different universe get published,
Hmm.
uh, or I could write that one right now and just skip the other story, I would stick with this story. If you had suggested uh, doing this on the same day that say like someone like Asmongold invited me on,
Hmm.
I'd be like, well, tell you what, how about you hit me up about a month after their stream, so their stream gets time to reach me. I like I said, I don't like being famous or getting like success. That's freaking super, but getting to tell my story to someone that cared about it and treasured it enough to read it 2 times.
Hmm. I'm gonna read it a
Get the hell
third
out of here.
time.
No, don't you do that.
I'm gonna finish reading this.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Hmm.
I'm gonna do?
What?
I'm gonna get a drone and I'm gonna have it go to Texas and I'm gonna put big speakers on it and I'm just gonna read the book.
You're gonna read the book to me?
Yeah, in my
Oh,
voice.
oh, do it.
So
When are we getting
yeah,
the Rand stream of the book club where you read it?
well, because another thing is audiobooks, right?
Uh-huh.
I am considering at this point because like audiobooks is kind of the next level of print books. Okay, well, as a lot of people like to say, print is dead,
Mm.
at least in the West. So what's the next step up from that? Audiobooks. And I looked a little bit into audiobooks, and it's like you can't get an audiobook made unless you publish, unless you make it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the question of, okay, do I have a voice that is pleasing enough to hear
Do you?
that people would want to listen to me read my own book for separate?
I think you do.
And there's also the thought, well, here's the thing: is me personally,
Mm-hmm.
the audiobooks that I prefer are the ones that have full cast.
Yeah.
Because I am a fan of like the radio serials
Mm-hmm.
of like back in the day, like War of the Worlds and stuff, where they had sound effects. My favorite audiobook of all time is Battlefield Earth. It has a
Really?
full, yes. And here's the thing: if you watch the movie Battlefield Earth, you it is such a horrible adaptation
It
that
really
you,
was.
yeah, it's because put it this way: the book, a series of books,
Mm-hmm.
is like 45 hours.
45 hours. Jesus Christ.
And Hollywood took that and took it and made it into a 2-hour movie because obviously, like I think it was because John Travolta made it and because the guy who like dreamed up Scientology wrote it. But actually a great series of books. But just the audio book was just tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that series made me cry, and I don't cry much. Uh, I cried like a baby at certain parts of that book. That was really good. So and like I said, I'm a big fan of like the old radio serial dramas. So I don't like I read books, audio books at work, and that's kind of it's kind of hard to do sometimes because sometimes they'll be like, you know, they'll have some guy that sounds like he's wearing tweed, has glasses on, in like a study in like Britain, and he's reading a part where he's trying to sound like the 17th, and that stuff takes me out of the story.
Yeah.
So I would only do an audiobook of this if it was either a full cast,
Mm-hmm.
is what I told myself, and so I'm probably gonna record a section of it with different characters' voices,
Yeah.
and see how it sounds. See if I can pull off Tomboy Childhood Best Friend.
Well, let me just say, I do have some experience with exactly what you're talking about. It's not an audiobook per se, but it is a podcast project I did voice work for a friend of mine, where it's got a bunch of different people voicing all the different characters, and I voice one of them. So I know what you're going for there, and let me just say, I got experience if you're looking for voices.
You know what? I actually, well, I mean, if you do
I
the
hear
second,
you have the role open for a yokai somewhere in the other book.
that's what I'm saying is for the second book, you would fit that as long as you. I mean, I know you said like sweater, but I was thinking something a little bit more regal
Mm-hmm.
for the costume choice.
The sweater
you've
was a
seen,
joke.
have you seen Rocky Horror Picture Show?
I have.
The character that I'm thinking of would basically be the Frankenfurter of this group of individuals.
Okay. Interesting.
The androgynous slash maniacal kind of, but also kind of obtuse leader of this band of peculiar individuals.
Hmm.
Which the like I said, gladiators.
Mm-hmm.
Think of this group as basically their halftime show.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so kind of like gladiators with the circus and show.
Okay.
Like I said, we're gonna like. I want to tell you more, but I don't want to since you're digging the story so much.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like where like so you know where the story started, right? With a
Yeah.
boy likes a girl and they
Mm-hmm.
go out on a not date. That's a pretty sharp, like it's a pretty big jump from where they start at the beginning of the story to where they end up at the end of the story, right?
Yeah.
The From where they end this story at the end of this book to where the story ends at the just end of the story
Mm-hmm.
is the same leap. If that makes sense.
Oh,
So
okay.
like not like it's not in tone, but I'm just saying like from like we went from like a sweet little like love story to like hell, like hell on earth type stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end we go from like hell on earth to I can't even describe it. Like I said in the one of the pitches to the publisher, it's the ultimate fight between good and evil. Which I mean, you kind of get a sense of where it's going to end up having read the book,
Mm-hmm.
the
Uh,
collision course that he's eventually going to be on.
yeah. And I can't wait to see that ultimate fight.
Uh,
I
I just want to be like like Tinkerbell or Jiminy Cricket, just
Mhm.
whispering in your ear all the time. Be like, and then I'm going to do this instead. And then I'm going to do this.
You could absolutely do that, but with just like false information.
Yeah, right.
You could just tell me an entirely different book, and I'll be like, oh my god, really? Hell yeah. Oh, I can't wait. And then I read the book, and I'm like, this isn't like that at all. But oh my god, let me talk about this anyway.
Yeah, the other stories I
And
have
a
are definitely
little
more
bit of
straightforward.
tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery. The other stories I have planned are definitely more straightforward in as far as like the tone that we start off with is, except for that other isekai, but that one is like the standard isekai where it's like the first 15 minutes will be on Earth and then we'll just show up in the fantasy world and then we'll have flashbacks to Earth. But this story, I definitely do like a 180
Mm-hmm.
at between the beginning and the end, and then another. I guess I wouldn't call it like a 180, but you definitely do. I guess like a 360,
Yeah.
to where it's like pretty big jump for the characters as far as what their experience. I don't know. It's hard to describe without giving anything away.
Don't give it away. No spoilers.
But I'll put it this way: was there one or more parts in this book where even for a moment I broke your heart a little?
Definitely. I'll say that. Definitely.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Oh no.
Like like there's definitely like I wouldn't be surprised if at some part, if I get to tell this whole story and it actually finds people that like it, I wouldn't be surprised if I get a death threat or two at some point.
Oh no. Not the death threats for your written
And
work.
it's not like I'm looking forward to them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like I'm not even saying like someone will actually be like, I'm gonna come to your house and be like, someone might just write in a YouTube comment, fuck off and die.
Yeah.
Just like I said, that one friend, his wife read it, called me an asshole for how I ended the story.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely a aspect of there's gonna be a couple more times like that where it's like I'm gonna break your heart on purpose, but it's most of the time. I can't promise that every time I'm gonna do it, but most of the time when I do it, I'm breaking your heart so that when I fix it, it's
Mm-hmm.
better than it was
That's some real shit right there.
before.
I gotta say, when it comes to you talking about the like potential death threats in the future and the wild fans, do you think you're gonna have a misery moment?
Oh, I mean, I don't think I will, but I wouldn't say.
You think,
I,
with the
I put it
reaction
this
you've
way.
gotten to your book so far, you think a misery moment's on the way?
I mean, if a Yandere fan shows up and she's a tomboy, I'll write whatever she wants. I'm just
So he didn't
uh
get out of the car.
yeah, he didn't get out of the cock-a-doodie car. Uh,
First,
but
first, high potato.
I I mean, I don't imagine that happening,
Hmm.
but I definitely wouldn't be surprised.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Because if I find someone, like, people, put it this way,
hmm
if I'm the writer of the story, and if someone came along and did something to my characters, like some of the stuff that I do to them, not exactly the stuff that I do to them, but did it to them,
hmm
I would want to hurt. So I could, like I said, an empath. I can understand that impetus in someone's head, uh, but I don't think it'll happen. But I definitely wouldn't be surprised
Oh,
because this is. I feel like it's a powerful story, and I feel like it's a story where if someone likes this story, I think they'll feel invested in it as time goes on, and there'll be certain moments where they're not me. They don't understand necessarily. They don't know the story I'm telling, and they don't know where it's going to wind up. So there'll be a moment where they might have think I broke the story, uh, but I'm only clearing the plate,
yeah.
or I'm only, like I said, I'm only breaking their heart a little bit so I can build it back better. I can't promise that it's going to be that way every time, or that the last time I break your heart won't be permanent, but it might be so that you can appreciate the journey.
The
Yeah,
journey so far, I will say, has been highly appreciated.
thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said,
And
you're the first person I've gotten real, like, feedback from. Like, other than, like, my mom, I had to, like, force feedback out of her, and the other person that reviewed the book, uh, I like, the only thing I know is that the review that they left for it, which is very nice of them. So I'm glad to hear that it resonated with someone.
and
And like,
let me just say this as well. Just this might be gassing you up a little bit, but you know how much I don't like isekai. You have many instances of Truck-kun, and yet I've read the book twice, and I'm waiting for the sequel.
yeah, it's
That,
like,
that's how good your writing is.
here's the thing: is I'm actually, part of me is worried that, uh, the part of me is like, well, I was worried, and I am still a little bit, that maybe, like, there isn't necessarily a guaranteed audience for anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's been books written, movies made, songs sung, that, like I said, the whole Van Gogh thing, like, maybe this never does find an audience. Uh, but the fact that someone who I, uh, value as a friend, values me as an author, uh, means as much as, like, a room of people that don't know me
Mm-hmm.
talking about my book, uh, means as much as one person who does know me talking about my book.
Oh.
Because it's like, they might have come to the restaurant and eaten the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
but you actually helped me set the table, and you flipped the sign to open up the door. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Like, yeah, not to gas you up or anything.
Okay, maybe you're gassing me up a little. I got a big ego in myself.
Well, you know what? Write a book, because it definitely
Write a
helped
book.
play into
I spent 5 years writing something, over 150 original characters, just years of worth of work, and it got fucking deleted, not on my watch, and erased and ripped away from me. I don't think I can write a book. I can't go
that.
through
Yeah,
another heartbreak.
I get that, because you know what happened to me.
Hmm.
Uh, Remember the problems I was having with my PC?
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Guess what?
Oh no. It
I've
wiped
been a
it.
writer. No, I've been a writer a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and I have, how many now? I have one, two, three external drives,
Mm-hmm.
and I have four thumb drives. I have backups of everything that I do, which is any of my writing and my pictures, anything like video games or stuff like that. But any of my writing and my pictures, I've got backed up.
Yeah.
So luckily, when my PC went and
Mm-hmm.
my install went, I still have. It wasn't the most latest version of the book, and obviously the book I already have it out there.
Yeah.
But the file that I'm able to actually write on and change, I I didn't have the most current version. It's the second most current version, but I did have it backed up. So luckily I didn't lose anything. But yeah, if I had lost the book, or it's
Mm-hmm.
one of those things where like someone asked you like if you could go back and be yourself at 5 years old right now with everything you know, would you do it? They ask questions like that, or go back to your teens.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say no because like you could put me down at a PC right now, and you could put a gun to my head and tell me to rewrite the story exactly as it is, and I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. It's an ever evolving process.
Yeah, it's like I could tell you something with the same story beats and events and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but I would eventually like, and there'd be parts where I would remember the words that I used and stuff, but there would just be differences that would make it not the same book. And so this book is what makes me able to say like I wouldn't trade my life for anything because I earned my story, and I finally was able to write my story, and so that's why I wouldn't change any bad event or good event that ever happened to me for the ability to be able to share them.
Yeah. And
I,
absolutely, I would say that what you did manage to get on paper, the years of experience show.
think, yeah, like I said, I've got. I'll have to see if I have them, but I have like other stuff that I've written, and I even. Oh God, I don't know if I want to show you that.
No.
It's the short film that I did when I was younger, and
Short
it's
film, you
short.
say?
And on it, like I made my mom and sister cry with it. And it's 5 minutes long, if that long. And it's one I did for a film contest when I was younger, and it was before I lost the weight, before I got jacked.
Mm-hmm.
So it was me in like high 200s.
No.
Yeah, because I was a chunky younger guy. And it's a short film about a widower. But I'll give you the link for the fan fiction stuff, so you can check that out too. There's another one of those stories I wrote, which is a really short one, is another one where it has like some of the sweetest stuff you'll ever see,
Mm-hmm.
and then sentences that are like, oh, fuck.
Uh, I know how that writing style be as well.
It's pretty damn. I mean, I don't understand why more people don't write uh, this type of stuff. Honestly, where it's like there's so much stuff where it's like they'll have like drama, horror, romance.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see enough horror, slice of life comedy romance. It's an underappreciated choice, I feel
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna out myself. Damn it. All right. So, the thing I was writing, 5 years worth of writing, all those original characters. It did involve isekai. It was kind
like.
of
No wonder.
yeah. No wonder I hate the damn thing and don't want to deal with it anymore. It was a group of people on a different planet and then a group of people from Earth sort of pushed off into this same shared world where they would have to either coexist or fight to kill. And it was just a lot of work, a lot of timeline resets, a lot of battles, a lot of stuff. I will never be able to write it the same way, but I guess you could technically call it isekai. But it was, space theme, eldritch monsters, some horror, some romance, some drama. It was a lot.
That's like honestly, I'm not being facetious. I'm not joking. That breaks my heart for you a little bit because that is like, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, but it's like this story, like not the characters themselves,
Hmm.
obviously, but just the story itself. Like I said, I'm not married. I don't have kids. This thing is my creation, and it's like part of me.
Yeah.
The characters are part of me. So it's like putting that much effort and time in the story. Like I said, this story has been running around my brain in one form or another for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's been percolating all that time. And I just eventually, it's like that old saying, when the student is ready, the master will appear.
Hmm.
And it's like I hadn't lived enough of the story to be able to tell it yet, and I finally did. And if I had been lying in bed paralyzed and like my laptop had blown up, like as I was typing the end, I probably just would have taken the rest of my pages from there.
Oh damn.
Like well, sorry, that's I should I
That's a
should
bit
probably say
heavy.
I should save that for darker waters maybe, but I mean, you know, it's I understand how that could be like losing a child when
Yeah.
something that was such a part of you.
And it's at that point where you're just like, fuck writing anymore. I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah. Well, it's like that's 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 how I felt honestly when I was a kid and I first started writing the story
Hmm.
with first iteration of it that turned out to be so similar to Underworld,
Yeah.
where it was like, what's the point of coming up with an idea if someone else can come up with it at the same time, but they're in Hollywood? Uh, and that's another big reason why the story kind of for a long time I would come back to the story and like retool it and it would change to be a different story. The only thing that is the same about this story through all of its iterations from beginning to finish
Hmm.
is that there is a character named Clifford. So it's like I say, it's the same story, but it's like, and it's like been like the story would change like 95%, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like that story of the ship, and the ship wears down, and
The ship of
they
Theseus.
yeah, like is it still the same ship? Because the
Yes.
ship has been altered so many times to the point where none of the pieces of the ship are the original pieces of the ship, but they have all of these pieces through like touch have touched the ship as it once was. However you want to look at it that way.
I would say the act of maintaining it, of keeping it fixed, of replacing the broken parts with new parts, just the spirit that went behind keeping it as a whole, even if it doesn't have all the original pieces, still makes it the ship.
Right. It's
Things
like
may
again
change, but the soul is still there.
the pieces that came before it are how you were able to keep it together.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, it's a different story from where it was. Uh, Originally, it was just like straight action horror because I was a teenager. I was a teenage boy,
Yeah.
so action horror was what I cared about. Uh, but if, like I said, like 20 years and then having the story kind of fall off because I found out it was kind of just derivative after the fact, or before the fact, however you look at it.
Hmm.
But I can't imagine like losing the story now.
Yeah.
And it terrifies me a little bit that I won't get to tell all of it before I, shuffle off. What is the term? Shuffle off the mortal coil.
I do hope you are able to tell it in full
Yeah, hopefully I won't come up with any other ideas for more books in the series. I mean,
in the series. But you can always return to it later.
well, I have thought of that because, and I can't give it away too much, but it's almost like like I said, there is the prequel series,
Hmm.
uh, because this is modern fantasy, and then there is the story that is basically where this is all informed from way back centuries, eons before. And that story is also, I feel like it's good enough where I can tell a prequel that deals with those characters. And that one would be, I feel like it would be almost as special as this story in.
I'll just say be careful with your prequel. Do not have a character talk about how much they hate sand.
Oh yeah, don't want to do that. Well, and like, I love Star Wars, but there is just part of the problem is when George Lucas made the original trilogy, he was married, and his wife was super involved in making those movies.
Hmm.
She was basically the little voice in his ear being like, you shouldn't do that, that's too much,
Hmm.
less is more, all that stuff. And they got divorced a few months after Return of the Jedi.
Oh.
And so she wasn't there in his ear during the prequels saying like, hey, don't use so much CGI, do practical effects so that the actors have stuff to interact with.
Hmm.
Or hey, some of this dialogue that you're giving this Hayden kid doesn't sound natural, and it's not really a normal progression for him to go from just kind of a sad, lonely kid to like the most cool person in the galaxy. Uh, so like George Lucas, when it comes to dialogue, it's just you know it's rough, it's gritty, it gets everywhere. I hate it. What?
Hmm. And you listen to the interviews with Hayden, and he says, like, I read it so many different ways, and he just kept directing me to say it this way. And
And it's
that
like
this is a Lucas fault.
yeah, and it's like you also have Hayden Christensen talking about George Lucas telling him about like how he wanted him to behave as Anakin, and it was that kind of just like emo teenager thing where it's just kind of like whatever, kind of just like almost aloof thing where he almost wanted him to be kind of like robotic in his responses and stuff.
It's like you said, you get the old British guy in tweed trying to be a 17-year-old in an audiobook. This is the same thing. It's an old dude in his like 50s trying to write for a early 20s brooding person. He just doesn't get it.
Yeah, which hopefully I'll still be able to do that when I'm that age.
Oh, you absolutely nailed it, dude.
Well, yeah, but I'm still young enough where I'm hip, right?
I would say that you act younger than UI is.
Oh yeah. Well, I get told that I'm like what was how did they say it? Like I'm a 25-year-old in 40-year-old body
Yeah,
or something.
yeah, you got that youthful spirit.
Yeah. Somehow I have no clue because it probably should have been beaten out of me by now.
I'm glad it didn't.
I'm a Toys R Us kid. Man,
I
getting
don't want
getting
your
old
love.
is for
I'm
stuff.
a Toys R Us kid. I only know that commercial because of the Nostalgia Critic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It reminds me of the one where it's like there was a commercial where it was Toys R Us, and
Hmm.
it showed this garage door for this house. It's like Toys R Us is opening earlier this summer, and then it showed a car breaking through the garage door and racing down the street, and then it waited a second, and then it said maybe a little too.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I think there's a big problem with adults and believing that maturity is the same as being serious.
yeah, because you can be immature and mature at the same time. You can have a whimsical sense of humor while still being a proper adult.
Like I can go to parties and I can drink and I can take
Hmm.
my clothes off and run around the room. But at the one party I was at where this dude decided to pick up a pregnant girl over his shoulder and then she threw her back out,
Yeah, don't
uh,
do that.
I was the one who was like, okay, set her down. Let's get a blanket. We're all gonna carry her down to my car, and I'm gonna take her to the doctor to get looked at
Oh, Jesus Christ, Tilted.
because I had just shown up, so I hadn't drunk anything.
The thing Tilted just said. He thought
Yeah, I mean,
that they tried to write Anakin as autistic.
I mean, whether or not that's what they intended, that's what he did.
That's what it came off like, yeah, for
A,
sure.
a kid a kid who is building droids and racing perfectly when he's 10 years old. Yeah, I think he might be on the spectrum.
He's strong with the tism, young one is. Mm.
Yeah, I've known a few people who have had autism or stuff or claim to have Asperger's. Because you can't always. I mean, you don't know if someone is just. For all I know, I'm on the spectrum. I'm
You
I
know
have
they
certain
separate it by levels now.
yeah, it's like I've never been too concerned with what I am. I've been more concerned with just being what I am, I guess.
Hmm.
So, and I definitely see where there's parts where it's like I said, the inability to feel shame or embarrassment sounds like a definite inability to recognize social cues, but there's definitely ways where I could look at myself and go like, no, like if it's from my understanding of people with autism, I'm definitely not. Like I understand like when too much is too much. It's basically just for my personal sense. There's never too much.
Hmm.
Like
I,
I understand other people's sensibility. I just don't have it.
I'm so sorry. I have to move your Fugi because every time you speak, there's a frame skip in the highlight and the unhighlighted where,
I see it.
yeah, just the word autistic keeps popping up on your head, and I have to move you, otherwise I'm gonna fucking laugh. I'm trying so hard to not laugh at that. You're like, maybe I'm on the spectrum, just the word autistic flashes over your head.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody's waking up from there after the book nap. Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome back to the world of Awaken. The UI is definitely awake. But we got Tilted, Thumber, and Phelps. Do we have any questions for Ran or about the book?
Do you have any questions for me, Sir Twinks-a-lot?
Yes, Sir Twinks a lot. Mr. comes to his friend's interview, being interviewed by another friend, and tells them both to stop streaming. Kind of rude.
Sundare mentality.
Yep. You think you went to bed? Good. But you were still here, Tilted. Let's hear those questions. I would definitely say that the spot I ended off on is indicative of how the book ends as well. Where,
Yep.
You have that bit of the sappy romance, and then it suddenly starts getting rougher and more drama filled, and I'm like, and we end it there. And I feel like the ending kind of reflects that as well.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I got called an asshole.
But I also feel like that was also just a good place to end my reading of it in general, because it kind of sets people up whenever they do get the book or read the book to sort of wait for the same if they have picked it up from this stream. And so they know what kind of vibe to expect.
Yeah, I wish that Amazon let me do like codes.
Mm-hmm.
Then I could make a JK code so that we could have that out there so that I'd be able to track.
Oh,
What
that'd be so
traffic I
cool.
got was from you. I wish they let me do that, but like I said,
It's on their end,
Amazon,
yeah.
Amazon is not like obviously they gave me a way to be able to print the book with not too much hassle. It's not hard to sign up for their stuff. It's really not. I'm just a dumb construction worker. I can do it. But the ability to really, they don't give you a whole lot of like oversight. Like I basically got like, other than making the cover where I can load and upload an image, I can upload the image, but then I can only use certain text, and I can only have it be a certain size and in certain places. And it's that way with also choosing, like, the type of paper or the spacing of, words and stuff, where they don't give you as much control as I'd like on stuff.
Yeah.
But it's a way for me to be able to print the book out. Looking back now, if that one publisher, because like I said, they might have just been saying that to be nice, but if there's a possibility that I could have been with a big publisher and have someone dealing with the day-to-day stuff while I did it right, that would have been nice. Like I said, at this point, I'm just kind of like telling myself that they were being nice, so not to think that I could ruin my one shot to get published.
I don't think you ruined your shot. I think that if somebody within this year of getting it and taking a look is going to look at it, and they're going to read it and then reread it and reread it again and hopefully be hooked like me.
I hope so, because like I said about the greatest stories that I've read or watched or anything have been, like I said, the ones where I get my heart broken a little bit. for a purpose, like not just like ones like like there's stories like like Berserk for example. Like I said, that one broke me. But it's for the path of the character and the journey that they go on. That misery was needed,
Yeah.
and it raised the stakes to a certain level, and that's what like I make sure that anything I do in the story or anything I have planned in the story, I don't do anything just to be gratuitous. And that might sound a little funny between you and me,
Mm-hmm.
between knowing the ending, to where there is what people would definitely describe, like if it happened in person or if you watched a movie, you would definitely call it gratuitous violence. But considering what who is doing the violence and who he's doing it to and what he's doing it in response to,
Mm-hmm.
I believe like at least me and other people like me would be like that's 100% deserved, and I'm clapping as I'm doing it. Yeah, you know. And it's like part of this me writing the world is like a better place where it's like what people get where what's coming. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Too many times people like to romanticize the bad guy or try and make the bad guy human. Sometimes the bad guy is just the bad guy.
Yeah, and that's another thing is like uh for this book, the characters uh obviously you can tell that Anthony Farina character
Mm-hmm.
part that you read is going to be like a antagonist to and people around him. But it's like a thing is like the thing about the bad guys villains in this book is like they're not like mustache twirling like and like or even like anime villains are usually where it's like this isn't someone I could run past on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like Anthony Farina as he is for pretty much most of the story, if not all of it for some of us, but types of people I've known, like in my line of work and stuff, like this, they 100% are real people out in the world
Mm-hmm.
that you can come across, you can run into, and bad stuff can happen.
Little entitled sociopathic brats who,
Yeah,
they get a record because they think they can do whatever, and then they don't get the punishment they should at home.
yeah, they've basically never run into someone who is willing to basically willing to be an outcast in society and do what needs to be done to put them back in line.
And I appreciate that about Coop is that he does. Whenever Anthony steps out of line, he puts his ass right back into place.
Yeah,
Especially with talking about like Daniela, she's not there.
it's the thing is like, and the second book, because like some people might read this book and think, okay, this book is behind us, but the second book, like the events that happen in this story, I'll give a little bit of a kind of a spoiler, not really a spoiler.
Sneak peek.
The second book basically picks up within like a week or two of the end of this first book.
Oh.
And the events of this book obviously play a role, but it's like basically the aftermath of what happened at the end of the first story
Mm-hmm.
is still being felt by the characters, and the character who is trying to pretend like they aren't affected by what happened at the end of the first book is affected by it most.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah.
So that's kind of a thing where like I can't say more, I'm giving too much away, but it's a kind of it's. I can't say more.
Don't say anymore. Don't tempt yourself.
I know.
Let me just say though, since we're talking spoilery, at the end of the book, the way you end it, that one line at the end, how it ends, that final line, I love that as an ending.
I was pumping the air.
I
Like,
love that as an ending.
When I wrote the end, it was the same way because I immediately after I wrote the end,
Mm-hmm.
then I wrote the back of the book. Did you read the back of the book
I
for him
did.
already?
I didn't read them the full back. I read your quote. I didn't read them the full back. You want me to read it to them now?
Yeah. Will you read that real quick?
Yeah. Have you ever dreamt of a love worth burning the world for? But what if you got it? Would you really be able to do what was necessary to keep it? Cooper Bogdan just wanted to come home and find a fresh start, to get over the past. But that's not easy when the past lives next door, smiling at him with warm green eyes and light brown hair. Meanwhile, he's on a collision course with those who mean him and that which he cares about the most harm, and with a power he can't yet comprehend. He wanted a new normal, and he's getting it.
I felt like I was on such a roll right then.
Fucking
I wrote that.
chills.
I wrote the last line of the book, that thing that you're referencing,
Mm-hmm.
and I did it with such a self-satisfied, smug smirk on my face.
I imagine.
Like I'm such a big boy writer that it's like I just wrapped up like this whole entire story. I just wrapped it up in like, wait, so in 4 words, I just basically described this entire story so perfectly. I'm so smart.
4
And,
words.
yeah, and I was pumping the air, jumping around my room, and then I immediately thought, okay, I need to write something for the back of the book. And then I was writing that, and then I got to the end, and I was like, he wanted a new normal, and he's getting it. I felt like I was the guy narrating like a movie trailer.
Yeah.
You know,
You
in
and
a
your cheesy
world where a man
one-liners.
would survive. I know it was perfect.
It is.
And I
It is
felt
perfect.
I felt so great about myself, and then I was like, now I've got to edit this fucking thing.
No. And then you
And
had fun with that.
Yes, I did, because like I said, I kept notes, and it's like I even like I eventually got like I didn't get sick of the story or sick of the book, but I just couldn't live in it anymore because I was for like a month or more,
Mm-hmm.
all I was doing was reading it, editing it, reading the edit, editing that, reading that edit, to where I read this thing like 8 times in a
I guess I got some catching up to do then. I gotta read this 9 times.
Well, you know what the funny thing is?
Huh.
Is like something I didn't think of as a writer, because I've only ever written short form, like a couple of pages and stuff, and it's like that stuff kind of like, yeah, I know that by heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like even listening to you read,
Mm-hmm.
you'll be reading a sentence, and I don't know what you're gonna say next necessarily. Like I know what happens in the scene, but I'm like, okay, what exactly happened after this in the scene? Where I
Good night,
feel like
Tilted.
people are gonna come out and say, you did this with ChatGPT, didn't you?
It definitely did not read like ChatGPT. No.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they never get that. I was gonna say good, but that makes me sound like an ass. Hopefully it never sounds that organic,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like there's parts where like, okay, there's a part where I won't give too much away, but there's a part where 2 characters wake up in the same bed,
Oh.
and the narrator speaks directly to the reader
Mm-hmm.
as like in like a kind of like a get a clue moment, right?
Yeah.
And that's another thing that like you know they tell you to be careful about, is you don't want to take readers like out of the story, or like, but it's like in the story as it's planned, it's being recounted by someone.
Mm-hmm.
So like in my head, even the writer isn't me, kind of. It's because the story is like, this is what happened. Uh, this is what happened as like a mythology for someone else in the future in that.
Yeah. You're both simultaneously the writer, but you're also a bystander narrator.
Yeah, I'm basically writing it as the narrator, or the bookkeeper for that world.
Yeah.
But
And-
in my head, I'm also just basically putting myself in as the narrator.
Yeah.
But that way I could do it where there's certain moments where like the narrator is like not like speaking to like an auditorium style, which some authors do, but
Mhm.
it's like he's in a car telling about the time he almost got with a girl who was best friend. That's and I like telling the story that way in certain points.
Yeah.
Uh, it just it feels more personal.
Your story is very, very personal. I'll say that, and it hits home on so many levels that homecoming is a fitting word for that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I knew when I picked that, like same new world, and
Hmm.
obviously same new world, semi isekai stuff. It's like, oh my god, I don't know how anyone's never used this before, and I'm like, okay, but it's like same new world. It felt like something was missing to me, and I was like, what happens in the story? He leaves. Okay, what happens? He comes home. What else happens in the world? He leaves. He comes home. And I was like, okay, well that's kind of a no-brainer. It's same new world homecoming. And then I did that, and then I got it printed, and then I got it on Amazon, and then I went and did a search for my book, and Spider-Man movie came out
Oh.
because Amazon. There's a thing where Amazon doesn't like promote you if you're a small like creator, so that you if you want to find my book on Amazon and you just search for Same New World Homecoming
Hmm.
as it is written, it'll not bring my book up if you do it in just the general Amazon search.
That's funny because that's how I got my link. Was I just typed in "Save New World Homecoming" and you were there.
Oh, really? Did you do it? Did you do it just under plain Amazon, or was it under the books tab?
It was playing Amazon.
Ooh, maybe. Well, maybe it's done by region, or maybe I was just at the top of the list that day. Because if I go to just Amazon.com, let me see here. You might hear some manly
Because
crying.
if you look at the link I have, the SR is search result, and it's search result one.
Oh, that's weird. Because if I search for it,
Hmm.
well, you know what? Let me do this. Did you do it under like quote marks?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Because if I do it, if I search for that exact title
Hmm.
as it's written, uh, let me see here. Out of 3 pages, under just plain Amazon search, I show up on none of them.
Really?
Yeah. But if I click books and
Then you
search
show
under
up.
that, then I show up. At least for me.
And here's the thing, right? So I'm paranoid about a lot of stuff, and so before I even typed that in to search for it, I signed out of my account in case, like, somehow, some way, any information was picked up on a link share through that. So this was on a not signed in account. You still popped up first search result for it for me.
And that might be what did it because the fact that Amazon, saves preferences and stuff.
Hmm.
Which I mean, that sounds kind of stupid to me because obviously, what would someone like more than their own book?
Yeah,
Uh,
but I don't know why the preference thing would matter if I signed out and was not signed in at all under the account that bought the thing.
yeah, it sounds like some kind of like advertising thing, almost.
Weird.
Yeah, that's weird. If I sign out and search for it, goofy. Yeah, like I said, Amazon is weird. I don't understand how they do all their stuff.
They do be crazy.
Yeah, see, the second I click on books, it pops up like a charm.
Mm, okay, that's weird. Okay. Now,
You know what?
hmm,
Maybe it's because mine is set to featured.
oh, do you think that maybe that will do it?
Possible. Price low to high. Nah, mine still doesn't show up there. Weird. It's one of those mysteries. Like I said, they're like I think what it is, or not what it is, what it will be for getting me more out there is I've heard that they once you have like 50 I've heard once you have like 50 reviews of a book, unless
Hmm.
you're someone who already has like built-in buzz or a deal with them or something through your publisher, that
Hmm.
once you get to 50 reviews, then they kind of not necessarily promote it, but they make it easier to find in the search.
I've also heard of artists or authors having to buy multiple copies of their own to try and push it up in the search.
Yeah, and it's I've
Which, you know,
like
admirable you haven't done that, but
yeah,
it still
like
popped up search result one for me.
I uh I do buy copies of it, but there is the thing where I buy what they call test copies,
Oh,
to where it's the one that it says not for resale on it, and
yeah.
it's what they call just a test copy to it's a proof to make sure that everything works. And so I was originally only able to get those. Now I can pay which are the author copies, which is just me paying the printing and shipping costs, and I get copies of them that I can then resell if I want. So I could sell it to like bookstores in my hometown, which I tried to do, but no one wanted. Which I mean, I didn't walk into those places. I just sent them an email, uh, just because I don't know. I didn't want to be uh, what is the word? Obtrusive. I didn't want to like force myself, like be like show up with like a box of my books and like ask the purveyor of like a used bookstore if they want to buy some books from some new author that no one has ever heard of. But I sent the places an email being like I'm a local author. Wonder if you're interested or if you're if you have any space on your shelf. And I never
Yeah.
got anything back from anyone.
It's a shame because you definitely belong on the shelf.
And I thought about taking a couple of my author copies
Hmm.
and basically putting a card in there and being like going in there and putting it on a shelf and have it be where someone picks it up, the card falls out. If they look at the card, it says, "This is not property of the bookstore you're in. This is the property of me. My name is Randall Braden. I wrote this book.
Hmm.
This book is my gift to you. I hope you like it. If you like it and you like the story, please consider giving it like a review on Amazon or something."
Have you thought about taking one to like the local library and just slipping it in there and seeing if they'll slap their barcode on it?
I thought about doing that, but it's like if I do it at a bookstore,
Hmm.
I guess there's more of an expectation that it's going to be an adult reading it.
Hmm.
And then, but what if I do that? And obviously, I wouldn't put it in the kids section. But what if somehow someone underage gets it? It's not a book that's supposed to be there.
Yeah.
It's something that I left, and then suddenly I'm getting a parent, you know, finding a way to contact me because their child read the end of the book.
Oh. Well, you
Which
know,
I mean,
another
I
way
read
to
the kind of
approach
stuff that
that
I'm a
would be
kid.
to just approach the library itself and ask, like, hey, would you guys be willing to house my book here? Rather than Gorilla posting it there.
I guess that's a thought. I hadn't. I mean, as far as doing the library, I guess I just hadn't considered that because I think of them as being more like they're like part of they're controlled by like government stuff. I just considered them as being more restrictive on what they can do than even like a
Uh,
corporation.
a lot of libraries are privately funded by, you know, just benefactors who want knowledge out there. And yeah, it's usually government grants that get them the land and the building, but they're kept afloat by outside sources.
It might be something I consider. I just know that it's the they call it. I don't know about where you're at, but here the libraries we have are all part of what they call a district.
Uh, I see. I think they just call it a branch where I am.
No. Which and like I said, I emailed like the local used bookstores, like the places where you can go in and you what is it? You basically you can turn in a book for half off whichever one you're buying,
Hmm.
up to like certain limits and stuff. And I texted those people. I even got in contact with local like video game shops that do like D&D or Warhammer and stuff. Because like again, talking about the kind of people I'm going for, because these are like my people, you know. nerds, geeks, weebs. These are my people. This is where I come from, and these are the people that I wrote the story for, because we are the ones who it's like we don't need a story that's 100% a romance or 100% fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
We can enjoy stories that are like multifaceted, multi-layered.
Yeah.
I don't have to have someone in superhero tights the whole movie.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned heroes on the back of your book too, where you're just like kick-ass heroes and charismatic villains. Your heroes don't wear the tights. They wear jeans and boots.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like, well, because that's what's the problem with, like, not to roast them or anything, but it's like that's the problem I feel like with Marvels is like all their heroes now are is empty.
Right.
It's
It's
like they don't really stand for anything. They show up for like 4 films, and their contract is done, so then they leave.
yeah. It used to be people were excited for the big name to be signed to the role, and now everybody's just like, oh, big name, oh no, they're gonna fuck this up.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. Like RDJ as Iron Man, like
Mm-hmm.
no one can see him, anyone else as that character.
Yeah.
And then you have the problem of like with the Witcher series, where like Henry Cavill is leaving, and that younger Hemsworth brother is coming in, and everyone's just like, nope. And it's like,
I think
for
more people were saying nope, more so to the stuff that came out about the changes that Netflix wanted to make that made Cavill leave, more so than the Liam's brother, or the Hemsworth brother. I think it's Liam
uh,
Hemsworth.
yeah, not like the roasting him. He was like fine in like the Hunger Games stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but it was just the fact that they're like, I guess I should just say the swap out itself
Mm-hmm.
and everything around it was just kind of like the only reason this is happening is because you guys wouldn't listen to someone who loves the series
Yeah.
like we do.
You didn't listen to the geeky nerd fan who you had hired for the show, and now you're wondering why people stopped watching the show after getting rid of them and changing everything that they said don't change.
I mean, he's a good-looking, creative guy who builds his own PCs. Obviously, me and him are sympathetic.
You know what, funny enough, he almost didn't get the role of Superman because he was raiding in WoW. He didn't pick up the call because he was in the middle of a raid and he just couldn't step away, and he picked up the
And
call afterwards.
you know what's funny is I still don't know what class he plays,
I think he says that in an interview.
because I was just thinking, like, what if he got, like, how great would it be if he not only got that call after the raid, got the
Hi,
role, and
Ratchet.
he still managed to get a green parse in the raid.
Right. He must have been a melee class. He must have been like a warrior or a paladin or something for just not being able to step away from the computer that long.
I wouldn't put it past him to be the main tank.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely has main tank material.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm a hunter because
You're a hunter. I'm a
at least
warlock.
yeah, as my main, because the first character I ever rolled was as a, was it Kata? Yeah, it was Kata, because I remember the Sundering was going on and everyone was super upset, and it was part of the reason that I didn't stick around is because everyone was upset, they were confused, the world had changed, and I think I was. I'm trying to remember because, like I said, I only played it for a little bit back then, and I think I was a human rogue. Kata is could humans be rogue all the way from the
Yeah.
start?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was a human rogue, and it was in Kata, and it was around the time of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the whatever they call the Thanksgiving festival in WoW, and it was in, what is it, Everson Forest, where you spawn as a human or something,
Yeah.
or not?
No,
Not
no, no,
Everson.
no, not Eversong.
Uh,
Elwyn
uh,
Forest.
Elwyn Forest. Yeah,
Eversong is the blood elf, I think.
yeah, and so there's that little thing going on where there's a bunch of pies and cranberry and all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and that's what everyone was doing. And I'm like, I came to kill ogres and stuff. But it was like no one would talk to me, and it was all I heard was complaining, and there was a bunch of toxic talk,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just like, I only tried this out because my tabletop friends were like, "You like Warcraft, right?" I'm like, yeah. Well, I played Warcraft 3 and all this stuff. And they're like, "You should try out the MMO, man." And I guess I just kind of like, I think if I would have started it from the beginning back in Classic, it would have been different. But
Mm-hmm.
I picked it up at the worst time because it was when people were really upset with the changes. And so I played it for like a week, and and I think it's just because I picked the wrong faction, honestly,
Yeah.
because now I'm bored and I'm
So,
loving life.
I was gonna say, if you're playing WoW and you're playing Alliance, you're playing wrong.
Yeah,
I'll just say that as a definitive statement. There's no arguing with me on that.
and I definitely wanted to do the PvP, so I rolled an Orc Hunter
Mm-hmm.
for my first character when I came back. Because when I heard about Classic coming out, I was like, oh well, it's I guess it's a I mean
This
it's
is
a
your
second
chance.
chance,
Yeah.
for me to actually experience this game. Because I still saw stuff about the game, and I still like saw lore videos and all this stuff, and I still liked Warcraft. So when Classic I heard about it, I was like, I don't really got anything going on. I'll give it a shot. And the next thing I know, I'm you know raiding Karazhan, and that was around the time where it's like it was at that point where it was like Blizzard has just had so many fumbles, so many like just like what is it, EA games, just so like pervasive business
No, it's Activision.
practices. Well, Activision, and I feel like it was EA with Battlefront as well. Where
Oh,
it's like all the different like mini transactions, making you have to buy Lord Vader and all this stuff.
yeah.
And oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't like saying EA owned them. I was just saying EA as another company that
Oh, okay. Yeah.
one doing that kind of crap. To where I just was like, I guess I was probably just riding my mount somewhere, and I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, so I'm done. Uh, when I started, I was right at like the last 2 weeks of Burning Crusade, going right into Wrath of the Lich King, and so my fondest memories are in playing Wrath, leveling up to 80, getting into a guild, doing raids with friends, having that all fall apart, the guild falls apart, finding a new guild, newfound family, all that stuff, all that fun jazz.
Yeah, that's why I've picked it back up again, because my whole thing when I started this is because I wanted to play the vanilla version of the game,
Yeah,
and most people would agree that the vanilla version of the game is
classic.
is classic, TBC, and then Wrath, and then
Mm-hmm.
Kata is when that season ends and it becomes like the new world.
I don't know if you saw me posting about it on Twitter when they made the announcement. They're like, yeah, we're gonna do classic Kata. My first thing I posted was, please, if you're doing this, have Kata be a separate server by itself entirely,
Yeah,
because you
don't
remove
make
too
this.
much of the vanilla world with Kata for it to be
Yeah,
called classic vanilla anymore.
there's that 2 week like event where what's his name, Deathwing, just
Yeah,
shows up,
Deathwing.
and he like burns every zone and stuff, right?
Yeah,
And it's like, well, so
so it just deletes quest lines. It changes zones entirely. It deletes zones. Like, you don't get Thousand Needles as it should be anymore. Now it's flooded, and you get to do a one quest line submarine boat quest. That's it.
yeah, well yeah, because they ended up not liking that zone because they felt like it broke up the flow of the world and stuff.
It honestly didn't. I liked
No,
Thousand Needles. I liked
no,
going to the raceway out there.
dude, I loved it for mining for mithril
Yeah.
and for gold nodes.
Now you
That
need
was great.
water breathing to go down there and mine for the same things. Yay.
Well, that's fine because I'll just go and farm. I'll get an alt
Hmm.
high level, and I'll go farm. What is it? It's the dwarf raid or dwarf dungeon.
Blackrock Depth.
No, there's another
No.
one. Or sorry, not dwarf. Or no, it is dwarf. It's the one where you have to go to Booty Bay and get transported into it.
Oh, are you
It's
talking Nomergon?
yeah, Nomergon.
That
There
that's
is
that's gnomes.
yeah, there's a spear that drops in there that gives you water breathing.
Or you could just pair with a warlock like me, and I could just give you water breathing.
Well, I mean, if you were playing what I'm playing, are you playing classic right now?
I was, but I'm not right now.
Yeah. See, I
I
jumped
stopped
back
playing
on.
classic to play OSRS during their league.
Oh, okay. And like I'm seeing what they're doing in Season of Discovery. I'm seeing
Hmm.
what's going on in Hardcore, and I'm like, that's all interesting. But I came into this because I wanted to play those first three releases,
Yeah.
and now Kata's coming out, and we don't know. I haven't heard yet. Maybe you have because I haven't been following it real. If they're going to do like, is it going to be a permanent sundering of all the servers, or are they going to allow Wrath to stay behind? Because it's already a thing now where like if you look at the PvP worlds,
Hmm.
the the populations are all one-sided. Where now there's Alliance and Horde own the server.
Yeah.
Where it almost seems like, and the reason that happened is because they gave people free transfers.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
it seems like you're almost doing that, like you want to give people, like, have them not be able to get the experience they want, so they have to go to the version of the game that you make available for
Yeah.
them.
It,
And
it
I don't have
sucks.
any,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have any interest in playing Kata, but the problem is now like I said, I left in phase one of PVC.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have a really hard time trying to experience the rest of that content because everyone right now
In Wrath.
is yeah, and everyone's at the end of Wrath trying to do Ice Crown Citadel Dead Man,
Hmm.
and it's like so it's gonna be a thing where, and I'm leveling up other characters because I have a few alts to where I'm getting in all to level 50 so I can level up my professions.
Goddamn alcoholics.
Yeah. And it's like I'm not even like I started making alts like in my first year of even playing the game, but I was doing that so I could do my profession, and also because honestly the questing and leveling to me, uh, I mean there's questing and leveling, there's PvP and there's raiding, right?
Hmm.
I like all aspects of it, but the questing and leveling in in vanilla, classic, whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
is better than any MMO experience that I've experienced.
For sure. And
And
I know a lot of people are contentious on WoW. Some people either hate Blizzard or they think the game's too far in to join in, and there's no better time to join than right now, honestly.
like I said, I don't have uh I honestly I don't have because I got into I went to retail to like test it out and look at stuff at the same time as I went for classic, and it's just with like I don't have the story I'm not really keen on where they've gone,
Yeah.
and I feel like the artwork has been really kind of sanitized, and it's kind of like when you do like a drawing or something in like paint or 3D paint,
Hmm.
and then you just take the blur feature and you kind of blur stuff.
Yep.
That's that's what I feel like they've done with all the art. Wow, but the old content I still really like. The problem being the best part of the game is I also feel the worst part of the game. That's the people.
Yeah. It definitely depends server by server basis for that too.
Yeah,
I played on Wormrest Accord, which is a RP server, and so it's full of people, full of talkative people. Most people just want to do their RP. They don't want to actually talk to you as a person.
yeah. Well, because you can role play and also have a
Yeah,
conversation.
but some people just don't want to do that. Even though
It,
there's a whole chat function where if you put things in brackets, it pops up as gray so people know it's out of character.
I just started on an RP server for Season of Discovery.
Don't tell me you're on Moonguard.
No, are you?
No.
What is Moonguard? What's the deal with that server?
Moonguard is an RP server that people have just turned into an ERP server.
Oh no, I'm on Crusader Strike.
Oh, good. Don't go on Moonguard. It's also
Crusader Strike,
Alliance heavy.
because I heard Crusader Strike was supposedly the streamer server.
Hmm.
Not putting myself in like any kind of big category, but I just figured like if for some reason I had anything happen like what happened before with the griefing and stuff,
Yeah.
it might as well happen on the server where that stuff is, which is why like on playing classic I'm on Fairlina.
Hmm. Hey, I'm
That
on
was
Faralina too.
that was the streamer server. Oh, well that's crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, your warlock, is that the only character you have?
My Warlock's on retail. On Classic,
Oh,
I I started another Warlock, but I'm not that far in. Like I
Yeah,
said, I stepped back to play old school RuneScape on their thing.
uh, I have a warlock, but he's only level 21. He's my enchanter and jewel crafter.
Ooh.
Right now, I've been leveling my druid, who is my blacksmith and leather worker,
Hmm.
so that my hunter, who is a skinner engineer, I was going to start farming Berean leather, because apparently that's a good gold making strat. So I'm trying to get myself set up to where maybe I could do some gold GDKPs
Hmm.
to like make, if there's a way to pay for that for
Uh,
some PPC runs.
I'm just hearing that word GDKP.
I know. I've never. I've okay. So been I've been part of the orchestration of one,
Hmm.
but it was like I guess what you call like an ethically run GDKP,
Yeah.
where it was something where it was I guess it wasn't even technically like a GDKP, but it was basically like we'll run you guys through this, and it's like paying for tank services, where it's like, what are you guys looking to get? Okay, well that's what this is worth. Uh, like as far as like for something else like this to pay for like an expert leather worker or blacksmith to make something that is equivalent to this cost this much, right? Okay, well pay us this much, we'll carry you through for the chance to get it. Can't guarantee the drop on it, but we'll carry you through. And I did that for a guy who did like pugs of that every week, and he wanted me because I was a dependable hunter. I wasn't the guy who was gonna let his pet go off and pull a boss or something.
Yeah. And how many times I've seen that happen where people forget to either put their pet's aggression off or they'll forget to desummon the pet before jumping down into an area, and so the fucker runs through a whole dungeon and pulls things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not that hunter?
No, because well, and especially it's easier in because in TBC I got my owl for buffing,
Mm-hmm.
and as I like for most fights, I'm able to stay in range of the DPS, the melee, to where a lot of my talents and stuff for my macros, and if for any reason I did send my pet to attack, just so I can make sure my DPS doesn't get limp dick,
Yeah.
I'll set most of my stuff to immediately hit to where he goes passive follow to just bring him back so that I never have to worry about leaving him in a spot where he's going to hit either an AoE and immediately die or pull something.
Yeah. And I'll say when I played in, when I started in retail, I was originally a hunter, and the warlock came later, but
Yeah.
I think I was that good hunter too, but I was also just a shitlord kid at the time, and so my claim to fame was always, yeah, we'll start the fight. I'll be the hunter who pulls the thing, but I'm also going to misdirect to the tank, so the thing just attacks the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not putting anybody else in danger. It's still going to the right person.
Yeah.
A
And it's like
little bit of trolling, but in a sense that it doesn't wipe the fucking raid.
yeah, and if you've got a good group and a good raid leader, he's
Mhm.
actually either he makes sure that he's got a tank who has a ranged weapon to pull with,
Yeah.
or he's asking you as the hunter to pull for him.
Yeah. And you know what? I think you and I just need to play it.
Yeah, yes.
Yep.
You do PvP or are you strictly a PvE?
Oh, I did PvP. I did PvP as a
Oh,
mage.
okay, because I'm saying that hunter warlock like drain strat
Uh-huh.
would be pretty OP with a good healer.
Yes, it would.
Or I mean, you with your drain life.
Hmm.
I feel like if we got like a good, I don't know any of the PvP strats for world or for Wrath of the Lich King or anything. But I think a good priest would probably be the way to go. Or actually maybe a druid, because the druid could have some mitigation as far as like tanking if they had like a little bit more balance between like barrel and restoration.
Yeah. We have gotten so off topic.
I know.
I know.
Hey, we're we started off talking about a good story. We're still talking about good
A good
story.
story. Yep. But
I hopefully someday, because I think World of Warcraft or the Warcraft universe
mhm.
has got a lot of good lore. By the time I'm done telling my story, I put it this way: like, there's a lot of stuff I hope to hear about the story someday, but like, and even though I think this stuff is stupid, like when people do the power scaling thing,
Yeah.
I hope someday, and this does sound like pretentious to my ears, but like I hope someday to hear like two people maybe in like a comic book shop or something talking, like doing the "Do you think Coop could take Saitama?" And
Possibly.
I get people that do the whole like uh power scaling thing
Mhm.
is like I said, I don't usually go for that because I'm like, is the character a good character? That's what matters.
You just had to bring up Saitama, and
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about how much I dislike One Punch Man now.
Oh yeah. Well, it's the thing
It
is like
it's
it's
because he's not a good character. He's literally just made to be the parody. I can beat everybody in just one
yeah,
hit, and it's not
as
a good
all the characters
character.
are more interesting to me.
Exactly. I've said before.
Genos.
Yeah, Genos. I've said before. If the show was about anybody else but Saitama, it might be a more interesting show. But with him as the main character, and then people keep telling me, no, no, keep watching. Watch season 2. That's about other people. It's like, why would I want to watch a show where the only good part is not the main star who's always on screen, but instead, no, no, watch season 2 because it's about other people and not the focus of the show. That does not make a good show in my opinion.
You know who is the funny thing about this show for me is who I think the best character is?
Hmm.
King.
King? Yeah,
King.
if the show was about him, that would be way more fun.
Yes, about a normal guy who is literally like his only stat is just the world's greatest amount of luck,
Yeah.
and he literally just fakes his way through being like the strongest man on earth. That would be an awesome show.
Yeah, if the show was about King or the manga or webcomic whatever was about King and not fucking Saitama, that would be a much better thing than what One Punch Man is.
But here's the thing: is when it comes to Saitama, the premise that they say that they're giving us with him, I
Hmm.
like, which is the premise of a character that is so OP that he just doesn't feel anything anymore. He doesn't enjoy what he's doing. It's all just I
Hmm.
part of that is I like that in the way that it's poking fun at these OP main characters who just don't have any substance and all they have is their power.
Hmm.
But I feel like they if they leaned more into the thing that he doesn't feel anything, like more than they do, because obviously there's moments like I don't know, you read the manga or do you just watch the anime?
I didn't watch past a couple of episodes of season 1, but I read the webcomic and the manga.
Oh, okay, so there is the moment where the fight between him and what's his name, Garu,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
After Garu does what he does to Genos,
Hmm.
and it's like he's about to like end like all of us over his friend dying. Uh, though, like that kind of moment would have been much more powerful if he would have been a lot more aloofish and standoffish and cold to people,
Hmm.
more of I could feel like an anti-hero rather than just someone who kind of acts goofy
Who
all the time.
fucking picks their nose and talks about how they need to go get a coupon for a store.
Yeah.
Like, no.
So, but in that case, I look at it this way, where it's like not every story is for me, and
Hmm.
there's still parts of the story that are I feel like really good, but it's like the same thing with My Hero Academia, where there's parts of or even like Attack on Titan, where there's just parts of the story where it's just like this makes it like for me it's like a B rank story or like a C rank story because of this,
Hmm.
but I understand that for other people this is what makes it from a B to an A, and that's fine. It's just it's not necessarily my cup of tea, or it's just not at the right temperature.
Yeah. You
But One Punch Man, it's like like they even say like it's basically like a gag show. The the fact that the other people take it so seriously, I think, is what probably takes
Yeah,
me off of
that
it.
that is also what takes me off too. But you can have a good gag show. You can. One Punch Man does not work as a good gag show.
Yeah, like and like My Hero, uh, who is it? All Might in My Hero Academia is kind of the same thing, where he's a character who's written as he's always the paragon of virtue and truth,
Mm-hmm.
and he's always strong, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's done well because he has like shortcomings and stuff. And again, going back to Coop, is like I wanted to like I made sure to write a character that had shortcomings,
Yeah.
where he's like he is he's quick to shut himself off, and he, as the story goes on, will find like he'll have a hard time taking, you know, criticism for the actions that he does,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll be quick to lie to himself about uh, his role in things. And I wanted to make sure that he wasn't always right, and he's definitely not going forward. Like I even wrote it from his perspective at the end of the story about like how he's different and things have changed,
Yeah.
which you know what I mean by that, where it's the way he talks about himself now that this has happened to him. And then like the next book is going to open up and it's going to be like, yeah, bud, guess what? You were a big fish in a small pond for about 2 seconds, and
Mm-hmm.
now you're a big fish in the
Yeah.
ocean.
Now you're a guppy in the ocean.
Yeah, the power scale that you experienced is it's the same as before.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of work to do before you're, you know, as
You thought you were at the
powerful.
top, but you know,
Yeah,
you swam a little bit upriver, and now you realize you're right back at the bottom.
it's kind of like when you do like an IQ test, or you get into like the Mensa group for geniuses,
Yeah.
and like the stuff they talk about is the fact that being a genius, being like a smart person, like someone in like I think they classify it as like the plus 140 IQ.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between that and being like lower, like minus 100 on the scale, is just that you're smart enough to know how stupid people and you are.
Yeah.
It's like before uh it's Coop thought at the end of the book, Coop thinks that he's strong
Yeah.
before he even has actually seen the scale.
Yeah.
And so,
It's funny what people think they have whenever they get a little crumb of power, and it's kind of understandable as well. If you were suddenly just unlocked powers like Coop, and you didn't know, stuff like that existed before, you would think you were on top of the fucking world. You would think that you were the
yeah,
only one who had it, but no. In fact, you unlocked it doesn't mean nobody else has either.
yeah. And it's like, because the end of the book is like, for Coop, is
Mm-hmm.
wish fulfillment.
Yeah.
This is all the stuff that he wished he could do when he was a younger teen, getting abused. Which I don't go into everything that they did to him in this book, because that stuff is going to come out in the second book. Of like, I say that, like, Anthony, you read it from your own mouth,
Yeah.
that Anthony like tortured him for years, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
I don't go into detail in this book exactly what they were doing to him, but a lot of it's the same stuff that I experienced before I finally put a stop to it.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of stuff that we get the sense that Coop's a little broken, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna I'm gonna unveil, like, yeah, there's a lot more going on here than just a guy who's kind of, quiet and, standoffish. Like, there's some real trauma here, that just because what happened to him doesn't mean he's above still experiencing the effects of that.
So, I have a question for you. Do you realize I've kept you here for almost 4 hours now, just
Yeah,
talking about this? I thought this would be so much shorter, but
talking about
we're
me and
almost,
myself.
yeah, talking about you, yourself, your book. We're almost fucking 7 hours in, and unfortunately, it seems like nobody had any questions for you other than me, and you've answered them all. So I have to ask if you have any questions as an author to somebody who's read it.
Well, so I guess I could I could say like give me a review of the book, but you've already like you like the book, you've told me parts that you like, but like okay, so if you were like if you had one of your friends and say your friend is like
Mm-hmm.
an anime fan, a manga reader, and you were I don't know like maybe at a bar or at an event or they were just over at your house and drinking a glass of wine or cooking steak, whatever you do.
Mm-hmm.
Like what would be like
What would be myself?
well like if they said like like they're like I don't have anything to watch anymore, there's no good games out right now, and they just said to you like what have you watched lately, and like what would be your segue, like what would be your pitch to get someone to read this.
I mean, I would just tell them. I'd be like, "Oh, what have I been watching or reading?" There's this little book. You might have seen me because I read things in public. I will just read things. I'll take my book with me. You might have seen me reading it. It's called Same New World, Homecoming. It's it's kind of modern day-ish, kind of fantasy-ish, urban sprawl style with romance aspects and a little bit of isekai. And if you know me, you know I dislike isekai with an extreme passion, but I've read it twice. That should say enough right there. That should be my golden seal of approval.
Honestly, I kind of NTR the isekai fans a little bit.
Yeah,
They kind of get cucked a little bit.
a little bit. Truck-kun appears twice, and both times I didn't complain that much.
But like I said, there will be several isekais in this story, one of
Mm-hmm.
which is a secret.
Ooh, a secret.
So there is a character, I won't say who, there will be many characters with whom the story is entirely done. But this character
Mm,
is someone who is actually like from our world.
yeah,
They were reincarnated directly from our world into this story.
really.
Yeah. Why this character is, and I will say this, that is a secret to me because it will not play any bearing on the story in as far as I tell it. It is only for me to know that that person came from this world and went there.
And so you'll never just outright say who it was.
No,
People just
like
have to take a guess.
no, like I maybe I'll leave a breadcrumb or a few, but it's like for me the thought of like having secrets, like stuff that I know that other people don't know, and I'm not gonna like leave like I'll 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 leave it I'll leave it like an old rusted sign on the side of the road. And if you look close enough, and if you like really inspect and like look at the story over time, and like connect the dots, yeah, maybe you'll put it together.
Mm.
But I'm not gonna outright say like this character, came from our world, or this character had an elusive backstory, blah blah blah, that doesn't explain. I'll never say who, and I'll never say why, but it's something for me to know,
Fine.
and
Keep your
it's something
secrets.
it's something very special for me.
And I think that's another thing I have to add to this is there's it ends, like I said, it ends on just four good words that will put a smile on your face and have you wanting the next.
I hope so. I do. Like, I, I'd be a liar if I said like if I could give this book to everyone and not make any money off of it, I would,
Hmm.
because I gotta eat,
Yeah.
and uh, I I like working with my hands. I like doing manual stuff. Uh, doesn't mean I like my job.
Yeah.
I don't like doing construction for 40 hours a week.
If you
And
could go from construction to this, you would choose this.
oh yeah, in a hot second.
Yeah.
It actually like it it hurt me like inside the day that I had to go back to work after finishing like my rehab and physical therapy from being hurt, to
Hmm.
like going back to work, because I luckily I still managed to stick with it, but the book wasn't fully written when I went back to work. So I had to finish it like while working and stuff.
Yeah.
But just the fact that I wasn't able to live with these characters all the time, and like, yeah, it really sucks. I'm just trying to get back to that while keeping myself sane, which is why I still make time for streaming, friends, gaming, and stuff.
I get you. I get you. And you know, as your friend and somebody who got the book and read the book and is reviewing the book with you and doing the, trying my best to get people to go buy the book, go buy the book, go buy the book. There's a link right there. Go buy the book.
Yeah,
I do
and it,
want to see you make a living off of your work because you fucking deserve it, man.
thank you. And I'm at the stage right now where it's like, even though I do have the book for sale,
Hmm.
it's like it's way more important to me that people do read the book right now. Like obviously, once like a bunch of people are reading the book, I'm gonna want change back.
Yeah.
But it's like I was when I first met you through the I'll just say her name, through Henya.
Yeah.
I was offering the book to people. I was like, I can send you a version of it if you want to check it out. Just
Me
tell
to
me what you
Vegas.
think.
Even
Yeah,
here.
and you were, I think you were one of the first ones who was like, no, I want to pay you for your work.
Yeah.
Which I
Let me know when
appreciate.
it's on Amazon. I will fucking buy it, and I did.
Yeah. Uh, and but I'm at the stage right now where it's like, okay, but I've got to make a name for myself. So if someone wants the book, and if they're either like, one of our friends who's from Brazil, where it's a pain to get it, or you can't get it, or
Hmm.
it's too expensive or something, let me know. I'll send you a copy of it, and if you like it, just review it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Because, or tell all your friends about it. Because word of mouth, right now, word of mouth is worth more than money.
Yeah. And this is me telling everybody about it because, you know, you got to use actual names on Amazon, and I'm not trying to pop a review on there and have you trying to guess which one I am.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
this is me doing my word of mouth and telling everybody.
I was gonna say something that I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, well it's now I remember half of what I was gonna say, but not why I was gonna say it. What I was gonna say is it's a shame that both of us are I we're both used obviously the tuber models
Hmm.
in order to have our presence. I can't remember why that was a bad thing though in relation to the book.
Oh, because I'm not gonna review it on Amazon.
Well, no, it was some other reason. I was thinking that. I can't remember why though. I've just been talking about myself for too long. Maybe I don't know.
You think that's a sign that we wrap this up then? I, it is now over 4 hours that I've had
I
you
don't know.
here.
I mean, if you can keep talking about me, I can certainly keep talking about me. I
I
know me
keep
pretty
talking
well.
about you. You know how you said you gotta eat? I gotta eat too. So, any last words for chat before we wrap this up? And I think I'm gonna send everybody to our favorite genius that you and I met
Yeah,
at.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you stop by the stream, I appreciate you listening to us talk. Again, the story, as you if you've been here long enough, the story does have uh, mature and adult themes. Uh, so there will be some language that might, it might upset you uh, there are characters in this who are, hateful, spiteful people, so they use hateful, spiteful words, and there is trauma and violence, and I just don't want anyone to walk into the story and feel like they've been lied to and be
Trick.
upset about it. Yeah, because like I said, there is a shift in that. If you find this on a bookshelf and it's in a section for urban fantasy and romance, fantasy usually sometimes involves dark creatures, dark events. So, but it's, I don't know, it's something where it's like, for me, person to person,
Uh-huh.
I feel like I need to do the work of putting that caveat of, like, you know, there's been dark points in my life. This story is, you know, informed by my life. So there's dark parts to it that will upset the sensibilities of some people, and I don't want to upset people. I'm looking to entertain and lift people up. So,
Yeah. And I
now,
would definitely say this book entertains. It hits hard, but it also lifts up at the same time.
it's the love story that I wished I would have always had.
Damn, that's real. That's legit real.
It's fine. Like, honestly, it's like, the last thing I'll say is that it's something I told my soul, my soul. That's a Freudian slip there. Something that I told myself as I was writing it and after I was writing it, or after I wrote it, is that it's almost okay that I never got to have like a love story of my own, as long as someone will read this in the future who
Mhm.
is lovelorn, a hopeless romantic like I was, and it keeps them believing another day that there might be love like that out there.
And it definitely is out there. You're all gonna find love, including you, Ran.
I did, except she's a character I wrote in a book.
Son of a bitch. uh, well,
Yeah, I'll also make sure to send you the link. I thought I had sent you the link for it, but I'll send you the link so you can look at the
the new pages,
basically. Well, no,
or
no, 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 because like I said, the only change is going to be that little half page about the Bogdan family history. But
okay.
I'll send you the link to look at the pictures of the characters as they are actually.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah.
Like I, like I said, one is a mix of me and my uncle,
Mm-hmm.
uh, which, like, let's put it this way: neither me nor my uncle are as attractive as Coop turns out to be from the mixing.
Oh, okay then.
But for anyone who hasn't seen the pictures, uh, I think I gave you the description of the cast of, like, kind of how they looked, or their voices
Yeah,
would sound like.
it was their voices
Yeah,
actually.
but it was also actually their physical appearance. And for Cooper, he would the and it was weird that it turned out this way. The model of him mixing of me and my uncle kind of looks like the from Sky High, the guy who had, oddly enough, fire abilities, and he's on the show The Expanse as the main character, and he was on The Covenant, another paranormal romance flick.
Now, you didn't send me any pictures, but I do have the voice cast that when I asked you how you would you want the characters' voices to be, you did give me the voice cast for that.
Yeah, so let me see here. This will be the last thing I leave you with. I'll see if you have any oohs or ahs about it.
Let's see.
I'm gonna send you the picture right now.
And it doesn't have to be the last thing you leave me with, because I want to make the last thing a sort of what's next for Ran in the near future. Where could we see you again? I've already done the shout out for you, but when are we gonna see you again?
Well, hopefully tomorrow morning I'm gonna have my C back up and I'll have the stream back on. Uh, Maybe tomorrow or maybe Sunday, and I probably won't bore anyone with more World of Warcraft. I'll probably finish my Dead Space playthrough.
Ooh, fun.
and then Sunday I'll play World of Warcraft
And then
because
Sunday,
Daddy's got a level.
uh,
Uh,
you know, the one fun thing I'll say about retail was in Shadowlands, you had the mobile app, and that would let you just do stuff from your phone. You wouldn't level yourself, but you would level like your champions and stuff. And I hope they bring more stuff to the mobile app. I
uh,
on my warlock I was Venthyr, and so I got to level up all my little vampire dudes.
oh wait, for the latest expansion?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember because I watch some YouTubers that do just WoW content in general, not just classic.
Hmm.
And I think the Venthyr, that was the one that was like that's all anyone picked, wasn't it?
Yeah, they mostly picked it probably because Asmund picked it, but I picked it because I thought, I'm a blood elf warlock. What fucking better thing than to choose the pompous ass vampires?
Oh right.
Yeah. I already soul suck. Let me get the other sucks going on. Oh wait, hold on. No, don't take that out of context.
So take a look in Discord. I posted it, but it's not showing back up for me. It's showing as a file, but it's not showing up as an image.
I'm not seeing anything at all. If you just drag the image into the chat, does it work that way?
Try. Yeah, I see it there. Try that.
There we go. Now it says you're typing.
So that should put up an image. Let me know when you see that.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. No longer typing.
Oh
No.
wait, here we go.
No, it sent a file. What in the hell is a .jfif?
Yeah, but if you click on that, it should load it on like internet.
Oh. Oh, is this Danielle?
That's Danny.
This is Danny. Okay.
That's her in the second portion of the book. That's not her at 15. That's her at like around 18.
Okay, I'm gonna move us on OBS over to this screen. So yeah, this is definitely an ooh.
Oh yeah, like I literally fell in love with my own character at that exact moment. I'm like I put like so you use the genealogy stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the genealogy stuff you can use pictures of family members, whatnot, and it creates an amalgam of people. And I was like, okay.
There's Danny
And
right there.
what I did is I took the picture that I created using the genealogy one, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, so this isn't straight AI. This is like real people that I know. But then I took it and I put it through an AI program that lets you make changes to the picture based upon your preferences.
I thought we'd be getting a picture of Coop.
Oh, you are in a second. Now this one didn't turn out as well,
Okay.
and I think I my suspicion is that it was just a perfect storm for Danny of the two. Uh, Oddly enough, the more that the pictures look alike, the harder it is for the software
Yeah.
to determine what to take from what person. Whereas the two pictures that I used for Danny were of like very different looking women,
Mm-hmm.
of like one of my like great aunts and like I think I don't know my great aunts. I don't know if she was like a cousin or whatnot, and they looked very different from each other. So the AI had an easier time being like, okay, we'll take these eyes, this nose, and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then it still looked a little not like funky, but the stuff like it cut off like the top of the head,
Oh.
like it couldn't process what the top of the head looked like, which is like this isn't like this is the character, but it's like obviously when I have someone animate it, I'll pull down like the forehead a little bit maybe, and like the hair will look a little bit better because this looks like permanent bedhead.
You know
And
what? That kind of works though.
yeah, and it's like, well, like she's a tomboy, but uh, she's like almost like a reformed tomboy because she's now she's become more popular and she's like does more with her appearance and stuff.
Uh,
So let me see if I can find.
does this trip you up to have Danny up on my screen right now? If you look
Yeah,
at the stream, you're like, damn, that's my fucking character up on this stream right now.
A little, okay, a little bit.
A little bit, a little bit.
Let me see here if I can. I have trying to see if I have a picture because the thing is like I said, the I had that issue with my computer, so I have like basically what happened is my my files basically yeah, all the files are still there, but all the folders got deleted.
And that fucking sucks, dude.
So what happened is I have my drive now is 0 folders, 220,000 files. So moving around on it, it freezes at the slightest thing, which means it's very slow, basically pulling off the all the info that I need and putting it on a different drive.
Yeah.
And that's where you know what I'll do? Do I have light shot on here? I don't have light shot on my laptop. See if I can find because I know I posted a picture of uh, the characters on my social media back when I was using social media.
Ooh. Okay.
So
Like
I'm just gonna
on your Twitter?
yes, but I was gonna because the picture is kind of a janky picture because if it's like of my like entire workspace and under my computer and stuff, and it's kind of eh. I was gonna see if I could just
I mean, let me
what
scroll
was
your
it?
Twitter too. I'm not gonna pop your Twitter up on my screen, but I'll scroll your Twitter too and see if I can find something and be like, is this it?
It'll be towards the bottom because uh I made this Twitter specifically for the book, but I'm cropping the image out right now.
Oh, okay.
Uh, cut file new save paste. And again, this is not the 100% final version of it, but this is basically gives you like the general gist of what you'll look like.
Okay.
Because there's like because the fact that I took the real pictures and then I mixed those together was fine, but when I used the AI to touch up parts about the picture, it only did so much. So let me see.
AI usually can just only do so much.
Yeah, it was kind of like Danny's hair before
Hmm.
was completely different, and it's just she. I basically used the
Uh,
AI just to kind of make them look like more like the characters. Like I gave her shoulder length hair, and I gave her like a plain white shirt, which looked like felt like tomboyish to me.
you know how your kind of description of tomboy Danny kind of reminds me of is Topanga Lawrence from Boy Meets World almost, but
That's
a different,
that's
hmm,
that's hmm,
but just like a different skin tone and
you guess. Yeah, well, I mean, not completely different. Topanga is actually a little darker,
yeah, I've
but
guessed I've guessed
When
something.
okay, she it's like when okay,
Oh, is that the picture of
I'm not
Cooper right there?
yes, she like Topanga was definitely like an inspiration for me as a young boy.
Uh-huh.
When Corey kissed that other girl, he was dead to me.
Betrayal.
Yeah, so Topanga and just like Winnie Cooper from the Wonder Years is partially Danny. Like basically all of the best childhood friend, best character, like romances, they all like they've all influenced how I look at these types of stories.
And there's Cooper up on screen right now.
Sorry I couldn't get you a better version of that.
Oh, that's fine. It's also really, really tiny, so I had to zoom in, so it's gonna look a little bit blurred.
Yeah, so Cooper, what the AI really took from me was my nose and my eyes,
Woo.
which that's and like uh it actually and I the reason I did this is because it actually helped me with characterization to where like in the book I talk about how Coop's ears are bigger than normal
Yeah.
when he was a kid, and it made him self-conscious, and that's why he wore like that wrestling equipment that keeps his ears from getting all cauliflowered.
Yeah.
Is like because when I mixed me and my uncle, well, this is what our ears ended up turning out. And it's probably because the AI couldn't decide between my ears, which are closer to mine,
Hmm.
and his, which were big and goofy. So it like pulled our ear in at the bottom and left it out at the top. So like obviously his ears aren't going to look exactly like that, but his ears will be like slightly larger, and he'll have like a slightly more like a bigger nose. He won't be like have a hawk nose or be like super uh what is like is it shonen for the ones where like the guys all look like super pristine and oh no, it's the shojo ones where like the guys all look
Yeah.
like because it's actually based on a thing where I guess there was a male model back in the day that was like a cult icon in Japan, and he's who like all the shojo like guys were based upon for a time.
Really? So this
Yeah,
man must have had really long legs, huh?
yeah, and he's like had like fine, fine, delicate but somehow sharp features. And
Wavy hair.
meanwhile, yeah, meanwhile, like Coop looks like a boxer from a movie in the 1920s.
Coop looks definitely like he needs a leather jacket.
Yeah, right, and like a Marlboro between his lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, that there's
Definitely
another
a
version
little
of
bit of
this
a greaser
picture.
vibe.
Yeah, there's another version of this picture
Oh.
where I was able to. It's still his same face. It's still his same head, but I was able to use the AI to basically give him shoulders and a t-shirt, and I was able to make him a little bit. Uh, it made his neck a little bit lankier. It didn't
Hmm.
look so thick. But it's like both pictures. They just neither one of them turned out as good as Danny.
Yeah.
Like uh, Danny's is like it's and honestly like maybe be like okay, you know what AI, you might take some liberties with people's stuff, but as far as for my purposes, it works. And
It works.
that's the reason I started off with the family photos. Originally, like, and it's not like I thought like no offense to me or my family members, but it's like I didn't think like, oh, like my family's so beautiful, we'd make great characters. I was like, but it's like they're my family members, they've passed, and it's like I'm honoring them in a way. So
Yeah.
it's like I've basically got rights to use this stuff, right? And
It's it's like a little honorable, respectful.
yeah, and this way I'm
What's
not
the
being
word?
predatory and just using like some model's image altered to work in this instance.
Yeah.
Uh, but honestly, and it's like it was one of those moments where I was writing the story, and it just the fact that the characters I was able to get both of them to look like they did in my head that quickly almost felt like kismet. It felt like it was like fate or something.
I love that word. Kismet.
Yeah, it was serendipitous.
You have an extensive vocabulary, sir.
I know. Like I said, I've been told I have a bunch of 10 set words.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time inside as a kid. I got out plenty, but during the parts of my life where I wanted to be alone, I made sure I was well entertained, and I made it. I had a steady supply of books from the library, movies on cable, and video games at my friend's house, whose parents had money, so I would go over and play horror games over there, and he would watch because he was a good Christian.
Classic.
Classic Ram.
Classic Ram. Classic good Christians. Oh, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to touch it. But I'll
Oh, and
secretly wish I wish I would have touched it.
yeah, and it's this is the same kid that I'd take him to the haunted house, and he would like hold onto my arm the whole time, and I would just be like, it's the same thing I tell people when I'm playing Dead by Daylight and I'm chasing them as like Michael Myers. I'm like, your fear is exquisite, because I can't feel the fear that you're feeling right now, but being able to watch you feel it is just as good.
Jesus Christ, man.
I know, I know. I have, I'm not saying I don't have problems, but I definitely have healthy outlets for them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, definitely.
instead of going and finding my childhood bullies and doing what Coop does to his, I just write about it.
Yeah. I would say that's healthy enough these days.
Yeah.
All right. Any one last final goodbye for chat? Anything?
Chat, thank you for supporting my friend. Jay deserves it. Jay is a dear. And I hope to immortalize Jay in my pages and hopefully Jay's voice in my show if I ever get it made.
What? You had one.
You're gonna have to you have to voice your character.
I will. You had one final thing you could say to them as a goodbye. You could have told them buy the book. Instead, you're like, "Thank you for supporting Jay." No, let me just say this. Thank you guys for stopping in and listening to me read Rand's book. And absolutely, you need to go buy his book if you haven't, or you need to go and take a look at it on Amazon. Drop a nice review for him because he absolutely deserves it. It's been so great having you on call, though. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's been fun. We, like I said, we need to do more collabs for like video games and stuff, so we can just have cool talks like this. And now we'll end, and then I'm going to really get in depth about the parts you guys haven't heard about how he felt about how I did when I did this to that character.
Oh boy, you have to wait a minute though, because after I end, I'm gonna go and eat, and then I'll come back and I'll see like a whole wall of what about this? What about that?
Okay.
All right. Goodbye, Ran. Thank you so much for being on call, and thank you so much for the opportunity to read your book. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. It means the world to me.
Okay, goodbye. Ooh. I think he was saying bye right when I clicked in. Well, that was so much fun. Really means the world to me that I can read his book and have you guys listen in and just be able to hear his words. I know you kind of, I heard but, and then that was it. You know, he put his heart and his soul into these words. He wrote them down, and I'm sure he never expected a funny little devil on the internet to be reading them out to you in a nice soothing voice. So the link's right there. It's pinned in chat. And for any VOD bros, I do hope that you were able to get the link from the VOD. If not, ask in chat later and I'll get it to you. Sultry even, hey. Only sultry on ASMR requests. But yeah, I think from here, it's been about 7.5 hours. I thought this would be maybe 3 or 4. But we just got so engrossed and in depth with it, and I had so much fun reading it and just talking with Rand, spending time with him. I'm happy that he was able to come on and make it on here, and even with his computer issues, make it to the stream and be able to listen to me read his words. You settle down. Sorry, dogs. Our dog got caught in the rain and wants to sleep over. Thank you guys so much for choosing me, for making me a part of your day, for spending time with me, for supporting me and my friends. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We're gonna go raid Hinya. Let me get these in chat for you guys. For our subbies and our non-subbies, Bonk Squad, we send our regards to the Oshi, to our esteemed fellow VTuber who, if it wasn't for her, I would not have met Ran. And if it wasn't for Ran being Ran, I wouldn't have, he wouldn't have caught my interest, and I wouldn't have been like, okay, I'm collecting you as a friend now. But yes, goodbye. Bye. Let me get the raid going first before I continue saying goodbyes. Bye-bye, and I hope you guys enjoy. I'll see you tomorrow, because I want to hop on here after we do our community game night and do the VTuber Awards. I want to watch that with you guys here. So bye-bye until next time. Mwah.